We're live. Well, let's see how we look. Okay. All right. Okay. This time it's kicking in. All right. Still waiting on Twitch. All right. Good deal. All right. I'll get the link here and bring up. Let's go to Twitch here. All right.
All right. Zoom coffee. G'day, Zoom. How you doing? So we just got a notification through here. The game experience is live.
Cool. Right.
Don't know what happened before, but
yeah, it was probably just glitched. Yeah, this time.
Even here in Bula, there, Zoom bait. I went down this morning to get a couple of bottles of Coca-Cola, and I just happened to take a glance over to the toilet paper and that sort of area. Not a skerrick, not a roll in the house.
Oh, wow.
Even in Nimbula, people are going nuts. There is flour. Well, at least out here, you can see the stuff that's disappearing. Long-term canned stuff, not the short-term stuff, like jars of veggies, like canned corn, but in glass jars because they keep a hell of a lot longer. All that sort of stuff. Flour, both plain and whole, self-raising and all that sort of thing, or what they call flour, all the bread mixes, veggies, all that sort of stuff. And that, so, and the other thing, garden seeds. There was always a thing you can buy a packet of seeds and that for $2 in there. That thing was just about empty. So
really?
People do different things. So they've grabbed canned meats, canned hams, that sort of stuff, because a ham will keep for 4 or 5 years in a can. Spam. The shelves here are always full of spam because we've got our own national version rather than the American one that's preferred over here. It's based on corned beef, and that's all gone. And the spam was about there was 2 tins of turkey spam left. Preferred over here, it's based on corn.
Hey, there's Huckleberry. There's my Huckleberry.
So yeah, that was Sunday after cleanup. Okay, crazy. It's all gone, and the spam was about. So you're cutting in and out there a little bit there, or with a bit of feedback.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just making sure all the links were working and propagating back and forth. I'm gonna bring down Twitch because it's a log.
Well, that's Mixer you just posted on.
Yeah, I know. I did Twitch earlier, but yeah, it's a bandwidth hog for some reason.
It is. Twitch use 3 times the resources here than anything else. That's why I end up on Mixer.
Right. Okay.
So over there. Got some more taters out today, and it's still got the kind of full here, but I dug up one more plant today, thinking it too was Dutch creams. Sorry, Yukon Golds. Just bring up that. This is one plant. The biggest tater in there is probably about 7 inches long by about 3.5, 4 inches wide.
Oh wow! There you go.
Yeah. So that's the big one in the center. If you gauge everything off that, the smallest one in the shot's around about 1 inch. and just under 2 inches. Little brown one there. So that's one plant dug up this morning. So this is a big one there, still attached. Small ones there, and little tiny seed ones here, and these are all connected. Still got the roots attached to them. So there's probably about 4 or 5 pound of potato per plant, and we've got another 34 plants, and there's more coming up. As you can see down here, these are all new little plants coming up. I know the row's not that straight, but the row actually runs that way.
Yeah.
Across there, and then there's another one that runs in a diamond shape in it. I've been running them in crescents so it catches the water. There's a little bit of a slope there, so by making the little crescents, it makes little puddles, catches all the water, it doesn't run off and doesn't take the soil with it.
There you go.
Because this is all desert, you'll see it's very sandy soil. It's perfect for growing potatoes and all that sort of thing. On the other side of my garden's doing pretty good too.
There you go.
That's just been sitting up on the hessian sack for 2 weeks, just drying under the tin roof. So I stretched out an old hessian sack with a couple of staples, and I can just put it up there and let it sit up there and just under the warm tin roof. So it gets no sunlight underneath there.
There you go. Natural oven.
Yep. And so yeah, it's down a bit early. I reckon it needs another week on that because it's still, but it's sticky as shit.
Awesome. That's good. That's good time.
Yeah, so that'll go in the freezer. I'll be smoking the leaf and the tip and that for the next month.
Well, I'm still smoking on this one bowl of Purple D. Dude, I just can't smoke this stuff like that. It's like, wow. It's just deep. Next thing you know, I'm seeing stars, Benny, maybe.
Hey, Benny, how you doing? Benny was over at Pete's this morning, and I didn't see him the second time, but I missed half the second one. I was downtown. We had a clean up in the old pub site, the old Dimbulla Hotel, burnt down, and so community. We're turning it into an art precinct up there, and hopefully hold markets there and handmade goods and homemade foods and such. So we just clean up the site and make it safe for people, so people don't trip over and all that sort of thing.
But yeah, I just been puttering around in here because it's been rainy and cold outside today. I've been getting this and that organized, this and that cleaned up. Dishes, shit like that.
So, been trying to ring Tracy all day, and that. I know she was working. She got working today. Got a call in last minute and all that sort of thing. But yeah, should be home by now.
Oh yeah.
Colloidal zinc. Canoes to the moon. Fire up the goat. All right.
Yeah.
Now, see that what that see? 2 eyes, fire, and Billy, and that he's looking to fire up the goat.
Right.
I read that. On our thyroid. Oh shit, man! You're right. Yeah, man. I trip over here all the time and that too. I got crap still hanging all over the place and that, but I'm pretty agile. But like, I know you're a bit stiff and slow in the movement. So how you doing? All good, pain? I hope so. All goat supplements.
Like sour diesel, purple D, Thai stick, whatever. Oh man.
5-year-old. Happy birthday to your little 5-year-old.
Oh wow, 5. She's 5. That's so awesome. Like
I,
5.
I got I got one who's 16 in 2 months.
Wow. I got one that's turning 11 here in within the next week. I think on the 20th.
And I told her I'd get her if she got a boyfriend before she got 18, I'd get him a free vasectomy, and I'd use a loggerhead turtle. She knows what that means. You ever seen loggerhead turtles? Their mouths are like two shears, and I saw a bloke put one of those. Jesus, they're a good rod too. Something tip. I got two of the bloody
It's
things.
all right. You don't have to go into detail.
So he goes to move off the turtle, pushing his fishing rod, and it's at the area where it's around about 3/4 of an inch thick. So it's about that far up from the base, and he's just pointing it. Ugly stick, that's it. Ugly stick. So he's got the two-piece ugly stick, and he's using the base end to push up the turtle. Turtle just turns around, straight in two, and then he spits out the bit that he's just chopped off, and that in between the two bits. And then looks at the guy and goes, "Yeah, you really want to fuck with me?"
Right.
Yeah, and they are. They're quarter of a ton for a turtle.
Holy
And
shit.
now, here's the thing. You're laying on the beach, and one of these comes out there, and just be late afternoon, getting ready to make its way up the top of the beach. All it wants to do is go up there, dig a hole above the high tide mark, lay its eggs, fill it back in, turn around, recover, and fucking make its way back back into there. Now, if you're a tourist, get out the fucking road. You see it when it wants to go through you, and then move your towel down 10 yards. It's not going to bother you. Just get out the road. One, just let it do its thing so there's plenty more turtles. Two, if you fuck with them, they will fuck you. End of
Yeah, they
story.
will mess you up.
No ifs or buts. There was a bloke up here who grabbed the wrong end of one, and this is where the joke comes from about getting circumcised by a loggerhead. He grabbed the wrong end. The head came out, nuts and all, everything.
Oh my God.
Gone. He's lucky he didn't bleed to death. He was right in Townsville Harbour. The hospital's just up the road. They got him up there. They saved his life and all that sort of thing. What do you do after that? Then you do turn into Mary because you ain't got no option.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? I don't know what happened to the guy. I really don't. This is 30 years ago. But you don't grab the wrong end of turtles. Don't mess with them. If you're swimming and one comes up to you and all that sort of thing, suss it out because there's generally a reason. It might be asking you trying to get something off you. You see them with a six-pack around their head, the plastic six-pack things. They get them around their flippers sometimes, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Help the people and help them get them off. For some reason, they understand that there are some decent human beings out there. But, otherwise, just leave them alone.
Yeah, right.
The vampire turtles, I've never seen a vampire turtle. Sounds like an ex-girlfriend of mine. She didn't let go until all the money. It's true. It's true.
Rock on, Benny. Yeah, those are good days. Yeah, I love those birthdays and stuff like that. Oh man,
I'm the Johnny of today.
oh.
I've been through all the liter bottles. Now I'm back on the little ones. You see what they did to us a few years ago? The Scotch bottle was always 750 mils.
Yeah.
Right out. They're 700 now. So a fifth. They shrunk them by 2 ounces. Did they drop the price? Did they tell anybody?
No. Stupid. That's so stupid. Yeah.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah.
Feel bad for the turtles. Turtles, yeah. But if you mess with them, the turtle generally wins.
Yeah, I got to tomorrow. I get to go hook up my. I got 4 more solar panels going on the roof. That'll alleviate some of this power problem I got.
Cool. I'm doing up a plan at the moment. Uh, 10 24-volt deep cycle truck battery, or they're actually marine deep cycle batteries. They're
Right.
sold at truck stop, but they're for boats. Yes, Benny, I have seen the shorts for 1917 and all that sort of stuff. I generally don't watch a lot of the war movies, to be honest with you. And that I only recently just caught up with Rambo, believe it or not. Um, I watched one that Bruce Wayne recommended, The Hurt Locker or something.
Right. Right.
The Aussies in that, no, they're freelancers, they're mercs, so they weren't Australian Special Forces, they're bounty hunters. Probably working for my old bosses. But, you know. We got a group out here, Phoenix, and a couple of other PMCs, a couple of the boys that started. One of them's very much into bounty hunters. Half their business is bounty hunting. I'm making a good dollar on it. I made somewhere about 40 million bucks last year, between 12 blokes.
Holy shit.
Yeah, hunting down world's most wanted terrorists. I'll go anywhere. They've been doing good in Africa at the moment, and that Al Shabaab and I said mob. This is why Ilhan Omar hates the Aussies at the moment, because we're
Boko
taking out
Haram.
Boko Haram is where they started off, but the last couple of months they've got 4 chief deputies, like generals, in Al Shabaab.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Dead or alive, doesn't matter. As long as you turn up with the carcass and that, they'll pay you.
Wow. Yep.
So, yeah, they don't. But, yeah. No. So, but that was that one. But I don't watch a lot of movies there. I'm going to watch, I have been watching the Civil War series and that Gettysburg, only to get an idea, because I just read the series. There's 28 books. Got the history of Gettysburg, all the letters, all the written orders, copies of that stuff. It's been compiled by the National Military Parks historical section. Brilliant series, and so then I watched this 3.5-hour mini series on it. The story's a lot better, and that very good show. Parts of the show were absolutely brilliant, very well acted, and all that sort of thing. The balls of those blokes back then, 30 yards apart, open fire on bloody muscles.
The new Midway movie. Okay. I'll look that up.
Midway, yeah, I've seen the shorts of that too. A lot of CGI action in it, but that's also first class too. I watched the short for that just last night because it's on YouTube Red. You can watch it there. I've got a YouTube Red membership. Mark Dyson and a few other channels that I watch, and that have got Red edition. So yeah, what the heck, sponsor them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's looking very good too. There was a Russian one that's come out, and it's in Russian, but it does have subtitles and all that sort of stuff. Yorgi's 8, and that's about a small group of Soviet frontline troops and all that sort of thing up against the Germans and all that sort of thing. Man, that's a good movie. That's a good movie. Pity it's a foreign one, because the effects, the bits, and all that sort of thing It's the closest thing I've seen to real battlefield. They went overboard when that Rambo one in Cambodia. I had to watch about 10 minutes later. Mate showed me, and he said, "Yeah, you get hit and you see the spray, high velocity rounds, and that way overboard, and that Russian one, spot on."
No.
Yeah, so no, I pass on all that, most of that.
Yeah.
Stargate. Now you're talking. The whole
Exactly.
and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, Chickamauga, nasty battle. Couple of mistakes. Folks won battles, but they didn't follow up with it, and totally because of lack of information or just being too damn tired. Don't know. That's okay, darling. As long as you're okay and all that sort of stuff, that's all I was worried about. And that when other folks come in, I'll jump out and I'll give you a bell then. I'll just let you know regarding your email. I'll get some shopping on the way home once we get here. Yeah, we might have to. And that, would you believe that the IGA this morning, I went down there, got 2 bottles of Coke, not a skerrick of toilet paper in the joint. A little bit more practical up this way. All the flour is gone. All the different types of self-raising plain flour. Whole mill, all that sort of stuff. I could bail him up the road.
Now, I know you've been... Hey, I got a question for you, Jack.
Yeah.
I know you've been following this information about the coronavirus bill.
Yeah.
You said there was a lot of negotiations that went on, and did they pull the money out?
I don't know. They're still arguing over it. There was $980 million, and that for basically Planned Parenthood. It doesn't mention Planned Parenthood, but it says.
Well, there's an article. I'm sorry. The reason I ask is there's an article on Fox saying AOC rips bipartisan coronavirus bill, ticked off about where the money should go.
Yeah. She also wants. Well, last week she told everybody they were racist for not eating at Asian restaurants. Last night she's saying, and that stay eat at home. She wants to basically use this as a way of getting her Green New Deal through and guarantee wages and all that sort of thing. Wealth redistribution in the short form. I can't make honest sense of what she's actually trying to achieve with it all. That's it. She's making points and all that sort of thing. She wants this. She wants that.
Kickback points.
Yeah, but I can't see where. All right, the junior senator one gets the clout. She's just making press noise. She's got no clout. She can't sway the fucking thing. She's only one vote.
Yeah.
Right. All right. If she gets that little scuzz group that she's part of, the 5 of them, and there's 5 votes. Still ain't going to get through.
Right.
There's 4 other Dems are going to vote against it, and that because it is basically a back-ended thing to fund abortion. The same 4 Dems who have been anti-abortion whenever they could, unless they've been ordered to. If Pelosi comes out and orders a party vote again, you'll see 3 more Dems walk out. I'm pretty damn sure within 2 weeks. That's my call. I know one of them's ready to go, but he wants to just bail. End of story. He's not going to become a Republican. He's just going to bail politics.
Right.
The other 2 might swap sides or go independent.
Because there was a article here saying that Nancy Pelosi finally agreed to push it.
That's after they added fucking $900 million for abortion services. She held the bloody thing up for 2 weeks grandstanding, and that's so that they could make attack ads and that for Joe Biden.
Right.
It was them that was holding it up. Read the Senate minutes. Boom, boom, boom. All the states are there. You don't have to read the whole fucking thing.
Right.
Heck, this is your government.
Right.
I've got to read this stuff, man. Because I see what's happening over here. Now, we've shut our borders over here, except for Australian citizens, so Tracy's going to have an empty flight. I'm vouching for her and all that sort of thing, and she's been over here. This is her 4th time over. So, and we're applying for the fiance's visa, so it's all kosher and all that sort of stuff. So they know that she's coming out here, and the plan is she's going to stay. so that's fine.
Hey, Tracy.
So they won't lock her out of the country unless she turns gets tested positive and that. And let's hope not. The parents are over 60, so we're not on the good end of the scale for this thing. But
Right.
The last few years, Tracy's never smoked, so she's got that on her side. To me, what I'm reading, that's about 60% of this. All the chronic cases are either chronic lung disease or long-term smokers.
Right. And they're still in their 70s and 80s, a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is it. If you go to here's the article here. It's by Elizabeth Vaughan. It's got the list of who and where and how old they were. They died. Now, the only anomaly is one guy they can't identify and all that sort of thing. But there was an Asian lady of the night who tested positive for it. She recovered on that, and they're thinking he was one of her customers.
Mm.
Okay, so she flips around. She actually recovered. She's only in her 30s. He was an older bloke, and that they're making that connection. They knew he used girls sometimes, and that. But they're just trying to identify him to her and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
So there's the Red State story about it. It's got all the that was a complete list up until the 48th. So you've got 3 more dead since then, and I don't have an up-to-date figure on those other 3. But that's the most complete list that you get in one spot.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I can't disagree with you there, Benny. Now everybody's calling, xenophobic, this, that, and the other, the Wuhan virus, and all that sort of thing. World Health Organization came out and made a statement this morning, my time, very late night, your time, and all that sort of thing. They call it the Wuhan virus. They're run by the UN. So the next time one of these idiots call Trump xenophobic, you can say, hey, for World Health Organization, the UN's calling the same name, so call them racist.
Right.
See how far that gets it. And then you just pit lefty against lefty and sit back and enjoy the fight. Pour a drink, get some pretzels. It's all good.
Right.
Can you imagine Jim Acosta going after the head of the World Health Organization?
You're racist.
I tell you what had happened. That big chunky Sheila that's his 2IC, she'll get up and flatten Acosta. So she's a German journalist. She just poof, straight and knocked him back 15 feet.
Right.
Man, she could play front row forward for the All Blacks in New Zealand.
Right.
Well, she's the size of a bloody big Maori. She's just this big German farm girl who's 2IC of the World Health Organization. Some doctor. Big girl. Heck. Dimboola is actually the name of for 9 creeks. It's the junction of 9 creeks. Dimga, but it's been anglicised from the local language, Dimboola. So it's the original spelling. If you look at the local language, it would be DJ IMM BOO LHA ha Jim, and it's pronounced more like Jim JIM, but it's DJ. But it just got translated to Dimboola. So 9 creeks, that's what it means. And the local beer is also called 9 creeks, but we say it in English. And it's a lovely 5.6%. Nice pale ale. Drink it with your teeth clenched, just in case to keep the floaties out. Hey, it's made by hillbillies. What do you expect?
Yeah.
No, Stoffy does a good job. So he's got a 5,000 gallon vat down there, so he's making use of it. And it's a very nice pale ale. Even the sediment's good because he filters out the sediment that comes out first on the bottom of the way it flushes. Even the sediment, man, that's nice. Use that as starter and that for bread. Well, all that sludge in the bottom of when beer's fermenting and all that sort of thing is yeast deposits.
Right.
And that coming out from the hops and all the rest of it. So this is very much a heavily barley beer, this one. So it's got a light, nutty, sweet taste to it as well. So without, you know how people are going fruity and orangey and citrusy in these fucking IPAs and all that other stuff? I can't cop it.
Yeah.
I don't mind a sweet a thing that's got a bit of tang with it as well.
Right.
So I like bitters. You know, Melbourne bitter, Victoria bitter. I like bitter beers. But no, it was all good, Benny. When I was over in Israel, I learned a shitload of what the places meant too. I was on a guard one time for a light horse memorial over there. Photo of me, bloody shit, 30 years ago over there in Israel. And I found out what Bisheba means. And that because Charge of the Light Brigade was the Australian charge across there, charge of Beersheba against the Turkish and German guns. Cavalry. Yep. And found out what Beersheba means. Then I found out what Palestinian meant. Yeah. Invaders from the east. That's what Palestinian means.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yep.
It's true. I got to admit, I'm very partial to the 1911A1 myself there, Mr. Zoombait. And I have two, but they're both over in Florida because I'm not allowed to have them. Well, I can now. But I've just got too many handguns. So I'm actually keeping them over there with a friend of mine. So I've got them when I get over there. If I can get concealed carry, federal for an NRA, and I don't mean National Rifle Association. That means non-resident alien. Who's in good standing, and I've had a couple of green cards in the past, and that's working with your military. Winston Salem. All right.
But yeah, there's plenty of
stuff. Is, excuse me, mate. I'll be with you right here. Copy. String those back into.
The thing that kicks me off is they're not showing anything about anything else. Every article is about coronavirus everywhere.
And here's the StreamYard's link coming in as well. All right, so yeah, look, there's bigger things going on in the world. Pete's been touching on it, a few things. Guess who turned up in New Zealand yesterday morning?
Tom Hanks.
No, he's stuck on a private estate over here in Australia. And that under doctor's thing, he's both him and his missus have tested positive to coronavirus. They brought it into the country with them. Thank you, VIPs who don't go through customs and health checks. Well, who was the last fucking idiot who did that? Brought fucking 2 dogs into the country illegally. DiCaprio. And smuggled in 2 little dogs. Came in on a private charter and that, and instead of rocking up to customs and immigration where we've got the temperature check, no, they went out and they've been around for 3 or 4 days in Australia and that positive. You know where they were before they come to Australia? Hong Kong.
Where?
Hong Kong. I spent 2 days in Hong Kong. Came to
What?
Australia. They're out here 4 days and that, and they weren't feeling real good and all that sort of thing. And that they thought that for the first, on the third day they thought it was from the party from the night before that they'd been up late. And then on the fourth day they decided to call the doctor and get a check on it. But they'd been around for 3 days, parties, celeb, all that sort of thing, promoting the latest movie. Yeah, 2 big dinners, heaps of people, pressing the flesh, all that sort of thing. So, we're Aussie. One of the Aussie newspapers said, "Are we going to call it the Hanks virus?"
Oh my god. Oh my
Well,
god.
people got the shits with these hoi polloi and that who are above the law over here. The clown that came over here, some Sheila came over here in the 60s, and she smuggled a cat in, private flight and all that sort of stuff. Brought this cat over. Australia never had that cat pneumonia stuff that leads them to them dying and all that sort of stuff. We don't have rabies here either. That's why your dog can be a carrier of rabies and not have rabies. And it's a simple thing. We give it a test. We give it a jab. 48 hours later, we give it another test, and if it's all good, it's allowed in. 48 hours, folks. Come on. And I think it's $200. And that plus the cost of flying your animal, Chris, and $200 on top of that's nothing. So unless you're a celeb and that, and you can have a private jet and let your little dogs run up and down and crap in the aisle.
Miriam's in the house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice up there at Coos Bay, eh? All that beachfront and all that sort of thing. And the amount of wrecks you got on that coastline there. Very similar in ways to the Great Australian Bight, except for when you're looking at it, it's fine. Forget about the country behind it. In Oregon, it's lush green forests and tall pines and all that sort of thing. Over here, it's all desert and stunted shit and dead stuff. And shit will want to kill you. But the coastline itself, that big tall things and then big long beaches and then little islands sitting out there, a couple hundred yards offshore and all that sort of stuff. I heard President Donald J. Trump wants US oil home so he can launch the US Marines to round up the swamp people of the USA. Benny, if he pulls them all out of the fucking place, I hope he doesn't. Tell you why, and this is just purely selfish reasons here in Australia. We got India and Indonesia both plotting and combining maps that call Australia the Southern Resource Area. China's going to back them. You folks pull out, we're sort of screwed. And I got to go back to playing Guerrilla Fighter again. No, I haven't done that in bloody 5 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
I had a ball when I was doing it, but I'm a bit older and slower now, though.
Now, there was a bunch of banter, Benny, the other day before he made his initial coronavirus thing.
Yeah.
Saying he was going to, the word out was they say that before he made that, they were telling people that he was going to announce martial law in the country and everybody's going to get locked down and you come outside, you got to get shot and all this other shit.
Well, I gave you my answer to that sort of bullshit yesterday. And how many states have brought out the National Guard? And which were the first 5 states to do so, all Democrat states. And I'm not sure what Colorado is. Sorry, I forget.
It's Democrat, yeah.
Is it them or?
It's Democrat.
All right, so all 6 then are
Just
Democrat.
a little more than 50-50 Democrat.
Yeah, I know, but who's the governor?
Democrat.
Yeah, well, he's the only one who can call out the National Guard. I know
Right.
the president. So, so all the first 6 states to call out the National Guard? Democrats. It ain't Trump who's going to be calling martial law.
Nope.
Hey, darling, the way things are going over here, you might have to bring over an extra suitcase and just stock from the store. You know what I mean? It's all good. Hey, tow truck, come on in, man.
Hey yo, hey yo.
Hey, what's happening, tow truck?
Oh, interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff.
I couldn't believe it here. Even here in Dimbulla, there was no toilet paper on the shelves. I didn't stop to ask was it people coming out from Horsham or shit like that. But like, I couldn't believe it. People don't do it. But I think it's locals, and I'll tell you why. Because of the other stuff that was missing, all the flour for making bread and all that sort of stuff, canned hams, all the tin corned beef, all the long nice stuff. I think it's locals because from what I noticed, city folks are grabbing stuff and that, and including short-term storage. Like some of this canned stuff, it's only good for 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, most of the canned meats are still good for like 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah. But like this, well, canned corn because they don't use that good corn anymore. It's the ethanol corn. It's quite acidic, and it's through the can. Those cans of corn are only rated for 12 to 18 months.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And
You guys were just talking about Colorado, and isn't it kind of true that like Colorado is the good old liberal party in more of a real sense rather than just the freak show liberal party that is just way left in that they believe in the individual freedoms still to an extent.
well,
You know what I mean? Because the
when
Liberal Party didn't used to be a bad thing per se.
Yep. Okay, darling, you have a good time there, and I'll catch you a little bit later. Tow truck's here. I'll jump off here and give you a bell. I'll give you time for your shower and all that sort of stuff. When I first went to the US and got a firearms permit, non-resident alien thing, Colorado was the place to go, and I actually did it in a town called Aurora where they had a shooting. A friend there, it's still there, Max Pleger. If you know Pleger Sports, and that's him. So he sold out to somebody else now. He's retired, but Max is still in town. So, but he ran Pleger Sports just on the edge of Aurora, Colorado, there for years, and so it was very friendly and all that sort of thing. And I don't know what I'm going to do for the next trip.
Yeah.
Let's take some research because I want to go down to Florida. I want to pick up one of my 1911s and have my carry. And while I'm over there, I'm going to get a 1022 and a Pedisoli replica Kentucky rifle in 50 cal.
50 caliber revolver. What'd you say? That one that had exchangeable cylinder?
Yeah, there's quite a few out there. I've got my own design for a slip out barrel for a simple semi-automatic auto feed. I've only got drawings here and that because it's I came up with it after a certain date, and everybody knows it because I actually did it online like an idiot. Should have backdated it, and then I can put them in the manufacturer. But no, it's new after that, so I need a new permit to start making. But I made one when I was over in the US last time, and that worked great. And left it with a friend of mine, and then promptly on the way through, coming back through the Philippines, had my camera stolen, and I had the 2 SD cards in the back of it with it too. So I got no. I had a shitload of video, pictures, all that sort of thing, in his workshop for 2.5 weeks making this thing.
Oh wow.
Camera and laptop gone.
Yo.
No. Yep. Pissed me off. Did get paid on the travel insurance and that what I paid for both, but it's not the point, you know.
Right.
That whole trip was about making that gun.
Oh wow.
Right, I had a couple of side tours and all that sort of thing, but the main purpose was to do that, to make it work, and it just, that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
Set it all up. Sports specialist tools and that for him because I use his equipment, but all the tool bits I bought myself. You don't, they wear out and you bust them and all that sort of stuff. So I don't like breaking other people's tools.
Wow. So they didn't.
Hey, Chuck Jones.
You didn't have any backups on it at all.
Dude. Well, I had everything on the laptop. You know what I mean? Copy the SD card over the laptop, all that sort of stuff.
Right. Then they took the laptop too. Yeah. That sucks.
Why? Oh Lord.
So this is Chuck. This is the one who I suspect, and that was one of my former girlfriends because it keeps on complaining about the size of my personal private parts.
Oh, that's probably it.
Yeah. And I've got a couple of different names and all that sort of thing in it, but now uses Chuck Jones. So I don't know if it's transgender or what. So I don't know whether to, how to address the transgender folks. I'm a little bit worried about it. Say hi and how you doing.
Well, I heard a pretty cool one the other day. I think dildo is a perfectly appropriate word. I mean, I'd call you a dick, but you're just not real enough.
Yeah, I'm a hologram. We're all holograms.
I don't want to insult anybody.
Well, he won't be insulting anybody on this channel anymore. So.
Oh, you wasted him.
Oh
that's
yeah.
There's no fun in that. He's harmless.
Yeah,
look, he comes and goes, and that I never bother to get rid of him. I did.
No. I'm not gonna. No.
I just let him go.
Don't be a dick is my number one rule. He knew that coming in. He knows that coming out, and he's gonna see that from a distance. Just don't be.
I am dead set sus and that because he sort of tends to focus on some strange things. So yeah. I had a terrible time, and that when I first got back into the dating scene.
Don says, "Why not?"
Yeah, no, Don. It's not even about it. It's consistency. This guy, he just for whatever reason, he's kind of bad for Jack, and he just
he insulted Lady Liberty here one night.
Yeah,
and I said, "Hey, look, pull your head in." And we don't talk to ladies like that here. We drop the F word. We don't say the C word. All that sort of thing. It's just simple respect. Some things are over the top, and we put a line, and there's a line. Don't abuse ladies. If one's carrying on a little bit silly and that, you ask her to pull her head in and that, and do it politely. Blokes and that, you can razz and jazz and all that sort of thing because we're men. Well, I hope we are. I know we get a couple of kids in here occasionally, and they get upset. Maybe Chuck's one of them. But, Chuck's keep wrong because he can't stick with the same story for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
1 minute he's a 76-year-old veteran, and the next minute he's a 24-year-old university student and musician and that, and works part-time.
He doesn't know who he is. So, but Dennis goes, "Hey, if I cough, don't worry. It's only cannabis instead of cannabis, right?
Cannabis. It's not contagious. Wait, yeah, it's contagious.
Cannabis. But it's like, yeah, LA County, he's fine. He's just put himself in timeout or something. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but yeah. He's been here the last couple of nights, so off and on.
I don't think he's got enough energy to do live streams and shit. Audio. I don't. We've been trying to get him to sort out the energy stuff, and he just wanders off track, like he's trying to dodge the issue. But then again, he dodges off track on a regular basis anyway. So it's a bit hard for me to make head and tail with him. But we have tried to sit down with him on the phone. Call him up and give him help how to do this and all that sort of thing. And that's been going on 3 weeks since a week after he got back to bed. About 3 weeks now.
I've been trying to get him set it up for 3 months.
Understanding where he's actually up to with his little solar project. So I think he's running short on energy to do live stream. And also he's back with the warehouse guy, and he's working for him again this coming week. So he's cashed up, and then he says after that he's everything's fixed. So whether he's got a paid for solution, I don't know. It's hard to make sense sometimes.
Our pies, in my case, Dennis, a crazy obsession for cupcakes and pies.
So I used to worry about people understanding me, and then I met Aaron.
Cupcake pie.
The cupcake pie.
Hey, you could line each one, put a little cap on them.
Oh, better yet, the cupcake is the crust.
Yes.
Fill it with the blueberry pie filling.
Oh. Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Raw sunlight is probably one of the most deadly things on the planet to any form of virus. So lay on that beach all you can.
You know.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
In the middle of it. If you're surrounded by 20 foot of nothingness and you've got brilliant, near equatorial sunshine coming down on you, nothing bacterial is going to, even Ebola will drop.
Well, how does that apply to the extreme cold that we got? I got 15 degrees here right now, and that's the beginning of the evening.
Well, we're digging up viruses out of the bloody Arctic ice core, which is what
they hibernate in cold.
That's true, huh?
It doesn't seem to kill them; it just seems to send them to sleep. But the UV and heat tends to knock them around. If you've got humidity and heat, but not direct sunlight, they seem to do quite well. So UV.
Okay, so what kind of UV lamps can I put around my house that would have that effect?
Exactly. All right. So you can get, the disco UV lights?
Yeah, the black lights.
Yeah, black lights. And that because they use them in sterilising of medical instruments.
Sure, absolutely.
And but you just need, Now, this is not a lumen thing because you don't measure this stuff by lumen, so you've got to work it out by joules, which is a format of energy. So you need 9 joules per square metre, whatever. So probably about 8 per yard, something like that.
9 joules of the
energy.
Ultraviolet.
You have your lamp up there, and where you want it to commit down to, so you measure down at the floor. So each metre of coverage that you get in that one light to cover. So it might have a total output of 1,000 joules on that bulb, rightio. But by the time it spreads down from all that sort of thing and covers, 5 yards by 5 yards by 5 yards, that's down to possibly 6 joules. So you want at least 8 joules per yard, and that to ensure that you're killing bacteria.
Is something like that going to shake your brain now with that frequency of light? Is that going to...
To be honest with you, I'd hate to have, if you surrounded your house with it and everything outside and all that sort of thing, you lived inside, it was fine. But if you had it spraying on yourself, I wouldn't like to, I'd go around with long sleeves and that and big hat.
Dennis says they make specialized black lights to kill the viruses, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to take a second to say hi to Benny Mab, because Benny's always such a nice gentleman, and he made a special hello to me, and I wanted to say hello to Benny.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Benny is a gent.
I see that.
Yeah. So, Miriam, you're stuck in Mexico, huh? He's like, I don't care. I don't even want to go back home. So that's all right with me.
Hey, they've probably got more toilet paper in Mexico than you have in the US at the moment.
Yo. But let's see, Mexico wants to close their borders. They're afraid the U.S. is going to infect them with the virus.
Yeah. Hey, it's their country. I don't see anything wrong with it. If you make a call, all right, risk all that sort of thing. We're not going to risk this stuff. Look what Hungary did with the immigrants, and everybody's bagged them out and all that sort of thing. It's worked out rather well. They've got the lowest infection rate in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
They've also got the lowest STD rates in Europe, and they've got the lowest bloody whooping cough, tuberculosis, and other third world, what we think of now are third world diseases, infection rates in the Western world.
What country is that you're saying, Jack?
Hungary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and everybody in the EU and all that sort of stuff, and the UN's been bagging them out, xenophobes. All that. Poland is starting to go the same way and saying, "Now we're sick of this." Yeah, good luck to them. And but that's their national right. Now, you're the US. If you make a decision, that's your national right to do so. Are you fucking other people? And sometimes you got to. And that when you're looking after your national interests, look after your own folks first. And that's what Trump's doing. We're closed.
Don't call it nationalism.
China called us racist. Well, fuck China. We don't care if they think it's racist. Why should we open ourselves up to infection? So Australian citizens can get back into the country. That's no drama. Tracy can get over here. We've already got that sorted out. Unless she fails a health check or something like that. Over there, she'll probably get a temperature check when she gets on the plane.
She has what then? An Australian citizenship or what?
No. How can I put this politely? I got a little
Visa?
bit of pull.
It's a what now?
Yeah.
I got a little bit of pull.
Oh, yes, sir.
Diplomatic visa.
Okay. She has the visa already, but she's been here 3 times before. One of them was for a 12-month stay, which she's complied with all the regulations, including she had a 3-month stay, had to leave the country for 24 hours, flew her to New Zealand, stayed overnight for a weekend in Wellington, flew her back, all that sort of thing. We complied all the way down. I'm a veteran. We're both over 60. I know a couple of politicians, and I helped start a political party. And yes, I'm quite open about it. Yes, I'm using some pull and all that sort of thing. But then again, if the rules say she can't at the last minute, I'm not going to break the rules.
Right.
But I did bring the paperwork to ensure that she could arrive. And anybody can do that. I just know how to do it a bit better than most folks. Because I actually do it for them.
Well, that's the thing. So many of the migrants or whatever that we
They
have.
got the same bill. They got people filling in their paperwork for them. Nobody's bitching.
Oh, I know. That's what I was saying. They all get together and form a Borg of intelligence there that somebody's second cousin surely knows how to do what you need done.
Well, as part of my offside stuff associated with the Shooters, Fishers and Farmers Party over here, we have think tanks. And so we discuss stuff to develop policies and that and practical stuff and look at the numbers of doing this industry and all that sort of stuff, the cost of environmental protection and that versus the gains for society and industry and the nation as a whole. And it's all got to be balanced because you can only afford so much. We're lucky we're a wealthy nation and all that sort of thing, but we're selling a lot of our stuff overseas for shit. We're going to have to start playing some tariff games as well. If we're going to survive in an economic environment that's not globalist. So we have a few tariffs and that sort of thing. And we're going to have to look after our own industries here. Yes, we'll partner up with folks. We've got a long-standing agreement, ANZUS. Now, you need some stuff urgently, strategic materials and all that sort of stuff, and we got them out here. We're obliged under the treaty to do that. We sort the money out later. Okay.
Did I just see tow truck hit on some hooch?
No, man. No, it's my what? It's my what? Oh wait, this is the ammonia bottle. Damn it! No, I found a vinegar bottle, and they're real strong bottles. So I started with the water. There.
Oh, okay. I was just messing with you. I was like, you think he's popping off some hooch right there. What's up?
Actually, what he does, he's got another one like that. He tips half out and then pours in lemon cordial and it's isopropyl alcohol. You mix it 50-50 with lemon cordial and water, and it's all good.
Oh, wow, man. I mean, I'm hardcore, but I don't think I would do that.
See, that's why you drink it, because kerosine's too smooth.
That's what cats say about antifreeze, man. God damn.
Right.
Would you believe I was talking to this guy and that, and they banned a tank because the local kids in Guyana and that learned that avgas was kerosene with extra alcohol mixed in, and that they were stealing the bloody avgas and that, and halfway cooking off the alcohol and then drinking that, but they were still getting a shitload of benzene and all the rest of
God.
Oh,
it on themselves. And, oh God, I've drunk some shit, but crikey, that's
what the hell they were talking about?
Fire
Filter?
in the bowl.
They were talking about filtering alcohol through bread or something like that.
oh, that's an old trick. The methanol will burn faster, so you pour your raw spirit over your bread and use your bread like a wick, and then you tap it out. As soon as the color changes, you tap it out, and that gets rid of. That's a rough way of getting rid of your methanol out of your ethanol.
What about this Sterno? What about them heater cans, man, for that jelly that they?
I've heard about. They don't exist over here. I've heard about them. I've seen them on a TV show a couple of times. Kojak, was it? And that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kojak and all that sort of thing, and that's all I know about it. So I can't say.
Man, I don't even know.
Right.
Those people, I've seen one brain cell in a person before. That's it. That's it.
Well, you go out, go to the garbage can behind the greengrocers or the supermarket and get the bag of oranges that are going brown and green and all that sort of thing. You get 2 or 3 bags of them, juice all of them.
Welcome in.
A packet of brewer's yeast, throw that in there, 4 pounds of raw sugar, put that in a 5-gallon jug, right, top up with water, and sit it out in the sun for 2 days and then put it away in a cool, dark place. And it's going to be rank. It's going to be filthy, but it'll get you smashed.
How do you cover that?
Yeah, just stick it out in a semi-clear bottle, put it out in the sun where it's warm and that for a couple of days, and then put it in a cool under your bed or somewhere. But have the lid uppermost and a little bit open, otherwise it'll explode.
I thought you had to keep it like put a condom over it or something for that, so that air doesn't always.
So the air don't get in and all that sort of thing. And if you use brewer's yeast, and that you're already initiating it. If you're doing what they call a jail brew, a friend of mine asked me to cook up, figure it out because I've got chemistry background. Over here, we're blessed. We have a thing called Vegemite, which is concentrated yeast extract. So instead of your orange juice, half a tab of the 1 serve thing into a 2-litre bottle of 50% pure orange juice and pulp and all that sort of thing out of the orange. A cup of sugar, the Vegemite topped with water. Again, out in the sun to get a thing, shake on a regular basis to get the yeast activated and all that sort of thing, warmth, and then put it away in a cool place and that, and let it just convert everything like that. And again, you can wick off your methanol if you get it thin enough. Get it so a broad even spread. 10 slices of bread in an aluminium tray, quick light up, another tray over the top and put it out. And as soon as it goes from that super bright yellow to the dull yellow, your methanol's gone, put the fire out, drink the rest, or eat the bread. It'll get you smashed. It tastes foul, but it'll get you.
Yeah. Dennis said, well, what if it was a very, very, very big brain cell?
It might have been, but that sucker was ready to fly.
There's a TV show that I could watch, Moonshiners.
Yeah, there you go.
I haven't seen that over here. We might get it over here in 2 or 3 years, but this is another thing. Maybe on that YouTube Red that I subscribe to, and I get a lot of these things on that now. So actually, yeah, I'm giving money to Google and Alphabet and all the rest of it, but like I get to see what I watch, what I want. You know what I mean? Tracy likes.
Oh, sir, Sheriff, this here's a batch of hand sanitizer.
Well, it's legal to brew in most places over there. You know,
And it sells more. It sells for more than moonshine right now.
No doubt. Give me a couple squirts of that shit, Ray. Give me some of that. Give me a couple squirts.
Now I did a test. You know what we were playing with, trying to burn that last night. Now
Yeah.
I got some pure isopropyl. I squeezed out some aloe vera. I'll do it again later. And mixed it all to do. And I couldn't get the isopropyl alight.
Oh wow.
Really? Aloe vera?
Fire suppressant like you wouldn't believe. While ever you're holding the flame there, yeah, it'll burn. Same as that stuff there. As soon as you take the flame away, there's nothing.
Okay, I don't get this. That bottle of Germex that I had has been around with me and frozen, deep froze, like 60 below frozen, a couple of years. And it has the cap on it with the little squirt hole, just a little squirt hole, and that's been open. So why did that still ignite last night? I do not understand why that.
In the gel.
Well,
it's a who?
Like when I lit it yesterday, it'd light up while I held the flame there and all that sort of thing. But you've got other stuff mixed in there that's preventing the alcohol from evaporating and all that sort of thing. And it's the evaporated gas from the alcohol that's actually you see as a flame. Oh yeah, so it's actually suppressant. So it's actually a good fire suppressant. And I did the same thing with the liquid hand soap, the natural stuff that I get. It's chamomile and some Australian medicinal herb a soap, and tried that again, isopropyl, mixed it all together, and that put some on my hand. It wouldn't even light when I put the flame on it. That was even better. So, and that stuff's got both of those in it. Oh well, not as natural in there because I noticed it's got what's that thing on it? I was reading it last night.
So it worked out really well for me, because man, my people were really happy with me because they were like, "Oh, dude, you did the dishes." But the thing is, that burnt my hand, man. It started burning on the oils of my hand and made my hand real hard. So I went and washed the dishes, hopefully make it feel a little bit better. So I got some brownie points for that hand sanitizer trick. That was pretty cool. It still hurts today. I can feel that was burnt.
Yeah, I told you it was going to do that. I think he doesn't even realize what's happening. And it's like, yeah, he's going to hurt. He's burning his palm off, man. Hopefully he don't get no blisters.
Yeah, away from yourself. Get it out, man. Seriously. I do this thing, but I got like it doesn't look like it, but my hand's just a giant callus. I have stuff, man, because I'm a blacksmith.
Sure.
I make the mistake. I hand people things. Like I was making that the other day, and I handed it over handle first, and that I had it like that, and didn't think it's warm. Yeah, hand it over, and as soon as they touched it, they dropped it. That's okay. Drop it. You're better off dropping. Anything too hot, drop it like it's hot.
Oh yeah. When it starts feeling slippery is when you're gonna know.
But I didn't realise, and that the Jensen office worker doesn't have the same thing. You know what I mean? Same exposure. So I keep on forgetting that. I got to watch it with Tracy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fire up the torch here in a minute. It's getting kind of cold. Yeah, it's getting kind of cold.
Cold?
How many? Down to 31 degrees tonight. So
31. I got 15 right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You in that furnace? Kick it in.
I was dumb. The sun was shining, so I went out there in my shorts again.
No shit.
I was talking.
We've got. Did we have?
Huh?
Oh yeah, Don to your arm. Don. This is mine. I don't know what it is.
Time to play the game.
That's fine.
So this one's got a lot of male heads in it and lots of little bits and all that sort of stuff. I don't know what it is. This is a side branch off that I stuck up under a tin roof. I hung a Hessian sat and that under a bit of tin, and so it's about 8 inches down from the tin. The tin gets hot during the day, all that sort of thing. Good sort of air flow through the place. I took it down today. It needs another week. I'll put it back out tonight. But yeah, that's what I got. So it's not great. It's quite sticky though in the end. And that the female ones, the male ones are just males.
Oh, Marion just reminded me. I went to the restaurant the other day. I had my cargo pants on. I grabbed a stack of napkins. They're still in there. I got to go get them out of there before I put them in the laundromat. Man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That stuff is gold, man. You go to the restaurant, grab a roll.
Casey's watching. Remember the big box of napkins I got when I was doing the Lions Club barbecues and all that sort of. It's still sitting here. 10,000 individual napkins bundled up in hundreds. Fucking big box, man.
And I had an old friend of mine.
I'll start auctioning them off. $5 a box of mushrooms. You pay shipping. We'll do that.
My old buddy used to take he'd wipe a couple times, and I go in the bathroom, and he had a 5-gallon bucket full of freaking only once used toilet paper, man. I couldn't believe that, dude. I could not believe that shit.
Well,
he's like, what? They're only gonna go to somewhere dirtier. I mean, what? And I was like, no, you gotta be kidding me. He was, I don't know, he used to do that kind of stuff. Coffee grounds and shit like that.
Hey, I tell you what, if it keeps on going on like this, and they'll start patting you down when you leave the bathrooms in a restaurant.
Yeah, what a pain. Put the hand sanitizer right up there by the cash register.
Excuse me, miss, you're not being rude, but you're a bus size A when you went in, and now you're a G.
You're going to start seeing these hand sanitizer.
Check that out here.
You're going to start seeing hand sanitizer vending machines where you put in a quarter and you get a squirt, some shit.
Please swipe your card to continue.
Dear. Give a vet and hillbilly friends together and pull up a arsenal of fast food supply shacks.
Supply shack? Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, I was saying yesterday we should start a pool on that with a 2-hour thing, and that's when's the first fucking armed robbery for toilet paper and fucking cleaning supplies going to be? Ram raid or something like that, drive a stolen vehicle through the wall of the supermarket. Because they're only just best block construction unless you hit the big steel frame pole that goes up. And it's back up, drive it back out again, go through, grab it all, fill up the back of a pickup truck, and off you go.
I put up some funny stuff today. Let me see. Maybe I can show it. Huh? I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, do something.
Let me see if I can get this. Oh, you know what happened to my computer today? It shut down, had to do an update or whatever. Took a long time to do the update, and it comes back and it's like, well, we've changed Explorer and it's better for Windows 10 and stuff. And I was like, I'm not interested. It wouldn't let me close the window. It wouldn't let me, go down to the taskbar and close it, the the
No, they
administrative
hijack
level.
it. They rule you remotely.
Yeah. And
Hey,
then you have to approve that they had access to this, that, and the other thing, and checked a couple
I
no boxes and let it go. But they
man,
certainly set a trap to bring me back to Internet Explorer or whatever they call it now.
yeah. What are they? What's this thing?
Let's see.
Edge, Microsoft Edge. Um,
Yeah, Edge. That's right.
I had a Windows XP machine, and that was my last hardcore Windows machine because I had XP lockdown secure. I had a good firewall on that machine. I have a brokered firewall, which is an old box here that's running a Linux T-Rex firewall. I've got 4 network cards inside of there. One goes to a small NAS, which is basically a honeypot. People think they're breaking into the system. They hack through it and they get through this and blah, blah, blah. And we've got all this secure stuff and we're uploading it. And all they're doing is killing their own machines. Because I've got a virus on there called Armageddon. So they upload that in 3 separate pieces. It assembles itself once it arrives. And that maybe an hour later, maybe 2 hours later, who knows, depending on what it reads around the system. Feeds back out to everybody else in the world and that, who stole what from whom. And then absolutely destroys your machine.
Mm-hmm. And they got that all stitched up, don't they?
Oh man, yeah. But like, you have what's a good graphics card worth nowadays? $600. A good graphics card nowadays.
Graphic card?
Yeah.
You can get the real nice ones for around $300-400. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's $600 here in Australia, right? So it's US dollars.
Right.
So $390. Yeah, $600. Change the refresh rate in microseconds on a graphics card. You blow it down about 30 seconds.
Wow.
Destroys it. Sends it over the circuit, and then all that power, all that juice is just running through your main bus. So the rest of the computer's fried as well. See you later. Because they're allowed by industry, a thing is sort of like a law, and that's standards. They remove the overload switch off, and that's so they run multi-screen graphics, all those sort of things for the high energy usage. So there's no safeties on the top end. So it'll feed all the way through. So, like the old CRT monitors, you can actually use them and turn them into a bomb remotely, hack in there, change the refresh rates on the magnetron so often, so the CRT sending glass forward because it get that hot and the thing, the phosphorus on the screen would explode, ignite, and then you get an explosion because it's a sealed thing. Sometimes it would blow the arse end off the thing and that, and everything would be fine. But yeah, that was Armageddon version 1. This one just kills him shut down. There's some nasty fucking toys out
there. Yeah, man.
And but look at Echelon, and that's been around since the fax days and all that sort of thing. Nowadays, it's just expanded to the point where the Australian government is forcing everybody onto what they call the National Broadband Network. The big slowdown is with that, everything feeds into Echelon, or the current version, because we're part of Five Eyes. So basically, it's government internet that they can spy on you. That's why they're trying to shut me down with the satellite. I like the satellite. I can get NBN here. You going to take it?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to check.
On the tow truck screen.
Can you see that one?
Yeah.
This one isn't so funny, but it.
I agree with that one. Yes.
You know. And then there's what JSUK was talking about.
Oh!
Toilet paper in the drain. And then what else I got? How about that one? Those are the guys from Pawn Stars, Jack. It's a show about. Yeah?
Yeah. I actually went in there on my last trip to the US, and all they had in there was bloody the idiot junior guy gets himself in trouble with drugs and shit. T-shirts of that and all that. They didn't have any good stuff in there. I actually played tour in Vegas on that after a very heavy night previously.
There's a scene from Fast and Furious, the one you were talking about, Jack. First armed robbery.
Yeah. We're going to hijack the toilet paper. Hey, Kimberly Clark over there has something like 6 factories in the US, and 2 of them have gone to 3 shifts for the first time since the 70s. They just one place took on 1,800 workers, and I think the other one's just under 1,000. To get the 800, like 700, 800 extra folks, temporary workers. Some of their day shift workers now are going to be spread, so they've got experienced hands to train everybody up, and they've promised to keep the trucks rolling. And they've brought in Linfox, which is Aussie transport company, to Fox Transport, and to help them keep the supply chain up.
Wizard, I got that $1 million idea for you.
You do?
Yeah.
One second. Hold that thought.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I tried to sell it to Ben today, but he wasn't hearing it. Well, he was gonna stay right where he was at. That's all right.
Yeah, that's.
I don't get it. You know, I mean, I've had the argument too about people taking over Minneapolis, and you're like, well, get the hell out of there. And I was like, no, that's my Minneapolis, man. That's my city on the river, you know. That's my headquarters of industry and lumber of the Great Northwest, you know.
Same deal here. You know, people say, and asked me, and when the gun grab happened and all the shit that was going down there and all that sort of thing, why don't you come over here to the US? You know, you've got a green card. Everybody knows you fucking work over here. You can make your knives over here. Train with, you know, out there at 29 Palms. At the time, I just finished a contract doing rope work. You know, there's Australian rope rappel. We come down forward single-handed. Yeah, we come down forward, and so you can fire and all that sort of thing.
I did that off of Geronimo's Cliff in Fort Sill. I've done that.
Oh,
375 foot.
Wow. That thing at 29 Palms, it's only 150 feet.
But it only took me about 10 steps. It only took me about 10 steps.
Yeah, you don't need much. And you got good control all the way down. Yes or no?
It's not as scary as it looks, really. Or
Thank you.
Maybe I was young and dumb. That could be it. That's probably it.
No.
Yeah, that's what
You
it
just
was.
got to go in with an open mind, and you've got better control. You can actually put off, if you've got a decent weapon, and I must admit, the old M16 with a 203 launcher underneath it was pretty good to use one-handed coming down. You got your left hand controlling your descent speed and all that sort of thing. Coming down out of choppers, off cliffs. We used to do it every year on Australia Day. We'd go to the South Tower of Sydney Harbour Bridge on the western side, and we'd go down from there, and we'd perform to attack a couple of blokes in sandbags. We'd come down firing all the way. It was good for the public and all that sort of thing.
I only did it because Sergeant First Class Mims told me I could. So now you know.
Anybody can do it. Both my daughters have done it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. 12 and 14 at the time when they did it. Not off the Sydney Harbour Bridge, just a training wall at Holsworthy. I think it's 100 foot. No, it's not. It's something like that, 80 feet.
I actually have a need to know how to tie a bosun's seat because I got some tree work, and so I got a rope and a D-ring. What do? I forget.
There's a not channel on YouTube, KNOT channel. Teaches how to tie all the things. You just look it up and it'll teach you how to do it. And he's calm and it makes sense, clear, concise. He doesn't a waffle like I do.
Yeah, because I got some tree work to do, and I, don't have any money, so I got this rope and I got the D-rings. I don't know how I'm gonna make them tree gaffs though. I gotta make some gaffs for my fucking boots. Take some of my old winter boots, I guess. I don't know. But the only time I've really ever used those is on some palm trees, man.
You just reminded me, I've got to get my boots out for winter here too.
Winter? Yeah, you can have it. I'll send it over.
It's coming. It's coming. And that it was only like 6 degrees centigrade this morning, so like 39, 41, something like that. It's chilling down over night time here. Nice spring today, t-shirt and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, at night time, because I'm close to the desert, we're now starting to get to the chilly nights. Beautiful days. Good day for swimming. Good day for fishing, all that sort of thing. Don't be out there at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, yeah, don't be out at 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Ooh. And then what? All the critters crawling up where it's warm?
Yeah, mice. I'm catching 1 or 2 mice a night. It's always about the same time, around about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. And that snap, trap. A little bit later, snap, trap maybe. But yeah, 1 or 2 a night at the moment, because as it gets cold, they start moving in and out of the paddocks. And I've got millions of paddocks up here. Plus, I got 10 million metric tons of grain in bunkers up there. That's I keep on saying, this is a UN food supply for Adelaide and Melbourne.
I saw it on the map.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know.
The grain bunkers.
I'm waiting.
That's what I'm here.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. It's one of those things.
I'm gonna smoke a pipe.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to do this thing here, and it's like,
Oh no, Swiss seat's different, mate. Swiss seats similar to a bosun's chair, but a looping either way support that comes back to the same side, whereas the bosun's things cross over twice underneath and then hook up with the loop on the top. So, and you put your legs through the 2 different loops on the bosun's chair. The Swiss seat, you got one that both legs go through and you actually sit in. That's the difference.
Side saddle.
No. It's more like, you know what those carnival rides is? You're sitting in here and they put a single bar across.
Yeah.
Right. But you know, in a pram, you've got generally a bar across there, and then you've got the thing so the kid can't slide down. It goes between the legs. Right. So a bosun's chair, and that works out similar to the pram seat. So it's got one that goes around you. It's got 2. Your legs actually fit in it, so you can't. Then it goes up to a knot up above, and then hoist you, and they can drop you across between ships on that chair. So your legs are in there. Whereas the Swiss seat, it's got the single one across the front. You pull it up, and that's where you actually hold it. You hold it between your hand is your safety bar, so you don't slip out. So you grab hold of a Swiss seat, come down that way. So it's got no rope going down between your legs.
Oh yeah.
When you get a jerk, your nuts are still in one piece.
oh my god.
Hey, look, you learn these things through experience. Oh yeah, just do this, slip it on there, stand in there, and slip it out, and all of a sudden you come to a screech and stop. The rope gets blocked. It's like, no, I don't want to do this again. Swiss seat, much better. All right. For those that don't know nuts, you probably don't understand. That's all.
All right, give me 5.
Now, what was that song? Was it Metallica? The introduction to one of their tracks. Was it Fuel? Give me 5. Give me 6. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. I have to look at it. One of his members. There's a video of that. I'll find it for you there, mate. Now, what's I always generally use a Windsor knot. It goes around twice, comes in. It gives you a nice, thick, actual knot. So, unless you're wearing a slim jim. So, is it a slim tie or is it a fat tie? Do you want it to look real fat? Because I can show you that one. I'll get the video because my beard makes tying knots. I only do it once a year now. It's Anzac Day. It's the only day I wear a suit now. I have to wear one at the wedding. Where we go. Windsor knot? Right out.
Yeah, even Fox isn't mentioning anything. They got an article. What is this? MSN News. They're saying that's included in the coronavirus bill, and
Yeah, giving it.
they don't mention nothing about. Yeah, they're not mentioning anything about it. It says free coronavirus testing, expanding funding for food security programs.
There you go, Zoombait. I just posted a link in the channel.
Well, I'm just saying, they're not reporting the unemployment insurance and the Medicaid funding would strip the employment requirements for Medicaid and increase Medicaid funding through 2021. But they didn't mention anything else.
Hang tight. That was on the table in October.
Oh no! I'm coming back up.
Medicaid funding to for 2 years was back. That's why it was 2 years. It's to October 2021. That was in 2019. It's 2020 now, and they're just slipping it in now. They've been holding that one up for fucking heaps because they wanted to go back to Obamacare.
Right.
See, there's two sides of that. All right, and I understand you probably haven't read it all. Part of that is it breaks part of the Obamacare mandate and all that sort of thing, and individual choice. Two, the funding was in that. So, because Trump put in, well, we're going to break some of these rules, and that's how he slips it in, like the Democrats are trying to slip in the abortion funding. Right? Yeah? This is how politics is played. So that's been held up. So that's a good thing in there that they've got 2 years of funding in there, and it also breaks the thing. So you now, if you're in a state and you've only got one approved supplier or agent or whatever to go through, you can actually go into state now and get a better deal. So you're allowed to shop for the best deal for health insurance. It breaks another fucking one of these controls that Obamacare had, right out to the state-based thing. Because healthcare federal, you should be able to go anywhere in the US, and that you can have a supplier in Alaska, and as long as they can happily fucking look after you and translate it to where you're living in California, who gives a fuck if they're giving you the best deal? And a lot of these things like Kaiser, and that they're in all the states, but they're only based in one place, and they've been bleeding people dry. I know. I had a look at what Tracy was paying. That's why I ain't Kaiser. Fuck, mate. You think, hey, we got a bed over here? Nah. You got screwed. You've been getting screwed, and these guys have been getting rich on this. And it was all in there in Obamacare.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep, absolutely.
But also
Well,
written in Obamacare, the good times were going to come to a close too. Once everybody was on board and all that sort of thing, and they continued on and that, and Hillary took over and all that sort of thing, the government's been paying these guys fucking next to nothing. They were in a get-rich-quick scheme and then fucking bail out of the industry because the government would have taken over. And they knew it. And they all knew it. All the big ones do.
yep.
You know, ones would have fallen by the wayside. No one would give a shit. And that's how it's reading to me. And I suggest every American out there actually go through all 22,300 pages. It's 22,200 and something. Yeah, 300. Of what they table that, who was it? We gotta pass it so we can read it. Oh,
Right. Oh, what the hell? So we can find out what's in it. Yeah, I thought that was the biggest ripoff. She should have gone to jail for that. Misrepresentation, abuse of power. Gotta fucking vote for it to find out what's in it. Are you kidding me?
It was all out there if people cared to download it, but it only had 600 downloads when I got my website.
Yeah, ridiculous. It is time for pie.
Well,
The answer is pie.
here's a little inside information. Alan Trek, who's head of the PBS here in Australia, and that was had a request through Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade that he attend a meeting in the White House next week. So he's left the country, on his way over there. The PBS is our prescription benefit scheme, and what that does is goes out to all the drug companies around the world and that for the drugs that people need. So we've got all the doctors report what they've prescribed. Okay, so we know down to the pill how many prescriptions and that what for and all that sort of thing is there. So they will say, right, we're going to have an increase in this and that of 10% or 5% or whatever. So they'll buy the equivalent of what they used last year plus 10% in one big hit and negotiate a price. And that's all they do. These guys are hagglers. Right? And this is why we've just sent our 8th shipment, 747 chock-a-block full of antibiotics to the US. We've got a year's stockpile here in Australia. Trump is going to ask our blokes how to manage it and all that sort of thing in the short term until he gets the manufacturing facilities back online. That's the rumour. But this guy is the chief haggler that we've got for the PBS over here. He's very, very good. Listen to him. And I think he's neutral politically. Doesn't give a shit. Right, he's interested in. He knows. He's actually a pharmacist. He is a trained pharmacist. But he's also a trained accountant. So he knows how to run a pharmacy from a pharmaceutical corporation from a dollar perspective. So he knows what it costs to make this stuff and all that sort of thing. He's been very good at it. Like we get caught here. And so you're on the PBS. If your medications cost $30,000 a month, it's going to cost you $6. Oh yeah, that's how. Yeah, that's it. $6. Right, yeah. But aspirin that you can go to the supermarket and buy for 99 cents, $6. Right, generic antibiotics, right, yeah, which cost now generics fractions of a cent to make per pill, and you get 50 in a bottle and all that sort of thing. Total cost $2, $6. Right, yeah, it's all stabilised. Right. Because we're buying 1 million of these things that way. And we also buy an aspirin and all that sort of thing. We're buying all that sort of thing, codeine phosphate and all that sort of thing. I actually just banned codeine stuff here except over the counter, except by prescription. So, because there was a lot of folks extracting stuff out and doing shit with the silly shit.
Right.
So the same thing with the bloody cold and flu tablets and that pseudoephedrine stuff.
Sudafed, right.
Yeah, idiots fucking for everybody. but this is what they're doing at the moment, and so that's going to happen this week. So hopefully you're going to see a major change in how you do business. Like I said, reporting your market's up and down. It's been taking some dives. It's been going back up, and it's been very hard to read a couple of these small generic drug manufacturers in the US. Two of them, and that's the reason why I reported the price rise and then couldn't come out. Someone's just bought them out. So it's trade's been suspended, and I don't know what I'm going to get from the little price. But it went up from $1.60 up to $80. So, but I only bought $100 worth. So you never luck. But I'll make a couple of grand off of that, and that after tax. Yeah, I pay tax on shares over here because it's foreign, it's US market. So that's why we couldn't find it the other day. They got bought out by one of the big guys because they're making stuff now in the US. So I don't know how much money he took. Can you imagine? A guy walks into your office and that with 2 briefcases full of cash and says, "We'd like to buy your company, and this is the deposit."
Right.
Yeah. All right. How much more do you want?
Right.
So there's the other thing that we've been following, the 3 a.m. all-night sessions in the White House, meeting with the pharmaceutical industry and all that sort of thing. These are all dead set giveaways.
Well, and by the way, we want you to run it.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, they'll probably let him partner and all that sort of thing for a while, and then they fully take over.
Mm-hmm.
Emerald is a pie, right? I know he's a pie eater. Sort of like not like a paella, mate.
The pyreo. I gotta refresh. I'll be right back.
Yeah, paella. That's the only pie that Wiz doesn't eat. Oh, he might. I don't know. I was going to ask him. I think I screwed up that joke the first time around.
Oh man.
Do you eat paella?
Do I what?
Do you eat paella? It's like rice and seafood and all that sort of thing, and that done up in a big flat pan. It's a Spanish.
Sounds good as hell. Oh, I'd love to try it, but I don't think I've ever had it.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It's probably the only pie you haven't eaten. So.
What? Oh man. Pizza pie in Venice is the bomb. I really like it. In Venice and Florence. Oh man.
Well, paella ain't actually a pie. It's just it's raw. There's a trick to it. You pour in your stock. You peel your seafood and all that sort of thing. You get that in there. You throw your rice in, and that dry.
Right.
And let it all cook up in there, and you're getting it out at the right time. So it's all about timing, putting it together and getting it together so it's light and fluffy and all that sort of thing. So it's actually not as easy as they make it look. It's one of the things that took me about 20 goes to get it right. Seriously, I screwed up everyone for a long time. Watched so many videos. I met a Spanish couple up on the north coast of New South Wales. And I actually went back up there and stayed another weekend with them. They run an Airbnb up there.
Oh wow.
And I stayed with them for the weekend, again, just to learn how to do it properly. Come back, and the second go after the second trip, yeah, sweet. But once you do it right, it's magnificent. When you do it poorly, it sucks. So,
Right.
it's like a souffle. You do it right, it's magnificent. One little fuck up, and it's bleh. And even the taste ain't there.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of these wonderful foods out there. It's so easy to do. It's so easy to
I don't even mind quiche so much, but it's just like, ugh.
Well, look, I call it bacon egg pie, and that I don't use the fancy French term. It's bacon egg pie, and yeah, you can jazz it up. A few mushrooms, a few peppers, a shitload of ground pepper, chili flakes in there, stir it all up, and that. I generally throw the pie pastry in for about 5-10 minutes to harden up, so it doesn't get soft and that slimy lining on it, and that it gets some of the quiches get. So you harden up your exterior of your pastry and that, then pour in your stuff and finish it off, and you get a far better crisp and crackle on your pastry that way as well. So, but yeah, that's a bacon and egg pie. And we have it, and you can ask Tracy, we have it regularly for breakfast.
Yeah, sounds great.
You know, it's just all leftovers, and that and got plenty of eggs all the time because the chooks are always laying. So,
Right. But there is something to say. You take the hash browns and the eggs, and you get the hash browns on one side nice and crispy. Get the whole thing flipped over like a pancake. Then you break the eggs open on it. You've already got the bacon cooking on the side to keep the grease on the potatoes. And then after that, you just gravy and biscuits.
So risotto's the Italian and specifically North Italian version of a paella. But remember, there was big Spanish influence in that through the Vatican and the Spanish monk settlements after the Islamic invasion of Spain. And that, so they were all resettled down in northern Italy and all that sort of stuff. And
Right.
Risotto means rice pan in Italian, old Italian, sorry. Rice pan, and paella is cooked up in a special big round flat rice pan as well. So,
okay.
That's what I'm thinking where risotto and paella align. And then, the Italians hijacked it and they do more of the basil and the herby and the tomato and all that sort of stuff with it. Very good with chicken and all that sort of stuff. But the paella, Spanish is coastal, and that because behind there they've got the coastal swamps. That's where they used to get the rice, and they used to trade for it with the Portuguese. And they had colonies and all that sort of shit all the way through. And the Dutch. So they got big into the rice that way. So, long story, yeah.
Corned goat on rye. What's up, dude?
Hey, yeah. Hey, you got mustard with that?
Oh my!
Mustard and horseradish.
Cool.
Holy shit! Now that's a sandwich.
That's only half the sandwich.
With horseradish, that's showing a bit of class. Not enough people appreciate a good horseradish nowadays.
I never liked it as a kid, and I only acquired a taste for it probably after I was about 20, 25.
Yeah.
I just like that with mushrooms for some reason.
I still don't like mushrooms.
I love mushrooms. I love mushrooms.
Does my mic sound okay? I changed some settings.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Okay.
Hey, Canoes, that link you posted last night of the kid with the 200-watt laser.
Yep.
And that, he's done a 1,000-watt one since, and that based on a tattoo removal gun.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
And that, so I've got a thing out the back. You know what I don't know, is it 281 over there? Laser designator.
Okay, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Sit on the hilltop of that with your eyes on the target. You get the laser shining on the target. 30 miles away, plane launches a dumb missile and that, and it's got cruise wings attached onto it. It's basically a bomb.
Yep.
Right, but with wire guided fins and go up there.
Yep.
But they launch them. They do a big loop, but when it's about halfway up, it launches the thing. So this thing goes ballistic and then comes down and just plays cruise missile coming in, and it can cover 60 miles. Some of the ones we use are just what we call blivets. They're cast concrete.
I remember hearing that the U.S. Navy was using those in Vietnam. On just their cheap ass Mark 82 dumb bombs.
Yeah.
And there's a picture. I'm gonna have to dig it up. It was like a single engine piston powered plane I think it like the Corsair or something. They were still using it in Vietnam. It was the last conflict they used it at. The Navy, they dropped.
Lady Liberty's just popped in. Hi, everybody. Much love. I can't come on. I'm on crackhead duty in my truck. Oh, I can't wait to get out of here. Sounds like someone's trying to knock a truck off or stuff, and she's got to sit inside it with a bloody weapon and that.
Lock and load, lady. Lock and load.
Hey, look, prayers and that, and quick reflexes to you, darling.
Mm-hmm.
You and yours, stay safe. God love you.
Yeah, like, oh my God, she's on crackhead duty in my truck. Oh my God. So this is basically having to guard her truck so they don't mess with her truck, kind of shit. Wow.
Simple. And the rest of the world can get fucked. He's there whether you like it or not. That's not a choice. That's just it.
Right.
I love all these folks and that. Oh, you can't prove he exists. And that, and I go, what about all this and all that sort of thing and all that sort of thing? No, that's not proof. No, show me he doesn't.
Yeah.
And then they live in their head rent free for the next 48 hours. There is Fried Jack. Nice. Fried Jack.
Welcome back. Yeah, Jack's from Australia. I know Big had asked earlier about, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm not been watching the YouTube chat. Where are we? I'm not seeing some of this chat. Oh, hang on, there it is. Bika Yo Bardi. Where does Mr. Jack live? I live in a little town called Dimboola. Dimboola. It's on the edge of the little desert here in Australia. We've got a fucking big desert out here too. But this is the little one. So if you find Dimboola, I'll type it in Dimboola. And if you look up on Google Maps.
All right, lady. Yeah.
Dimboola Blade Works. You'll find me there. I'm the local blacksmith here. Not a big place. Only one blacksmith in town. Yeah. No. Hey, you look absolutely darling. I got caught on the move down here with a trailer full of stuff and all that sort of thing, and the trailer broke down. And I wasn't going to leave that on the side of the road for no one and all that sort of thing. And I waited quite a few hours for a friend of mine to drive up and help us because I just didn't want to risk it. So, know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, there it is.
Well, you're welcome, Zoom, and you're a nice bloke as well. You know, so everyone's good.
Here's what I was talking about.
That's all good.
Douglas Sky Raider. They were dropping fucking toilets.
Yep. Hey, just the down porcelain whacking you on the bonds, and that's you're not going to be real healthy at the end of it. True. Hey, look, these
inbound ballistic shitter.
Look, during Vietnam, we had P3 Orions cruising off the coast of Vietnam, and all these little supply boats, those little things. Iron bombs went straight through the fucking things and exploded underneath them and left them out of the water. If they're going straight through them, I said, fuck it. So we started using cast concrete. Just put a couple of tack screws on there with some fins, and it's the same thing. You're not wasting a huge amount of money on explosives and stuff and all that sort of thing. Because even, 1/4-inch plate steel, the little patrol boats that they had out there and all that sort of thing, 1,000 pounds of concrete would go straight through the deck, straight through the bottom of the thing, and they'd be underwater in half an hour.
At least faster than that, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? No, well, you got watertight compartments and all that sort of thing, but you put an 18-inch hole top every floor all the way through to the bottom. Yeah, it's going to go down.
Right.
You do it to an aircraft carrier two or three times, but like
Do a deck.
the thing, aircraft carriers have got 4-inch steel on their deck. They don't have 1/4-inch plate.
Oh yeah, so it wouldn't get it go through that.
Well, the simple design specs as set out by Nimitz. 4-inch plate, 4-inch gap, 4-inch plate, 4-inch gap, 4-inch plate, 4-inch gap, and that is the standard top, and they haven't changed it since Nimitz wrote that spec.
Oh wow.
You got 16 inches of steel and 16 inches of air gap for expansion, with venting systems in between those stuff, and that with the solid steel down below. So any impact weapons or fire on board or whatever, like say someone does a kamikaze and you've got a deck full of loaded ammunition, those things will do more damage than a direct bomb. Because it's massed and spread. But a single bomb coming in will probably penetrate the first 2 layers, blow off, big hole in the first sheet, big hole in the second sheet, but below that it's spread out, it'll fight back, and because it's vented, that expansion is deflected away.
Right.
And the only people in the world that ever fucking built one were the Brits, and that the same way, and it sent them broke. Well, I agree. Mr. Aaron's famous.
Yeah, Aaron. He's
He's got his own Twitch and followers and all that sort of stuff, and it's been mentioned quite a few times on a few different places. Find Aaron all over Google. Who's 20, Jack? 20? 20.
20.
I'm trying to think. I know 12B Georgia. He's a nice guy.
Oh, canoes.
Canoes. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, canoes is famous.
Yeah.
And
Canoes
he's
to the
got a
moon.
bloody good corn goat on ride too, by the looks of things. It's got me thinking. Snacks. Because damn an all-powerful federal government, who wants that? So this is what we've been fighting over here for 26 years. They're trying to control everything. And sometimes it backs off and all that sort of thing, but unless people stand up, stand in their face and say, no votes for you,
No shit.
they just keep on following what their master's doing. And you got to admit, pretty much every politician in the world is owned by someone. And that's why Trump is such a breath of fresh air. He doesn't even own himself. Because he's trying to do things for everybody else, which is actually what a patriotic president should do. I had my doubts. I actually bet on him to win. I had my doubts about quality, but he was so far better than all the other options. He had to back the bastards, eh? And he's actually coming up pretty damn good.
Aaron Holtz. Okay, I'm gonna check this out. Oh, a second.
Not being rude, Bicker. I'm going to actually knock that thing off. I can't on that Twitch. I'm going to ask you to retract that post. Not being rude. We don't put out. If people got a screen name and all that sort of thing, I'm Jack Johnson. You can find me. John Matthew Johnson is the proper name. I'm easy to find. I run a business here, all that sort of stuff. I've started a political party over here. I'm not really a public person, but there's nothing about me you can't find out. But yeah, for folks who use names like tow truck and all that sort of stuff, please don't mention their full name unless invited.
Finally built it.
Herringbag yours. Oh, sorry. You're like Baron Holtz, Mr. Corn.
Canoes is what he's talking about.
No, I saw the post and that about tow truck. And that's what I was responding to, though. Yeah, the other ones, you're like Baron Holtz, Mr. Corn, says Raven. All right. Cheers, lady. And sorry there, Vicar. And that, I saw the first one. I like to look after the folks in here if I can. So, and I'm a little bit behind and I ain't been watching the chat as I should have. I'm actually lagging out here in the chat. Let me just see.
Oh, so he was in The Hunt. Ike Barinholtz was in The Hunt. He's one of the actors there. And I have never seen that yet.
Isn't he the older moon-faced guy, thinning hair?
No.
Well, that's 12 seconds, and that so I can see. I just wrote test, and that started counting in 12 seconds. So I'm late. And restream was about 5 seconds behind that. Oh, what's that one there, battery? That's you got it up and working. That's your crow?
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
I don't have a signal test yet. So far, it looks pretty cool.
You got a 9-volt battery?
Well, I got a 9-volt power supply.
No. It's you got a 9-volt battery and a little LED, and that'll give you a signal. You said.
Well, I do have a 9-volt battery yet, but I put it somewhere and I don't remember where.
All right. Hey, look, just a pen light. If you got a 1 to 2 volt LED and a AA battery, that'll all you need.
There it is.
I keep on forgetting. In the US, your most common LEDs are only short voltages because you've got regulations. Over here, we can have 5, 10 volt things, especially the blue ones, which are banned over in the US. You can't have 5 volt blue LEDs. Hey, Zoom, how you doing?
Oh, good. Just
Cool.
rest. I'm just resting my knee after I fell yesterday on some railroad ties out front.
Oh, be careful, man.
Don't do
Yes,
that.
sir. Yeah, my knee went right down on the railroad tie.
Oh,
I can't get
I
this to
felt
stay
that.
in the jack.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
So if you've got a 1.5 volt battery and one of those standard LEDs you've got in the US, you'll get the frequency of oscillation in the LED as your frequency output on the signal, and it should be a square wave. And that if it's a Neo, whatever, who's it's gone too far, gone for the thing, connector in the LED, or if it's a antimony or whatever the thing connector is in there, it'll have it'll go up fast, but it'll jiggle on the top a little bit. That's
Yeah,
for your output. That's
I'm
for
really
your output.
curious. You're building, so you built your own oscilloscope.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's
yeah.
cool.
Over the last couple of weeks, haven't you been watching?
I know. He had the components.
Hey Jack, Emerald, I got some 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C for Arch. Would that help with this virus going around that boosts my immune system?
So it's in a pill.
It's it's you put it in your water.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, there we go.
yeah, that stuff's all right, but only use half of it, mate, during
Yes,
the
sir.
day. Now, the human body can only absorb so much vitamin C in
Yes,
X
sir.
amount of time, and a lot of it, when you go to the bathroom, you're just wasting it. So turn that
Yes,
into a
sir.
jug and drink it over a day, and like
Yes, sir.
2 days. Put it back in the fridge, put it in a bottle. Have a quarter in the morning, quarter in the evening. Next morning, have the next quarter, and that way you get as much as your body can contain and retain in your system, and you're not wasting it, and you're getting more life out of it. You got to think of
Yes, sir.
practicality. So the average person can absorb about maximum of 700 milligrams of vitamin C. That's 1,000. Go to 500, and you're doing pretty damn good in a day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're closing all the schools around here, closing
Yeah,
events.
Over here, the school, the college here in town is going to be closed on Monday. No one out here is getting affected, but they're closing. Or that's the order, statewide.
Yes,
Got
sir.
to do what the state says. I know.
I think that's what they're doing here. They're closing things down where people don't have to stay in their houses for 2 weeks or a week. Because that's what everybody's thinking that's going to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, we've got about 100 folks over in Italy on various tours over at the moment. And Italy's locked down; they can't do this and all that sort of thing.
Yes,
So
sir.
we're doing a deal with the Italian military. They're sending helicopters out to a couple of these hotels. They're going to pick up the people, bring them down to a single little airport, and we've got a Hercules
Yes, sir.
C-130 on the way over there. That's going to land down there, throw everybody on there. If anybody needs treatment or whatever, there's going to be a surgical team on that. It's like an airborne little hospital stuff.
Yes,
So
sir.
they're geared up for this. And bring them back to a military base and just stick them in the old jail out there in the military base, because army
Yes,
base,
sir.
those things. But it's all individual cells and they're all got their own windows going out and all that sort of stuff. So there's no air conditioning, no common stuff. It's a perfect place to isolate folks. And that's
Yes, sir.
21 days.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Yeah,
Carol, how you doing?
I won't be on too long because my dad just got back to work. He's had a lot of knee problems.
Yeah,
With
you were
his
saying.
knee. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just wanted to hop on real quick.
No
let
problems.
me
You're
know.
welcome on any time.
Yes, sir. I was letting everyone know what was going on in my area.
Yeah.
Right.
Stores are
We had snow all day.
My respects to your dad, and I wish his knee is all good and he can chop back
yes,
into
sir.
work and that, and everything's all good.
Got
Glad you got
gotta go out
some
back
more
soon.
supplies in. So
Everybody's locked
Yes,
up.
sir.
You're doing good there, bud. Doing good.
Yes, sir. I got 3 more cases of water today from Kroger. My dad's at work. He saw him and he put him in the back room where he keeps his water and ice chest at, and he hit him because
Yeah.
they're not gonna get any more
hey,
trucks in.
Zoom bait, Zoom bait.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't really say that sort of thing because your dad works there. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
It's all
Right.
good.
Kroger, right?
It's
Fred Meyer is completely out of toilet paper.
Nothing wrong with it, mate, and that we all know it happens and that. But hey, look,
Yes,
in today's world, a lot of people like to complain because they like to complain.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's sad.
as soon as they put food out or drinks out, people come in droves and get them like they're.
Yep, I agree. Hey, look, I was surprised today. I was like I said, you the little supermarket. Not a skerrick of toilet paper, not one packet of flour left. All
Well,
the tinned hams and all the tin corned beef, that was gone.
yes, sir.
I picked up some corned beef today. They were all out of carrots.
Hey, look, not being
Uh,
rude for a bit, gents. I'm going to have to duck off here. I want to give Tracy a call and do a few other things. So I'll be back in a little while. I'll just sit in the background here. We've got a full board anyway. So someone stick their camera on and say good day. We'll get out.
I can't. I got my board up because I don't have my power system. I got it. I'm rationing my power so I can stay online.
Completed unit.
all right, Emerald tow truck and Canoe's battery. I better head off too before my dad gets home.
All right, you have a good one, bud. Stay.
Yep.
We'll talk to you in chat.
Don't get in trouble.
All right. Bye.
All right, bud.
Bye.
So you've got this the oscilloscope you were trying to talk about.
Yeah. Anybody know anything about the DS 138? DSO 138?
No, I'm learning everything right here. That's what I was saying. I was like, I was really interested in it because I haven't tried to put one together yet.
Man, it comes in 2 parts. You got the circuit board. The one package is the circuit board and the screen.
Okay.
You got to open the case. Don't come together. But if I decided I didn't want this anymore, I could sell it on eBay for twice what I paid
Oh wow.
because it's assembled.
Right. Okay. Well, that's cool.
Plastic is a little bit dirty.
But I
It's
mean,
not easy to put together.
that's pretty
Had no
cool.
instructions. Had 0 instructions.
And everything works.
Yep. Well, as far as I know, everything works. I got to test something. And I didn't catch what Jack was saying.
Any battery.
Huh?
Any battery. And then hook it up to an LED light. It'll give you a frequency range of what it's using on the. It should be a square wave and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I don't have any way to do that.
No, you got little LEDs. You could
No,
even do it on a small scale.
I have the LED lights up in the ceiling.
Well, I mean, you got some little lights maybe somewhere out of some of the components that you've got sitting on the side.
There's one in here. But I'm going to have to take it apart again because right here, there's a jack. Well, there's a hole right there.
Yeah.
And there's a ground wire I'm supposed to put in. Just a piece of metal. Probably resistor leg. All I need to put there.
Oh,
And
really?
that's to calibrate it.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have anything to put that in there yet. And I haven't got my solder station put together.
Oh, yeah.
There's my solder station.
Right?
My stuff's a mess. Yeah, it's been a struggle to get all my stuff put together.
I know.
And then
I get that. Well, you see my solder station, right?
no,
You didn't watch that latest video?
probably got a Weller, right?
Huh?
You got a Weller?
Yeah. And
Used to have one of those.
it's on the video. I don't really remember the brand name or anything, but I spent a little bit of money on it, and I got a good one.
Expensive.
Huh?
They're expensive.
Yeah, it's got the tip sensor, and the so I get a actual reading from the tip, and set the temperature.
I saw a soldering iron yesterday. It had a auto feed.
Oh wow! Yeah,
It was
with
a gun with an auto feed.
Oh wow! Was it like a trigger deal, or was it just a button?
Yeah. You pull the trigger, and it's I guess it feeds the solder slower than the heat. But the heat is instant.
Oh wow!
And I got some lights for this box. I'm gonna put a light here and a light here. This is gonna be my portable one that I use for camping.
Now is that switch on that box there got lighted?
I don't have a.
Is that lit? Is that a lit switch?
This is the USB.
Oh,
And it goes through the voltage.
all right.
I can charge this thing. It's almost down to 25 volts. Gets down to 23, it shuts off. That's the minimum that the BMS can handle.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to build this box. This one's got an inverter. Oh shoot, the seal came out. Yeah, that's what I get for Harbor Freight, huh? See, I got a inverter there.
Yeah.
And a converter there. That little inverter, that little converter I had, I decided to keep it. I'm going to put it on that one. I'll run these.
Okay, cool.
They're 12-volt lights, so I can't run it off the 24. Wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be prudent. That's why I couldn't close this properly. The seal came off. There, that works.
That works good. Yeah.
But I'm building up to the big bucks. But I do this, now I'm going to have to buy some more batteries. I was talking to somebody that is building the same thing I'm building, but using 18650s. I was like, you ever thought of using headways? Oh, was it you? Yeah, you're the ones building with 18650s. It's doable. A lot of those electric bikes, they use the same thing.
Right. And that's what I was saying. My brother's got one. What is that?
Back?
Popcorn.
Ooh, dang, tow truck. No, I want popcorn. Hey, check us out. One year we went to Oregon Coast for our annual training, and my section, we were the ground radio section, and that's HF,
Yeah.
like ham,
Super.
and we were the ones that ran the club at night.
Oh wow.
Well, people were buying beer, not a lot. Go out, they were talking. It's like we need to pump up some sales. I got it. Let's make some popcorn.
Thirsty.
I made some popcorn, and pretty
Right.
soon people were coming up for popcorn, and then they started drinking more. It really
Yeah.
pumped up our sale.
It does. That and salted nuts.
Oh. This big box, I already wired a couple items to it. Right here, I have a strict 12-volt plug,
Oh, good deal. Yeah.
and down here is another USB like the other one.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Those were both, the USBs were bought for the big box, but they weren't much. So I can buy more.
Right.
I need to get into that stuff to power my my tricycle.
No fun.
Yeah, I need about a 2,000-watt motor, I think.
Tow truck. They
Uh-huh.
on eBay. They sell 36-volt batteries already built.
Mm-hmm.
They're 18650 batteries with a BMS built in,
Oh wow.
and it has the XT60 connectors. So it makes for building something like that pretty good, pretty easy.
Mm-hmm. You can
Probably put 4 of those in parallel.
How much are they though?
I'd have to look, but it's on eBay through alarm hookup.
alarm hookup. All
Yeah.
right.
Keep telling us about alarm
Pennsylvania.
hookup, but I've tried to look them up, but
I believe they're in Pennsylvania. Extra parts.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to put some motors on my tricycles.
well,
How much would a battery like that weigh?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It's 36 volts, and the RMS voltage of each cell is 3.7. So you divide that, and I'm not sure if any of them are parallel in the past.
I'm just saying, how much do I got to carry with me? Do you think they're 15 pounds, 20 pounds?
Are you gonna have one motor or 2?
Well, they make hub motors, so I would have one, probably a 2,000-watt
Okay.
motor.
I'm having really bad echo. Looks like it's coming off a Wizard.
oh, it's probably me. I'm trying to look up on eBay alarm hookup, but I'm not exactly sure.
Just look up 36-volt battery.
Okay.
There'll be other listings too.
But is that something that can?
They're $100 a piece. There's one for
Really?
it's only 10 amp hours. It's $106. This one's
Well, those
98,
It's
96.
a hoverboard battery.
Lithium ion battery, 750 watt e-bike, BMS, bicycle, e-bike, electric pack, USA.
Can you pop that link into the chat?
They're out of hoverboard.
They're off of a hoverboard.
Yep.
Hold on a second. I'm looking through some of this stuff and just.
How-
For smart self-balancing.
Yeah, they got BMS.
This one says
Liberty's here.
yeah, but I'm not.
So there's approximately 10 batteries.
Yeah,
No,
the most
actually,
of them are showing up a 10 amp hour battery here. I'll just pick one of these here and get the link real quick. There we go.
actually, it kind of depends on how heavy you are.
Well, that's the thing. Our tricycles weigh quite a bit because we can let them out of mild steel. So we're pushing somewhere around 50 pounds there. And then
You might have to go with two motors.
It's not going to let me post the link. It's too big.
Oh, okay.
Post it in sensor wars.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
But I'm thinking about building a power wall with those.
Jesus Christ, what are you going to put a foghorn on it?
So what?
A foghorn?
Foghorn.
How come you need that much power for a car alarm?
No. Power wall. Doesn't help.
Oh, god damn.
I posted it on my page.
All right. Thanks, Wiz. Now if we could fix that feedback.
All right, let me refresh.
I tried one of these lights. It blinded me for a while. They're bright.
Oh, I was doing something cool the other night, man. With a flashlight on StreamYard. Let me get my flashlight. I don't know, it just looks cool. Like you just pop it.
Oh, Truck, didn't you have a really long beard?
I did. I think it's part of an eagle's nest now. Bing.
Oh!
Isn't that cool? That's pretty cool.
Makes the screen go white.
Yeah, but I like how the cross comes in it and stuff. It's pretty cool. That's one of them chips, you know. Right, sucker.
I got one of those that can also break the glass in my car. And
Colonel Shaw.
Oh yeah.
I can use it to charge my phone too, but it doesn't work too well for that. Charges the phone halfway.
Cleveland is the polka cat. Man, you never been to Minnesota now. Come on.
Is that where Weird Al's from?
Weird Al.
Yeah,
He's
you
from
never heard of Weird Al?
Mars. That dude is from outer fucking space.
His father was a polka. He had a polka band, and they toured all over the country.
Oh yeah, Frankie Yankovic. Frankie Yankovic. Mm-hmm. That's right. I forgot that.
Since this battery is
Take
lightweight,
me.
it's just a regular ammo box. I'm going to put those two lights right here and put a switch up on the top. I got a light to walk around the camp.
Oh, nice, nice. Hey, I saw a flashlight the other day had a regular flashlight in front, but then the sides were other flashlights. So you could aim one down at your feet, you could aim one up at the trees, and you could aim one down the path.
I just got another idea. Because I built this primarily to charge my phone. I can put a pocket right here, put my phone in.
Let's
Maybe a
see.
waterproof pocket.
It,
Doesn't do
I'll
water.
mount it on the outside. On the outside of the box, like on the lid or something. Yeah.
Well, I got the charging port on the outside, so the phone has
Yeah.
to be on the outside.
well, if you put it on the top, where you could use it.
Right, where it could be set.
On the top, I got the handle. There's no room for it.
It's a big ass phone battery.
I know. Fucking-
Just saying.
It's for camping. Eventually, I'll have a way to charge it up too out there. I have solar panels.
Yeah.
Just don't have a way to hook it up to this. I'm still learning this stuff.
Well, if you use a MPPT charge controller,
Wait, an MPPT something this size?
yeah, you can get those smaller MPPT charge controllers. Just the little ones, man. And they'll handle a 36 volt or 24 volt. You can get them to where they handle those voltages. MPPT doesn't usually care. 12, 24, 36, 48. It doesn't matter, usually.
Where the heck would I put it?
You would probably put it on the back of your panels and let the cord be your connection for your charge set. And all you need into your charge set is into the power output.
I thought you meant put it on this thing. There's no room.
Right. No, but I'm saying the charge controller could go on the back. You can have it rigged up, componentized using MC4 connectors.
The bigger ammo box has 2 of these batteries.
Well, it's going to end up being like a small. It's going to end up being like a decent sized suitcase kind of thing if you run like 4 panels or something. The 100 watters. I just bought 4 100 watt panels for $300.
Oh.
Yeah, after shipping. So I was like, yeah. I'm hooking those up tomorrow actually on my system. So I'm gonna.
I can get a 100 watt panel for $75, $80.
Yeah. I bought 4 of them, and the bill was $300 off eBay.
I can get the cheapos at Harbor Freight.
Or you can get 4 of them you get 4 100 watters direct off eBay after shipping. That was the whole bill.
Oh,
eBay.
That's what you pay after shipping.
$300 after shipping for 400 watts, 400 100 watt panels.
That shouldn't take long to charge.
Well, I've got 4 on. Well, I'm running 4 deep cycle, 115.
Now, I have a portable solar panel, but it's 4 panels, but it's not that powerful. It's only 25 watts total.
Yeah,
I
it's going
just
to take
had
a long
to
time to charge a decent
It's got
battery.
a USB. It's got a USB jack inside it.
Yeah. But you would probably want 2 panels of 2 100 watt panels. It'll be like a briefcase. You can even put a hinge on them, so they fold on each other. Huh?
I just thought about it, trying to figure out a way to use that panel to charge this battery, but it can't.
Not really.
This battery
No.
is 24 volt. That puts out 5.
Right.
I just started laughing my ass off because if
Well, it would trickle charge it.
if battery's saying that his phone charger battery is this big and he's got a portable solar panel, I'm thinking that fucker's about this big.
If need be, I can charge the phone with the solar panel.
Yeah.
It's got a USB jack. So.
Right. But if you took 2 of them, that would work out well. You could use one of those cheapy $30 charge controllers. They sell them on eBay, about $30, $35 MPPTs, right? And you just glue it to the back of one of the solar panels, wire everything together in there, so that when it's opened up, all the wires are stretched. Okay, they're tight, and then you turn around and leave the excess cables coming out that plug into your box. And that's all you got to do.
hook up 2 of those that I've got.
Sure.
It's a Sauki.
I don't. What are you talking about? Hook up 2 of those. I'm talking about the 100-watt solar panels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Video stalled again.
Well, if you got 2 100-watt solar panels, you're in the ballpark there. You know,
We're having one some
because the charge controller doesn't care what it doesn't matter to the charge controller. It will measure what's coming into it, and it'll measure what's going out of it. It'll read your batteries, and it'll say, "Oh, this is a 24-volt system, or this is a 36-volt system." Okay, or this is a 12-volt system. Okay, great. This is how I deal with the batteries. And then it deals with the what's coming in from the panel separately. So if you got 200 watts at 200 volts coming in, you can still charge a 36-volt battery.
So I wouldn't need to match the voltage?
No. Not at all.
I wouldn't need 24 volts of solar panels?
No.
Oh, okay.
You could if you wanted to.
Wow. My phone was like 5%. Like a half hour ago. And I plugged it into that battery. It's 100% now.
Yeah, you can unplug it now, and then it'll stop. It'll stop the drain. Yeah,
that's a 20 amp battery.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a 20 amp battery, but the jack is only 3 amps.
Correct. It's a distribution set.
So how do you figure milliamp henries?
How do you what?
Henries. Like the amount of volume of charge that's in a battery at a certain rate. Like,
you can get into the individual stuff, but generally your batteries need to be all of the same caliber, all of the same class, preferably made at the same batch if you're going to join them together.
So,
the same battery hookup, they test them where they ship them out. But I slapped them together before I balanced everything.
Right. I used my charge controllers have not my cheap ones, but my good ones got a balancing equalizing feature. Yep.
One of these.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't use this on the battery pack because it's only 18 volts. I can charge individual cells, but not the whole pack.
Right.
Because the battery pack will be 23 volts. This, if it's dead, and this is only 18.
That's its max output.
I was trying to find one that's stronger than that. Guess I have to use an MPPT.
Right, the charge controller. Yep. PV charge controller. Yep.
But that one that I'm having a problem with, I put a new BMS on it, and it had nothing out. The old
really?
BMS had 5 volts. So
wow.
I'm going to take it apart and use this to balance it.
Oh, okay.
I need a connector to go to 6 or 7 batteries.
Won't the BCM do that automatically? Won't the BCM do that automatically?
BCM?
Your BCM that it balances the load.
Right, but something's wrong with the BMS.
Right.
Remember when I had 4 batteries backwards? I had 3 going one way and 4 going the other way.
Well, you said you replaced it.
Yeah, I replaced it with a new one, but with the new one, I had nothing.
Oh, it didn't read anything?
Yep. It quit working completely.
Well, what's your voltage coming off the batteries?
Nothing.
Individually?
Well, I haven't taken it apart yet.
I was going to say.
I could check the voltages.
Yeah, on each of the batteries. You could. That's what I would do. That's the first thing I do is ascertain what each individual cell is doing.
I was just frustrated that I didn't get anything out of it. Man, these are garbage now. Huh?
No, maybe. You just got to test them out. Just stick an ammeter on them.
I bought this multimeter.
Yeah.
It's a clamp.
Okay. Cool.
And when I was doing the soldering,
Right.
look where it was touching the soldering iron.
Oh,
Melted the
broke
heck
the
out of it.
steel.
Oh shit.
And I bought this case separately.
You know, I've just come to. You know what? I've given up on buying a kick-ass ammeter anymore. I like the cheap little pieces of shit they got at Harbor Freight because I can keep them everywhere. They're $5 a piece, you know, and you can keep them everywhere in the shop and one on each workbench, so you ain't gotta. Where the hell's that damn ammeter? You know,
I got a meter for that battery box I'm building, the big one, and it'll do all kinds of functions. And you hook it up to some relays, and if it goes over voltage or over current, it trips the relay.
Right.
And then once it, you get everything under control, it turns the relay back on.
Oh, okay.
I find that the cheap ones are much more fun when you smoke them.
Back, wife's calling.
Henry. Yeah, the cheap ones are much more fun to smoke.
Yeah. Hey, battery. Here, check this out.
Oh, he's on a phone call.
Oh, okay. That's my building Emerald City group, and it's got the latest video on there of my of a power system I put together. I finally put it in a box, put it under the house, hooked it up to an inverter.
Right, the pine box. What did you make a new video where the ending is an upside down?
Pine. It's oak.
Oh. Did you make a new video where the ending isn't upside down?
Yeah.
Cool, because I thought that was kind of cool. It reminded me of a bat cave. Everything was hanging from the ceiling, man.
Yeah, the other part was in Australia.
That was an Australian video.
No, but I corrected that and re-uploaded it.
Very nice, very nice.
And I'm going to be making a couple more videos showing what we've been doing over the last few days as well, with all the landscaping and the trees and all that shit.
I want to see the trees, man.
You want to see the trees?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm going to be putting up the other 4 panels tomorrow. I might video that too.
I don't know why I got the munchies tonight.
That's what I'm saying. You ate all that popcorn. It's gone. You even ate the hard kernels, man. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm better making a popcorn than that. I don't have no hard kernels.
No shit. Checks. Rice checks.
Oh, I didn't know you could see me right through them. There's a hole in your story, man. Oh, you know what's so good? They call it puppy chow.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier today. That's weird. Yeah, they call it puppy chow. It's like peanut butter and chocolate and then brown sugar. And it comes out looking like dog food.
Yeah, you need that cocoa.
We used to make that for the kids all the time. And then a buddy of mine came over one time and we had a bowl of it. And he was like, what's that, dog food? And I was like, no, it's kids' treat. And he starts eating and he's like, oh, this is pretty good. Well, it was about a month later. He comes over and we had the dog food underneath the counter bar, right? But we have it in a container. So he thought we just put the kids' treats down on the floor so the kids could get into it and eat it. it was the dog man. He's grabbing a big handful of it. He's like, this doesn't taste like the stuff we had before. I said, cut this. I was like, dude, that really is dog food. He's like, so he finishes off the last few pieces he had in his hand anyway. So he's like, it's not too bad.
White rice.
He goes, it's really not that bad.
Coronials. I love it. I love it. So, Emerald, how about that $1 million idea?
Yeah, what is this $1 million idea? You got to tell me.
We go around and find all these people that are sick and in the hospital and dead, and we take care of their household for them. We go over there and collect all their important paperwork. And we put it all in one of them load your own box, freight boxes, right? Bring it out to your place, stack them out there in the back 40. Their relatives can come and get it whenever they want to. And then we board up the house so that the looters don't get in there and destroy it, and secure the joint. Put up a couple cameras so they can monitor it, right?
Yeah.
And then we start an auction house. All right now with a $3 bill and a 3 and a 3 and a half and a half and a half, and right now a $5 bill, and let's get a 10 and a 10.
10.
What's gonna happen to all this shit, man? Yeah, where's it gonna go?
Well, yeah, end up going somewhere.
I mean, if you ain't afraid of no ghost virus,
You couldn't take it with them.
Mingle among the zombies and take care of some people's shit for them.
Well, I don't think it's going to get that bad here, to be honest with you.
All right.
I wouldn't even start worrying about it at all. Because it's like, I mean, the regular flu kills more people than this thing has. Even in these countries that have been, ravaged by it, the numbers aren't as bad as the flus we deal with on a regular basis here.
Well, what about the economic side of it? Everybody's going to get kicked out of their places and foreclose on their mortgages, and they're going to lose their damn rental properties and their apartments and all that shit. Who's going to move all this shit around? Who's going to keep all this shit for these people so they don't lose their entirety of their world?
That's part of the problem. Yeah, I see what you're saying, though. But yeah, it's
this guy.
Right, there you go.
Just an idea. There's got to be an angle, man.
Well, I'm sure. I'm not sure how you would approach that.
Or we could start an anti-looter squad.
That's called Oath Keepers kind of stuff, man.
Yeah. Oh, I got this. I think I got this. Wait, I need a dinger. Here we go. I realized far too late. No, whatever. Is that better, Aaron?
That's better.
All right.
Hey, Emerald, I got a question.
Okay, what's that?
Do you have a spot welder?
I have a TIG, and I've got an arc welder, and I've got
I'm talking something small enough for batteries. Something for batteries.
Well, I've got the soldering irons. I got the irons.
I bought one of those jump starters at the Goodwill. Had a good battery in it, and I figured I'd turn that into a spot welder.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, that might work. You have to make sure you get your There'd have to be there's a limiter switch in there so that it doesn't overamp deliver. You might have to put on a heavy duty potentiometer on that so that you can so you could get the bigger amperage out of it. But you're going to drain the battery fast that way. You know what I'm saying? The more arc you have, the more you feed, the shorter the time you'll have on the battery.
It'll be plugged in.
Don't forget about the timer.
Yeah. I've watched plenty of videos on how to make them. So one of my projects. When I get my shop built.
Huh. Cool. But yeah, the MC4 connectors on the solar stuff make things go together really nicely. I've actually put the MC4 connectors on. I've actually made the cables. So yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm out of popcorn.
You're out of popcorn.
Hey, Jojo. I'm going to find an article for you. It's the Mr. Trump's plan protecting mortgages and all that sort of thing. There is an act in there that he's brought out.
What are those?
Solar.
Those are connectors for the solar MC4s?
I forgot what it's called. If that's what you're talking about.
That doesn't look like what I'm talking about. But yeah, Jack, did you get the? He went away to go get some more snacks or something. He's jealous because I got pies. He's trying to figure out a tow truck snack.
After I finished chatting with Tracy, I'll call back later. Made some melted cheese on the toast. Tomato puree underneath the cheese, so reddish, black pepper on top. Well, I don't know canoes. It's Sunday night there, so more than likely.
Hey, Florida.
Runs into Tanya Sharma, just ask her to drop by here and put the link in for before she does the show, so we can actually have a look. And if it's on early enough, we can restream it again here. Hey, there's Aaron. How you doing?
Hey, Aaron Tires. What's up?
Yes,
Yep.
Put one of the wires through there. And hook it to relays.
Monitors the output.
That'll control. Hook it off.
Oh, the thing. That's the colour of my whiskey now. And so this is, I really should have this is going to take a couple of months to get that good smoky colour and all that. So I should have recharged the barrel while it was dry.
Huh.
Tastes wonderful, man. My own.
Okay. You drop a little caramel in there or something?
That's the traditional fix, okay? You char your caramel and you put it in and dissolve it and mix it through. I've never actually done it. I quite like that, the taste of that. It does taste smoky. It does taste a lot smoother.
Oh yeah.
It just doesn't have the colour, and that which is the tannins out of the timber when you char it. So, remember, this is not 100-year aging or 50-year aging. This is me doing it in 3-4 weeks. I got lazy to char
Right.
This is what happens when you harvest your pot plants at the same time as you're making a batch of whiskey. Why?
Hey, battery. Check this out. This is what I'm talking about.
Video. Yeah, that's what the plugs are for.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't see how that was the same, but these are the that's like a positive one here. This is the negative. This is the insert, and these are the pieces that go inside of them that actually connect to the wires, and then these go over them. Now I've made a bunch of these already, and I can make them as I need to. But the thing is that when you do this, you get the. Let me do these. This is what I just recently bought. Oh shit. Well, not that way. Let's see.
Well, I'll jump out and let Michelle in. Oh, Michelle's in. There she is. How you doing, Michelle?
Good. Trying to, anyway. I don't know what's going on with me. Last 2 days I have no energy. And I woke up in so much sweat last night. It was unbelievable.
Oh, so you got a fever?
I don't know. I didn't feel like I had a fever.
Maybe it's feedback on it.
Woohoo flu.
As long as you're doing the silver and all that, and your vitamins and all that.
I couldn't even get out of bed to go to the post office. I had no energy today.
You getting enough sun?
Not really.
There you go.
Hey, yeah, we've got a bad echo in here.
Who's
Let me
on
refresh.
that
That's
stuff?
me.
Is that me?
I think so.
No, it wasn't me.
That emerald. I wonder why it does that.
Okay, let's figure this one out.
Hey, Pattery.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Emerald cut off and it quit.
Hi, Michelle's hat.
Hey.
How you doing, Liz?
Is that better?
A little bit of feedback. I heard myself coming through you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it, man. I'm down on power. That's why I'm running my screen is because instead of my camera because I don't have enough power to light myself while I'm talking anyway. So
Well, get yourself fully charged up, all that sort of thing. Come back on tomorrow. It's all good.
absolutely, I'll be making videos. I'm gonna hook those extra solar panels on tomorrow. So we're supposed to have a good 5 hours worth of light.
44
Didn't have enough
megaton,
sunlight today.
no ghost, host, whatever.
All right, Emerald. Charge well.
Wizard, you didn't have enough sunlight?
No. The last 2.5 days, the last 3 days actually have all been
Same here. It's been gloomy.
gray.
Need to get you a wind generator.
Yeah, we do.
I want to tell you before you forget, Wizard. Hold on.
What's that?
Let me find it. Missouri is becoming the first. Abortion-free state after last abortion business stops killing babies.
Yeah. Yep. You're right.
What's the state again? What's the state again?
Missouri.
Missouri, yeah. They have one clinic left open, and they're about to shut down.
They've already been forced to shut down.
Yeah, the St.
Yeah,
one, yeah.
they're allowed to stay till the end of the lease.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's good
And
news.
like 7 or 8 months to go. That's it.
Winning.
But they've
No.
also got to shut down
That's
before
great
the 7
news.
or 8 months, and that because they've got to have an empty commercial space.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that these people can't drive to Illinois or wherever they want to get an abortion. That just means the state is saying no more.
We're not going to pay for it no more.
Exactly. And that's a good thing. So that's a good thing for the pro-life community. I was happy to share that today. I was hoping that would go that
great
route.
if New York did that.
Yeah. New York is not as long as Eva Cuomo's in office. That man is literally the devil himself in flesh. I swear it's the devil.
What kind of junk was he trying to
He's
say
an
today?
antichrist.
Oh, I don't know. I my husband watched it. I couldn't. I shut it off.
I don't think it was making any sense. I don't think
It never makes any sense.
Man, it was like
He's talking about closing all the schools and in New York City only, because he only cares about New York City. He's always only cared about New York City.
And
I
that's
like
why it's
the
dumb.
Oh, that's what he talks about when he's talking flyover states. He's talking about the rest of
Governor
America.
Inslee
The only
closed
two
the schools
places
in
he
Washington.
thinks are any good are Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York.
Mm-hmm. The man is
Governor
evil.
Inslee closed the schools for 6 weeks, and
Yeah.
Kate Brown at 2 to 6 weeks.
Ow, ow. That's hot. That's hot. Ow, ow, ow.
They closed down the school one day, Friday, 3 weeks ago, because they say a lot of staff was sick with the flu. But we do have these parents that go on these exotic vacations. One parent just came back from South America. Who's to say that they didn't pick up something? All it takes is one person that's infected to affect that whole school. And it just blows my mind that they won't close down for a couple of weeks.
Heck, Alan, you don't even have to go overseas to get affected. Just hang around the airport.
And if I keep my kids out of school, I'm going to get a knock on the door by you know who.
CPS.
Well, CPS and the school resource officer.
Sure. Both. They'll send them all.
They're shutting down the school here, even in Dimbola. But we do get kids from Horsham coming into the school here, and a long way away it is college up here. So, yeah.
Harvard told their students if you go for spring break, don't come back.
Well, they need to do something.
Yeah, they're going to put everything online, though.
And I'm going to be able to say goodbye. Good night, guys.
I'm in a state where a lot of people.
Dream well, Patriots.
I think New York has the most cases, to be honest with you. I heard New York has the most cases anyway.
I don't know. Maybe they got it backwards. Lock all the kids in school and keep them safe there. You know what I mean? Maybe it's backwards.
Well,
I don't know.
I can see a sense of it, even though kids don't get very sick from it and all that sort of thing. They do
because their immune systems are good.
They do carry it, and they do transfer it onto other folks. So
exactly.
The kids go to school, pick it up, go home, visit grandma. Grandma dies. That's not good.
Now, what is it, Jack, when they have it, but their immune system doesn't really have it? What is that called? Their self-immune.
Super carrier?
No, they're using a different word for it. I forgot.
Michelle.
President Trump just said it. What's that battery? Another battery?
I built the O-scope.
Awesome.
Finally got it done.
You're very talented, man.
Very nice. Oh.
I love doing this stuff.
Huckleberry Hound said, "Good night to you, Wizard," but that was a long time ago. Hey, Huckleberry. All PA schools are closed. See? That's what I mean, man. I don't get it. They just canceled my daughter's musical. I'm pissed about that because all they had to do was just have an empty audience and record it on DVD. All that hard work that them kids put into this musical, a lot more than other musicals. I mean, they've really worked hard on this one, and they canceled.
Was that like the band thing that I saw last, or is this an?
Yeah, that was her band and chorus concert. She also does drama, which is musicals.
Okay.
They canceled that. I think they canceled softball practice for now. It's just crazy.
It's an overreaction.
Oh yeah, because all they have to do is just record it on DVD, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. Obama had the H1N1 virus to deal with, and it
Uh-huh.
killed 1,000 people before he did anything.
I know, right?
Well, mm-hmm.
80,000 people died in 2017.
Yeah, well, the flu knocks off globally between 50,000 and 250,000 every year, and look who dies. Traditionally, older
More
folks,
die from the flu every day.
smokers, chronic smokers, and kids with respiratory dramas. And thankfully, we haven't lost any kids this time around. The casualty rates vary from this. What we can see, if you're a heavy smoker and you're older, in your 60s and above, 3%. If you're in your 30s, 1%. And you're either a smoker, bad lungs, or both to die in your 30s. I posted a link before. There's actually a list that was put out and that of the ages and the states of where everybody was dying in the US. This was done at when there were 48 deaths. There's been 3 more since then. Sorry, I don't have the update. But this was put out in a number of places, but one place it was Red State Watcher.
Man, I'm going to die quick, man. I'm over 50. I got terrible allergies. I've been smoking for 40 years, welding for fucking 20. Oh, my God.
I have a fix for that. And there is an antidote in
I
Corona
got you,
beer.
Pete.
Drink at
Weed,
least
whites, and
36
wine.
Coronas a day, and that
I'm
raise your
56.
blood alcohol level and your body acidity level up. I know. Nothing's going to survive in your system.
Told you.
You just got to snort your
56.
respiratory stuff out. So, snort a bit of coke every now and again.
Weed, whites, and wine, man.
Because you've
56,
got to
man. Type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, that's rough, man. That's rough stuff.
Okay.
It's
Well, I'm
under
going to get
control.
going for a bit here. Yeah, catch us in a little while.
All right, stay warm.
Yeah, and just so people know, it looks like YouTube is not coming through the restream into StreamYard, so I'm not seeing anything for like the last 6 minutes.
There's a mixer. There's just, what do I got? Twitch? So it's me and Huckleberry and 44 Magnum Ghost. Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, the last one I see is from Chameleon Lizard.
Yeah.
Chromanian. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube, they did some funny stuff to me. Last night we were looking at this 9mm Gatling gun, and I went back in my history to look at it, scrolling through my history, and I'd get to that target, and it would scroll. And then I'd get back down to that target, and I was about ready to hit it, and it would scroll again. Did not want me to see that video again. Lizard broke it.
Yeah, Wiz, I see that in the StreamYard from Mixer.
Let's see, what do I see? What do I see at Discord? Everything. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. There's Chuck Jones. Oh, that's a long time ago. Hold on. Hold on. Well, oh, my screen keeps flashing black. I'm getting sabotaged. YouTube, where's Zoombait?
He had to take off.
Oh, okay, but other than that, who was on YouTube?
Oh, Buffalo Bill, Colonel Shaw, Miriam, Florida Explorer, Benny Mabe. A bunch of people tonight over there.
Oh, man.
Fred Meyer, the
Miriam.
outer corner.
Air into tires.
And water.
Excuse me, guys. I have not eaten almost 2 days. I'm hungry.
Oh, Michelle, you gotta Get that energy up.
I know. I think that's probably also why I didn't have no energy. But I had such a bad headache the other day. Ugh. I made homemade beef stew.
Ooh. Ooh.
I love making beef stew because it's so easy to freeze.
Freeze.
Yeah,
Supposed to eat it. Supposed to eat it, Michelle.
I do eat it, but I make enough to freeze it. So my husband, the days I make him cook, he could just put that in the microwave and you're good to go. There you go. Macaroni and cheese with what?
What?
He's making macaroni and cheese. That's my favorite. I like the spiral noodles though.
I can't tell you what I do with macaroni and
Potato
cheese.
whiz.
Pork and beans. Ew. No thanks.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Ew. No.
Bar S Franks. Oh God, man, those things are
Yeah.
gonna give you MRSA, dude. You gotta
Those
stay.
are the nastiest, cheapy hot dogs ever.
Oh man.
I don't eat hot dogs. I watched how they were made. No
Well,
thanks.
I only eat Angus beef dogs. I don't eat any of that chicken or pork dogs.
Why? What's
I
the
like.
difference?
Oh, the beef just tastes better.
No.
Yeah, but the Bar S has got stuff in it that'll give you MRSA, man. And you know what? If you read the package, it's got beef hearts in it. I didn't even know that bees farted that much, but somehow they got it in the hot dog. Makes
Har,
us
har, har.
well. That's what it says.
Ugh. Hot dogs. Gross.
I do something with mac and cheese though. I throw in a can of tuna and French cut green beans.
There you go.
Yeah, Bar S is poison, man. That really is.
My
Don't do
dad
it,
used to buy
Valerie. It's a
Bar
trap.
S bologna. Yeah.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
Yeah, I get the. I'll pay top dollar to get the ballpark bun length Angus beef dogs.
I can see you, 44 Omega Gun Bill Ghost. I can see you through the StreamYard chat, but not YouTube chat.
Yeah, Restream's fucked up,
Mm.
and I have no way of fixing it, so I can't have to work with it.
Well,
Where'd Jack go?
Phone call.
uh-oh. Oh, I got an old maid. Think I can deal with it though. Oh, that's easy. That's half popped. That's not really an old maid.
What is that
Yeah.
you're eating? What are you eating, Tow Truck?
Oh, popcorn, but I kind of pride myself on not having any old maids, and there was that one in there, and it was really bugging me, but I got through it. We're batting 1,000.
I've been having a craving for caramel popcorn.
What kind of popcorn?
Caramel.
Kettle corn.
Yeah,
Hey.
Wild Bill. Over in StreamYard, I can see
like
your
caramel
Twitch,
popcorn, but I
but
don't
we
like
cannot see the
kettle.
YouTube over in StreamYard.
Sarah loves kettle corn. I like caramel. I like cheddar popcorn, regular popcorn, extra butter.
Well, this popcorn
So if anybody wants to switch over and go to Twitch, from YouTube if you can. That way you can participate in the chat better.
I can bring up the link. Does it matter? Do people know? Yeah, they know, don't they?
Yeah, most people would.
But I didn't see. But I don't see any YouTube chat on Twitch either.
Yeah, there's only 2 people on there.
Well, that's why I'm saying if people are over in YouTube, have them go over to Twitch so that they can all communicate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, reverse engineering. Yeah. Okay. Come on over. Twitch Life Matters.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing nothing. What are you doing?
No, my cat. She's clawing my leg.
I have 12 packages that I have to send out Monday because I was just too lazy the other day.
Lick that lid. Get all the good stuff.
Man.
Lick that lid. All the good stuff.
I wouldn't lick the lid of a can. I end up cutting my tongue open.
All the good stuff.
I wouldn't lick the lid of a can. I end up cutting my tongue open.
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry about the feedback. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it. I'm sorry about the feedback. That's my fault. I'm sorry. There, I got it. Dang it. I went over to get this link for Twitch and there. Paste. Oh, now my computer froze. I'm having a bad day overall.
Yeah, my computer kept buffering. Same thing with my phone.
I got a hell of
Take
a
care,
update.
Miriam. Have fun. Watch out for the chupacabra.
I'm getting near 1,000 subscribers. I can see me getting it done before summer. That would be cool.
That's cool.
I can go live more. Or upload videos or wherever I'm at.
Man.
Gotta have red potatoes. I love red potatoes.
Oh, I
I
had
just
some
bought a bag tonight.
potato fries the other day. That was real good.
Baby red potatoes, tiny little ones.
Uh-huh.
They cook up really nice and easy.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle.
Oh, what is that? Red potatoes? There you go.
Red potatoes.
Yum. I tell my husband to buy them more often. I would make them. I like putting them in the oven just with some butter and parsley. Yum, yum.
I take that Lipton brand French onion soup mix.
Uh-huh.
You get the little packets of the seasoning. I cut up the little potatoes in halves and put about maybe a third of a cup of oil in a bowl with it and seasoning, mix it around and throw them in the oven for 40 minutes with some onions. Oh, that's what I made a couple of nights ago.
Is that really good? That sounds
Delicious.
really good.
Oh, yeah, the French onion, it's good seasoning.
I'm going to try that.
I use it for making pot roast sometime, too.
Have you tried honey on your sweet potato fries? Oh.
I do not like sweet potatoes.
Me neither. Me neither. I don't buy them.
I went to a burger joint a couple years ago, and they accidentally gave me sweet potato fries instead of the regular fries, and they were too busy, so I wasn't gonna, make an issue, and so I took the sweet potato fries and I ate them, and I was not impressed.
But they're
to each his own.
yams.
Must not have been.
And I thought you liked goats.
Yeah, I don't.
Why wouldn't you like yams? Oh, those are yaks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Wild Bill's the one that likes yaks in all things Tibet.
Tibetan.
There's Tibetan milkmaids, yak maids,
Yak.
milking the yak in the yurt.
Ooh.
Is it even possible? Is it even possible?
I could eat any kind of stew every day for the rest of my life. If it's deer stew, beef stew, this tomato stuff that my mom used to do, oh, so good.
So when I got to work today, it was extremely dead, which was kind of strange given that yesterday was so freaking busy. Yesterday, we had our best sales day since July 26th of last year when the All-Star game was in Cleveland. Everybody was like partying and picnicking. So we had a good day yesterday, and like today, nobody showed up. It was weird. There wasn't that many people on the roads. I think they all found out that all the grocery stores were out of food, so no one was out and about.
Huckleberry, I got
But we still had. we ran out of toilet paper yesterday, but we still had, almost all our grocery shelves full. The only thing we had run out was bread. Or Mongolian, I'm sorry, not Tibet.
My husband doesn't want me to go to Albany for that pro-life rally.
No fucking Mongolians. Your husband does
It's a
what?
liberal hellhole.
My husband said I should stay home and not go to the pro-life rally. So I don't know if I want to go. I think everything will be okay, but I'm not God. I can't see the future. But he's afraid someone will be infected and then I'll get it and then he'll get it. And, yeah.
Well, did the governor there make any kind of restrictions on any kind of event that has more than 100 people?
Not that I heard. Only one that did
because certain states are doing that now. In Ohio, any public gathering in Ohio is limited to less than 100 people. So,
well, I can see why he's concerned, but he also needs to realize that I think God will protect me and the family. So I might just, like I said, I've already paid for the train tickets in the hotel. I know the train tickets are refundable, but I don't know about the hotel. Most of the time, the hotels are, but still. I hate to disappoint the president of March for Life New York because me and her are really close friends. Plus, I'll be traveling on the train. Who's to say someone on the train's not sick, or someone who exited the train that was sick and the germs are there.
when is the rally?
May 18th. So it's still got some time.
Me? I don't know.
So I don't know what to do. Any advice? Should I go? Should I not go?
Well, it's still over a month away. I would make a decision right now. Wait and see how this virus thing plays out over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But look into seeing possibly if you can get refunds, if you decide to cancel your reservations.
Right. I know Amtrak will.
I think May is a long time away. I think when the sunshine comes out, people aren't going to have to do much. They're not going to have sporting events, right? So they're going to have barbecues out in their backyard. They're going to be getting sun. You're going to see a lot of suntan. You're going to have a lot of vitamin D. People are going to get rid of their viruses. Certainly by mid-May.
Yeah.
We're doing all right. Unless you're up here where it is now 13 degrees.
Yeah, it was 33 here today.
See, my thermometer has dyslexia. But I guess that just means that the virus can stay dormant longer. So
Yeah, what state do you live in, tow truck? I forgot.
Minnesota,
Minnesota, yeah.
real north.
Any cases by you?
I heard a rumor from a friend yesterday that there was something in Bemidji, but I didn't hear anything official about that. I heard something about Grand Forks 2 days ago. But
What about you? Anybody by you get it or has it? Is there like a big?
Yeah. The last I heard, I think yesterday we had the case count jumped from 4 to 14 in 12 hours the other day. The original 3 cases were in the county just next to me, and we heard today that the first case in my county was announced today.
self-immune. That was the word I was looking for. Some of these people are self-immune, or I think that's the word, to this, and what they don't even think they have it when they do have it, and then they pass it on to the next person. That's why I say if anybody has any cold symptoms, stay home. Stay, you know, like President Trump said, he just enacted millions of dollars for those people who have to miss work. He did approve some food stamps and stuff like that for those who need emergency food stamps. You know, if your work fires you, you know, that's on them, but your safety and health is the most important. You don't want to get everyone else sick too. And a lot of these people who did go to work or pass it on to the next person, I can't believe that they want to jeopardize people's lives like that.
Well, I can't believe how the nephew reacted. You know, he's 11. He caught him a little flu the other day. I could easily tell it was a flu. He didn't have any kind of coronavirus syndrome, symptoms. He had a flu symptom.
Yeah.
And he's all like, "Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm so afraid." And I was like, "Buddy." So I had to have a talk with him and everything. But then right away, he's going to jump to the conclusion, well, you know, how scary it is. I shouldn't go to school. And it's like, man, the closest rumor of an outbreak is 350 miles away from here. You know? So, I mean, people are panicking and they're making up all kinds of scenarios and excuses and all kinds of crap is going to happen.
It doesn't help when the local news media will go to these grocery stores and show empty shelves. By doing that, that's called
Good night, Huckleberry.
panic.
Sweet dreams.
That's why all the local Walmarts, the 24-hour local Walmarts, are closing at 11 o'clock. Wegmans is closing at 11 o'clock now until this is all fixed. Tops is closing at 11 o'clock now because these food trucks are coming in, you know, and they want to make sure the shelves are constantly stocked each day. So it's not like we're running out of shortage of food. It's not like your electric's going to go out. It's not like this coronavirus has anything to do with toilet paper. But all these people are just panicking. Like, if I ever see someone's shopping cart, I'm at the grocery store with a whole cart full of canned goods, I'm going to go off because that's not right. Because the next person coming down that aisle might need a couple cans of chicken noodle soup. I mean, there's no reason to be hoarding. I will say something. I think that's why lately my husband's been going to the store. You don't want me to go because I'm mouthy. And I embarrass him a lot. But you know what? There's no reason to hoard.
Right. But, you know, like in China, they're so conditioned. You're flashing, Jack.
Yeah.
They're so conditioned to, you know, doing it the way they're told. They'll stand in line for hours and get, okay, you get 4 masks, you know. In America, that's not going to happen. There ain't going to be no line standing. There ain't going to be no 4 masks. There's going to be some dude runs up to the front with a baseball bat and grabs the whole case.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's been violence. There's been people getting in fights over toilet paper.
Yeah, here in Australia, people punching each other on in the city, and that over, and the worst type of toilet paper too, that Aldi Confident. So you're better off than not using sandpaper.
That's right.
Smoother.
I don't get it, Jack. I really don't.
It's a panic. It's fear. Fear is the mind killer. Even the movie June says that. And it's very correct. You've got to. All right. They say, yeah, but you've been prepping for years and rah. I bet you got 100 rolls of toilet paper out the back. Well, actually, I got about 60. And have had for a couple of years. Asked Tracy when she was when first time she came to Australia. I had shelves made out of old plastic drums and planks.
Yeah,
having stuff stacked up on.
Same with my husband. My husband.
Because out in the bush, you get a flood. You take out 2 bridges, and your supplies are screwed for 3 months, maybe 4, maybe 5.
Right.
And it's not like the city, and that you go around the block and that and come around and from the north. Sometimes you've got to go 150 miles further north, then 150 miles to the west, and then come back down the other side, and that where you can cross.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, and unfortunately, this is where it happened. We had a couple of cyclones in 1974. Cyclone Tracy was the big one. and a couple others on the Queensland coast.
Good night, Bob.
But we had good emergency supplies, and that so we got food in there, we got fuel, we got generators, we got big freezers and refrigerators and stuff. Got everything up and going. One of the things they forgot was toilet paper. All the light stuff. They thought so they'd get that up there real easy and all that sort of thing. It was a lot harder to get up there. So that's where it first went crazy as far as globally, all that sort of thing. It started again out here, and now it's spread all around the world because of social media and all the rest of the crap.
Yeah, but why toilet paper, Jack? Because like coronavirus has nothing to do with your lower intestines, correct?
No.
Like,
People
It's
don't
ignorance.
want to think about the alternative and to no toilet paper, obviously. We've been educated thusly.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Apparently it's degrading, or you got to cut up old rags or something like that. You know, flannels. Yeah, what people used to have. What we now call face washers, but the same sort of rags, and that were made, mass-produced in Manchester, in England, in the early days, and that before they got on to wiping your ass with paper.
Yep.
And you put them in a thing and wash them.
You can even use baby wipes, washcloth.
Yep, the same material as terry toweling nappies. And that was what you used to wipe your bum in England, and that for a certain period of time. The Romans used sea sponges. People before that just don't come out to Australia in the big heart-shaped leaves because that's the giant stinging nettle, and it can kill you. You go into anaphylactic shock,
Hey.
and it hurties. Hurties bad on the finger. On the bum hole? Nah, fuck that. Nah.
He said bunghole.
Bunghole. Pee for my people.
I am Cornholio. My dad used to do that all the time.
What was that?
People,
Beavis
I may be an old fart, and I'm not an ignorant. I do like Beavis and Butthead.
Or had a fixation.
I like how
Hey, cool. You want to pull my finger?
Cornholio.
I remember when they were sitting on the sofa there one night in CNN, and they brought up Bill Clinton, and one turns to the other and says, "Why do I feel sick?" And it's been that was made into quite a few ads. You do a parody, so like the Labor Party or the Socialists over here would put up their TV ad and all that sort of thing. Someone would rip it off and then put an over thing in. Why do I feel sick? Because it was just lying through his teeth, saying, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman." And most adamantly, and now he did it out of stress release. Well,
yeah, anxiety.
Yeah, anxiety. Well, that's what they call it, hand relief, and that you go and get the sloppy massage and that, and the hand relief at the end of it. That's what I heard it all about it.
Nope. Lost battery.
He just wanted to get weird and sickly with his bloody cigar. That's a bloody waste of a good cigar. Like, he's a US president. I can imagine he can get good ones. Oh dear, what do you do?
Yeah, so since it was so quiet at work today, I took 10 minutes off and ran next door to the garden center and bought a bunch of vegetable seeds.
Yeah, I've noticed that one too. This is what I'm saying, the difference between what I'm seeing on TV down in the cities and up here. Yes, the toilet paper was all missing, but so was the flour, the self-raising, the plain, wholemeal, whole grain, all the flour was gone. A lot of the yeast was gone and all that sort of stuff. Tinny meats, hams, corned beef. There were only 2 tins of turkey spam on the tin meat area up there left. Seeds, the little double-sided stand and that self-standing. If you got it at an angle, you stand it flat, not fall over on its face, holding all the seed packets. One side's all flowers, the other side's all veggies. The veggie side was fucking empty for the first time I've ever seen it. That's all happened the last few days. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, when I went in there, I bought $40 worth of seed packets, and it's nice because the garden center is run by a different member of the same family that owns my store, so I get an employee discount over there. I get 25% off, so
Cool.
I ended up saving a bunch of money on it. And I got like probably 20 or 30 packets of seeds here. And I brought them up to the counter, and the girl's like, "What are you getting all these for?" I'm like, "Think about it, just think about it."
Well, I brought up earlier some photos. I'll bring them up again. I dug up another potato plant.
I saw them.
Yeah. So there's at least 5 pound of taters in there, and per plant. Although I've dug up another one since when I went out there and harvested my pot. Where's that gone? There. Share screen. Application window. That one there. Share. That was wrong. Right directory, wrong photo.
Well, that's beautiful, Jack.
That was me
Oh,
taking off
that's
the
not beautiful, Jack. That's not beautiful.
There we go.
Wow.
So that's one potato plant. So I
one
put
potato plant?
half a seed potato in the ground, and that's what I get back
No
out.
way.
Yeah.
When's the best time to plant for potatoes? Or wait a minute, I'm in Australia, so I'm in New York.
Well, I did it at the end of winter. Here comes battery in again.
Okay.
Do you want it back in battery? Sorry, I mean to interrupt you, But, yeah, I go because they're okay in the ground. If you get a frost, the potatoes will survive, but you don't want to cut them smaller. If the earlier you plant them, the bigger you want them.
Okay.
So you can plant them in late winter and that, but I'd only halve them. If you're planting them, it's starting to warm up, you could go into quarters, and that because they'll get more nutrient out of the ground, and that to replace it. They don't need as much out of the tater. The main thing is have a couple of good eyes that are growing, and you can easily do that.
Yeah, don't they say you have at least 2, if not 3 eyes?
Yeah. So the little tray. Again, I keep on confusing.
Yeah, it's one veggie I've never tried to grow.
So
What veggie?
that's 2 tomato plants.
Potatoes.
That's 2 potato plants there.
Nice.
So yeah, easy 10 pound of potatoes. They're a mix Dutch creams and Yukon Golds. So I got the Yukons because Tracy liked those ones, and the Dutch creams because everybody says they're one of the best mashing potatoes. And I do like a mash.
Wow. Last year, a man lost his 16-year-old son in an automobile accident, so he decided to donate his son's organs, including his heart. The recipient of his heart just sent this man a teddy bear with the recording of the heartbeat. Oh,
hey, that's cool.
That is cool.
That's kind of unique. I've never heard anybody doing that before.
Thank you. That'd choke you up.
That would definitely choke you up in a good way, though.
Yeah. Hey, look, your loved one may be gone, but they live on in someone else.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why this organ donation stuff, and that I'm not against it.
Me neither.
People tell me the good book's against it, and that, but when I ask them to show me where, they get a bit iffy. I know the SDA folks are dead set against it. I know the Mormon folks are dead set against it because they say it's something to do with the blood.
I'm not. Whatever organs are healthy, I have it on my my license. My husband does too.
life is given by God. It's the most precious gift, and we shall do and endure, and that to ensure it continues in the service of the Lord.
Absolutely. And one person can save many lives. I mean, not just his heart, his liver, his lungs, but their eyes can be donated. Someone can see.
I'm a little bit contaminated. I've been through radiation and chemo, and I've smoked for years and all that sort of stuff. But apparently they can even take the corneas, and because they don't do anything, and that can help. So I said, look, they're going to take the shoulder, and that when I drop off, so they can get medical science for that. That's just going to be for students and bio labs and all that sort of thing. But the corneas, they can have them because.
Do you have a lot of problems with that shoulder, though, Jack? Does it cause you a lot of pain?
I mean, it's pretty heavy. It's all right. Look, old Arab saying, I had no shoes and complain, and then I met a man with no feet. There's always some bastard worse off than you are.
That's right.
I've been blessed with a tolerance of alcohol beyond most folks. And now that I've been showing the way on this stuff too, and the combo is quite good. I don't have to take pills. I don't have to do that. And I'm still productive and still working. I just got to pace myself and that with both of them. So no drinking and that while I'm grinding heavy materials and all that sort of thing. No pot while I'm driving, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, you know how it goes. Just don't be an asshole with it. All good. So, and that's me next. I'm going to blow this up if I may. There we go.
Oh, I just hate the smell of sanitizer. Oh.
I'm just going to wrong way.
I hate the smell of that.
That? It's not the smell. It's just the fact it makes me too tired. It did stop my seizures, though. I used to be really sick with stomach GERD, and I used to throw up a lot. I changed my whole diet around, which helps. But marijuana helped with my nausea, too.
Cheers, Huck. Take care. How long ago was that?
It was a while ago.
No, about 10, 15 minutes maybe.
StreamYard's chat.
StreamYard's all fucked up tonight.
Yeah, it is.
All right, I've got to rely on YouTube then.
Mine keeps locking up.
I'm probably going to do that the same thing, Jack. Just put the volume off.
Well, I'm going to stick around for another 15 minutes, but then I'm going to hit the sack.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
You'll be here for a few,
I
right?
can stick around for an hour or so. That's no drama. See it, connection. I got to do a shitload of paperwork tonight, but that's tonight.
Another TP joke?
Hey, go for it.
Is that another TP joke, Jack? Shitload of paperwork?
Oh, no. You know, so, you would one. No, just I've got an old drawing of a thing post that I do for the abattoirs, and that's all the different types of knives ranging from the crappiest steel down to the steel on how to sharpen them all and how to get a good finish even on craps stainless knives. And you actually can do it, still cut meat and all that sort of thing. Won't last real long, maybe 2 or 3 weeks in it, and then you'll have to do it again. But then it'll wear out and you throw it away anyway. But you still got your money's worth out of it. So I've worked out all these ways of doing it because the abattoirs get rooked sometimes. There's a shitload of fake Victorinox butcher's knives on and have been on the market for years, and they're absolutely crap still. And they keep on getting caught. And I said, look, I'm a Victorinox agent, and if you want a trade deal and that supply through there, I won't make nothing. You just order through my account direct to the factory. And that went well for about 18 months, and then they offset all their plastic handle knives to China. And then you don't know what steel you get, to be honest with you.
Then it went again.
Sometimes it's absolute crap. Most of the times it's an average stainless steel knife. Okay, so they're still making the pocket knives and all their high-end knives over there, but all their plastic handle knives are made in China. So about the only folks I can guarantee, Green River.
Green River.
Yeah, I haven't changed since 80, 82, 84, 86, one of those even numbers.
You ever heard of a fall Knieven?
Say again?
Fall Knieven?
Fall Knieven. Yeah. Finnish or Swedish or Scandinavian. One of them. They make very nice puko knives.
There's a Fall Knieven A1 that I thought I'd really like to have.
The A1. Let me just bring up the catalog.
I guess it's kind of simple, but I really thought I'd like that knife.
That's the A1. It's very similar to the Muella, the same thing. Yeah, A1 Pro's ITEL.
So what are they priced at? $3.25?
I'm actually going to go to the Blade Reviews link and see what they're saying about it. I don't know much about it. I've seen them. It looks very. I've seen more of the Muella. Stockholm. Trying to read the article to find out what sort of steel it is. Oh no! Oh, that's all right. All right. It's a laminated knife, 420J outer cladding with VG10 core. So as long as you sharpen that along that center line, that VG10 will keep a very, very good cutting edge. Okay. If they've done it right, and they probably would. When I first saw the 420J2, I thought, no. I got a couple of knives here that I do. You know, the antique Japanese. So it's been a busy week. But yeah, that's a laminated thing with a VG30 core. So VG10s, I think it's around about 1.3% carbon, a lot of molybdenum, a lot of tungsten, a little bit of titanium in it as well. Brilliant. Sodium something or other. It sounds counterfeit metal, so it's quite good.
So when they say laminated, that kind of implies what you were saying about when I was talking about making an axe out of a railroad tie, where you would have the actual contact of the blade is an insert, right?
Yeah. Say an inch or two out of a piece of file. Very hard steel. See, railway tie is a soft steel.
Yeah.
These railway spike knives, there's a trick to turn them into a knife, right? That's a rail spike. You see the head on it?
Yeah, twisted knives.
Okay. And that I twist the handle because it fits in the hand better. And if you're a left-handed person, you twist it around the other way.
Yo.
Okay. And it just fits the flow of the fingers. Gives you a far better grip. Now, you can get carbon if you've got this up to martinistic temperature. So it's got no magnetism. Very strong magnet. Get one off an old CRT TV. The big round maiden on the back. If that won't stick to the steel, it's hot enough, rightio? Then quench the thing. That'll get it as hard as you can, but quench it in a carbon bath. And I get the dirtiest, filthiest diesel engine oil out of harvesters that have been serviced in 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're used for 3 weeks of the year, and that yours oil is fine. Yeah, it's fine. But it's thick, dirty. They've got all that started up and all that sort of stuff. Do that. A little bit of canola oil and a cup full of graphite, and you mix it all up. You get it almost to the boil, and then save it, put it away, let it cool down, and all that sort of thing. That's your quenching fluid for this stuff. So that will lift that from 1045 or 0.45% carbon up to about 1080, maybe even 1090, up to a depth of 1 to 1.5 millimeters, or 132 to 1/16 of an inch in depth. And if your blade is less than an eighth, you'll get total penetration.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you can now turn a mid-carbon steel into a high-carbon steel. That's why they hold an edge. But you've got to treat it after you bring the blade down to a different edge, a thin edge. So you get that absorption both sides.
So why would they make a laminate knife? What's the benefit there?
All right, VG, all the VG steels, if you look at vanadium, whatever, they're a crucible steel, very hard to make, all that sort of thing, quite expensive, but superior edge holding capability. Now, you only have your edge in the center of that V, right? So if you've got a piece of steel going up in there, you sharpen it both sides, that super hard core steel will always be the center cutting edge unless you screw up your sharpening. So you don't need the whole knife to be a super hard and actually quite brittle steel. VG knives by themselves tend to break. That's why I laminate.
Ah, there it is.
But I do 20 layers either side. These guys just do a single layer. And I do mine with a ball paint hammer. That's the only way I can get it to actually stick. Because we're talking stainless steel going onto a VG, you need a high impact, so you need a lot of pressure coming down to the small area. And you see that all the way through the knife, the pattern. We're going to have one here somewhere.
I've seen them with the peen divots in it from you. But you don't laminate and then have a particular cutting edge. It's all infused.
As long as your central core of your knife is hard, it doesn't really matter what the sides are.
Yeah.
You ever seen the Fijian war saws? Made with shark's teeth, and they had a little bit of bamboo, and then when you pull the center thing out of the coconut palm, if you clip the back, there's a little spine that runs all the way along there. It's very tough and fibrous, and they just wound it all the way along, and that made a laminate. But the cutting edge was shark's teeth, and that horrific wounds. Take an arm off. But the actual weapon itself is made out of shit.
It's made out of bamboo strands and shit.
and coconut wood, and twine. But the cutting edge is, that's what we're saying. Same as your axe. As long as your cutting edge is there, 1045 is okay to resist getting hit by timber and all that sort of thing, but it's not going to hold an edge for long. 01 tool steel, or 1095, which is the average steel for rasps and files, will last 10 times better than your little rail tie metal.
Very cool.
So, and all you do is split it, angle grinder, put a cut down the end of it, and that spread it out as much as you can and all that sort of thing, and split it down the center and that. laminate it in, get it hot, a little bit of boracic acid in between as a flux, get it all nice and shiny, and get all the thing in it, and beat that living thing together and make it one piece of steel.
So you mean I could take a bandsaw blade and put it in my railroad tie?
Yeah.
Oh,
Your bandsaw blade is either L6 or 15N20. It's a high nickel content to keep that flexibility, so it goes over the top without breaking. High chromium content as well, and that to keep the cutting edge.
but that's going to hold an edge.
Yeah.
And then it wouldn't break.
An industrial bandsaw blade and that, and put a nice thing. Yeah, they just make knives themselves.
Oh yeah.
All right, very flexible. These are hand tools, and I keep on doing these. Very flexible, but they are all Spear and Jackson, carpentry tools. They're flexible as all heck. And all you got to do then is etch it in a little bit of sulfuric acid, make it go black, and that, so you can see the little white bones when you fill it in the fish over again.
Very nice. Yeah.
Now, if you use that with a lesser steel as a laminate either side, you can turn that into a bread knife. It's a little bit whippy by itself, but if you put some shit stainless steel on that and force it all out in one piece, you'd have a very nice, carving knife, bread knife, any stable cutting edge that'll retain an edge, because that's Sheffield steel.
Yeah.
Whereas the other stuff is supporting it.
By definition, that means the high nickel content.
You know what I mean? It's too thin, and that, so you can thicken it up and that laminate it.
Nice. Man, when I think all them saw blades I threw away, son of a bitch.
Look, we all make mistakes in life and that and things. And some of the stuff we hold on to, and that, like I've got stuff out the back here I've been holding on for near on 30 years, and that I still haven't used it yet. But one day
I will.
I'm saving the wrong stuff, obviously, but.
Well, I mean, we were always so focused.
Battery.
I do have one. I knew I had one.
Bobby battery.
Um,
Get his poor hat out to him. I have not been going to the post office the last couple of days. I need energy.
that circle in the center there is actually the reflection of my camera. And that, but if you can see all the little surface stripe.
Yep. Squiggly lines.
Yeah, but see how the edge, cutting edge, doesn't have any. It goes up so far, because that's where the laminates start, and that goes back on a gradient, and you'll see lines. If I can get it right, because I would do it one way, and then you see there, and then it rises up. So there's actually 20 layers aside, and you can see just above the blade the first layer, then behind that the next layer, and that goes up to the thickness of that.
Wow.
That's crazy to think about.
Yeah, but that's why not bad. So
That's the one, huh? Yeah.
I don't make a lot. They're hard to make. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, right.
Come winter time, I'll make another batch. It's just too
battery. Or Canoe. Oh yeah, Canoe says. I thought it was battery that said that. I'm sorry. Canoe said I'll be 40 at the end of the month.
Yep.
I feel like I'm 60, not 41, especially today.
Yeah, my knees feel like they're 60.
I'll trade you. Mine are. Best part on me.
I don't know what it was. I woke up. I had to change my clothes twice because I just woke up in soaking sweat. I've never had it like that bad. So I'll keep an eye on it.
That could be a lot of things, Michelle. Even just stress.
Yeah.
To you.
That's true.
That could be your body fighting something and just purging toxins and stuff.
Hey, look, same as kids, and it's all of a sudden their temperatures will spike and all that sort of thing. They're fighting something, and then the next day they're fine.
Yeah.
It's
Seriously, like 101. The next day was normal. It was weird.
And so you're just a little bit older and slower and all that sort of thing. Deal with it a bit longer, but probably tomorrow you'll be right again. Do keep up with your multivitamins. Do keep up with your silver. Do keep up with your iodine. Your antioxidant diet.
Yep.
A few raspberries, a few blueberries. That's all it is.
Never tried it, battery. Never tried that. I'm not a milk drinker.
Neither am I. Give me scotch.
I just drink my raspberry lemonade.
They used to tell me to drink milk whenever I was well in that galvanized shit, and milk would really fix that up.
Battery's like, yeah, that makes you feel better.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, well, roll some out of that there, battery.
I can see him smoking just once, just one time. He would be fun.
So I trimmed all the excess leaf off him and all that, so I'm just going to go.
Or give him a couple shots. I want to hang out with you guys one day. Maybe we'll meet one day in a bar.
Yo.
Come on down to Wiz's for 4th of July.
4th of July.
I can't because that's when I requested that month or the next month for the White House passes. So I told Wizard that would be the only reason why we don't come is because we're invited to the White House for our tour.
I want to go there. I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah. You got to go right through your congressman and don't do it through their website. Call them, go to their office personally, get to know them. I've been down there multiple times now, not just Washington, D.C. office, but the office in Cattaraugus County, and yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to just get your face seen and let them know you.
Yeah, we could all get together and fight Pennywise.
Right? That would be cool if we all got together at a Trump rally. That would be really cool.
Yeah, Pennywise has all the toilet paper down there,
It's not like we live. It's not like we live millions and millions and millions and millions of miles apart, except for Jack. I think Jack is the furthest one from us, but Ohio's right next to me, and I've been to the Cleveland, Ohio rally, and let me tell you, that was huge. They had such
in the left coast.
Remember, I think Canoe, you told me about it too, because that convention center that they had was just huge.
The one right next to the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the IX Center, the International Exposition Center. It used to be a tank plant back in World War II. They made a whole bunch of armored vehicles.
Yeah. That's cool.
It's humongous.
Trump has a big incentive to get this coronavirus under control.
I know he does, and the media's acting like he does not care.
No more. He can't have Trump rallies.
Yep.
Doesn't get it under control, so we can have another Trump.
Still a landslide.
Obama did nothing for the people when they were dying from the flu until thousands of people were dead later. That's how long it took for Obama to
enact. If Trump's smart, he'll start doing electronic rallies. He'll do live streams.
Yeah, that's cool. Even if he does have to just do it right from the White House. That's right.
You'll have people restreaming it on other streams, and that you'll have 80,000 people in the chat room. The chat will be going.
Right.
We can all be advisors. We know how to do it.
Well, I know he's not canceling any rallies right now. He's still moving forward with that. And I suggest anybody who's not feeling well, just don't go. I mean, you should not go anyway before this coronavirus.
Well, if he does some rallies, you can be sure that they will screen everybody that comes into the building.
Oh, yeah.
With the temperature scan.
Yeah.
There was a Democrat in the Congress.
They're doing that
recommended if we get there was a Democrat congressperson that recommended if you get the coronavirus to the supporters, go to a Trump rally.
Yep, I heard that. MSNBC said it too.
It's dirty.
I know. They're evil. That's why.
Yeah. State rep said that.
They're willing to destroy themselves
as
long as they get Trump.
Oh, yeah. And I think a lot of people are seeing this. That's why a lot of people don't watch MSNBC. This is why a lot of people are going to be voting for Trump, because they're tired of it. They've seen 4 years of nothing but hatred, lies, rumors, and false allegations, one after another. And even promoting wish of death on people just because of your political views. That makes people rethink, am I voting for the right party? And I think the more they say, the better for us and Trump, because more people will realize that.
Last time I voted Democrat. Actually, no, I didn't. How was it? Last time I was a Democrat, I voted against Clinton.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
Sorry about that.
I voted for Romney because I didn't want to vote for Obama. I didn't vote for Obama. I voted for Romney. And yeah, I kind of want to kick myself in the ass for that, but I'm not going to say I hated that decision, because then I would have been voting for Obama.
Hey, Jack, what do you think of that Swedish company that makes those Mora
Romney,
knives?
when he
Are those
ran
any
against Obama.
decent
Yeah,
quality?
more generally A1 tool steel. Either that or high-end specialist steel. Don't know their value over there. They're very expensive over here. Same as
Yeah, they're
Kissline.
pretty pricey over here.
Guys,
now more
I'm
more
going to go spend time with my wife.
not as pretty as
All
some
right.
of them.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care, battery.
Cheers, baby. Tom Mix, yeah. But yeah, more functional. They do have a very high end and all that sort of thing, but you're paying for it. If you want to go for prettier and all that sort of thing, more custom look, all that sort of stuff, probably Kizlar, the Russians.
The Democrats have changed, though. In the last 30 years, I've noticed their stance and a lot of things at least changed. I mean, look at Hillary Clinton. She used to be against gay marriage, and now she's for it. She used to be more pro-life, and now she's for abortion.
Oh,
And the only reason why they change is
whatever's
to get
expedient or current, political needs.
That's the only reason why. And like Jack said,
and the
right
money,
here, money.
and the money.
Yep.
Well, historically, when the abortion movement gets federal funding, roughly between 20-25%, sometimes 15. So, all right, 15-25% of it actually comes back over the next couple of years via donation. Where? Democrats.
Oh yeah, George Soros is a big donor, big time donor. I didn't realize how much money he gives Planned Parenthood, but holy shit! Wow.
Well, I still aim okay. I don't know how much real good fight I got in. I was pushing it down there in Melbourne last time.
There are a couple Democrats out there that I heard, 3 of them so far. We have one senator that is going to be going for 2020, and they're going under the Republican Party. They left their own party. I like to see that happen more often too. Not just 3, but bunches of them.
And you're going to lose 3 to 4 more Dems if they take this abortion vote and all that sort of thing, because they're backing out now. One's going to bail out full time. The other 2 might go either Republican or Independent.
Right.
4th one, well, that's that idiot that can be bought. Should be retiring. One of them. He's one of Ellison's Black Caucus members. And that, but he's copping a pasting over abortion from his community, and he's going to lose the votes because when you got a black Christian community.
Jim Jordan's going for senator instead of congressman in 2020. I heard. Meadows will be Donald Trump's chief of staff, so he's going to be leaving. A lot of Republican senators are retiring this, and a lot of them are too young to retire, but they are. We don't need to lose the House any more than we already lost it.
Whoa.
So why is Jim Jordan running for senator? What is it that I want to know that decision, because he was good, as a congressman. I'm shocked that he's leaving to be a senator.
What? Work your way up there so you got the final say.
True. He could be a good House Speaker too, or not House Speaker.
Majority
Leader. Yeah.
If you, I'm going to put put a post in the link here in the private chat for you there, Canoes. If you need a login, this is bladehq.com. They're $169 at my buy price.
Okay.
So
Cool.
I'll just stick the link in there. If you need a password and that, I'll type it in. Just let us know. It should be out there.
Yep.
I could never actually work for one of those congressmen or senators because it's not the person that I would be working for that I wouldn't like. It's the rest of them. Like I would see him in the hall, I would probably lose my job in a week. I couldn't do it.
Quigley.
I really like Tom Selleck.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom
Yeah,
Selleck
Quigley.
was an awesome actor. Quigley Down Under is one of my favorite movies.
It's a great story.
I have a crush on him in that movie. I think that's what made me attracted with men with mustaches too. Was because of that movie.
I love the end of that movie when he kills Alan Rickman. He's like, I never said I didn't know how to use it. I decided I didn't have any use for it.
See, this is the
Talking
problem.
about the pistol.
Tracy's chased me so hard because I got a big floppy hat and I got bloody black powder rifles.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the Sackets. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good series.
I love Louis. Yeah, I love it. I've read dozens and dozens of Louis L'Amour novels over the years.
I like John Wayne.
Um,
Never really saw a lot of Ronald Reagan movies. My grandfather did though.
For Canoes, Blade HQ also has coupons through some dealers, so check around some of the coupon sites and that, and you can get $20 off and that free ship and whatever. And they take multiple coupons, so you can get free shipping and $20 off.
Nice.
So, well, they import a lot of stuff and then resell out to a lot of their dealer networks. So if you're buying off one of their dealers and that, they, you know what I mean? So that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So just have a look around. But yeah, some of them, they're all recommended retails around about $360 and all that sort of thing, but you can get $100 off that easy. There's another guy over there called Buds. He's a very, very big importer and buyer of both Moira and Falcon even. So.
Huh.
Cool.
Oh, you put that
Yeah,
in?
put it in my queue to look up tomorrow.
All right. So I can put a public link to that one in there.
I gotta find Sterno.
But,
I know
for
the Sterno
everybody else,
stove.
just
They're sold out on eBay that I know of.
Yeah,
Sterno fuel.
Yeah, the stuff for the Sterno stove. They sold out.
Look at your hardware stores.
Okay.
Get a case.
And like any kind of outdoor sporting goods stores.
Outdoor sporting goods. I never thought of that, like Dick's and stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
People wouldn't think to go there. Yes, absolutely.
If you got a Cabela's or a Bass Pro Shops near you.
Oh yeah, I got Cabela's. I wish I had a Bass Pro. That's my favorite.
Well, they're both the same thing now, basically. The companies merged.
I know.
But yeah, they'll have it.
Have you ever been to the one?
If they're not sold out.
Have you ever been to a Bass Pro store? They are huge.
Yeah.
You can get lost in that store.
Yeah, I got a Cabela's they just built about 2 years ago, about maybe 5 miles north of me.
Cool.
There's a Bass Pro about an hour west.
I buy a lot of guns from Cabela's. Dick's has stopped selling rifles. Definitely the one connected to the mall. That was the first Dick's to stop selling handguns and rifles and shotguns and all that. Now the rest of the Dick's in New York are going to stop selling handguns and all.
Yeah, they said the other day 400 stores would be stopping sales.
Yep, and 3 of those stores are by me, which is upsetting because I do buy, I'll still buy ammo there though. I think that will be still there.
Hey, Bill, you're not talking about Maxi Wright over there in the UK, Lincolnshire or Lancashire or something like that. They do cutlery. I know that. He is a master cutler. And he's got like 60-something folks working for him. It's a big outfit. He's been doing that for a long time. I know Athena there. If I got a link here somewhere for it, let's go. Where's his email?
Yeah.
Max, there we go. Yeah, Lincolnshire, UK,
Here's my
AthenaAnywhere.com.
Here's my other AK Jack. Look at the stock on this one.
Oh,
Isn't that sharp?
I want to see. I want to see. Oh.
Thanks, sorry, I'm just getting back to the screen here. Sorry,
This is my favorite.
hey, that's an AR pistol that's been legalised in New York with a standard stock, but the buffer tube gives it away.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, 100% legal.
Yeah, I'm going to teach my son to shoot this one instead of the other one. A lot lighter, more comfortable, and I think he'll do better on this one. I am going to get a sight put on here because I still can, and that'll help too. Easy to come apart and put together, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I agree, Crow. Cabela's have been customers of mine for 15 years. Their big Damascus Safari range, I actually make them. So the big ring hills.
Yeah, they sell nice rifles there. I do love Cabela's.
All that sort of thing. Never a quibble, never a drama, never a late payment. Honourable company. And I know what I sell them for, and I know what they sell them for, and they're not bleeding people like some places. There was one there at California that I was dealing with for a while. He was like tripling the prices.
I'm going to cut off, folks. I will talk to you next time. By the time it's tomorrow, it'll be today.
All right, take care.
Later, dude.
Right on, right.
I'm going to stop buying. I think I'm done buying the rifles. I think I have 13 or 14 I own, plus the shotguns, handguns.
All right.
I'm done. I got to stock up on ammo now.
What handguns do you have, if I may ask?
Oh, three of them are my grandfather's. 22. I got his 12 gauge and his 20 gauge. I got
handguns only.
Just 9mm. That's all.
Just a 9. Can I ask what it is?
What's that?
Can I ask what it is?
It's just a 9mm. I forgot the make of it. I'm thinking. I own a 22 Marlin. I have 4 22s. Two of them are lever action, regular. I owe a 30-30.
Do you know what barrel length your 9mm handgun is?
No, I'll have to ask my husband because that was my grandfather's one.
All right. It's an auto or a revolver?
For my revolver?
No, is it a revolver or an automatic?
Automatic.
Automatic. Okay. Look, most of those are fairly competent at dropping people, so that's okay. Just look up instinctive shooting, and that if the slide allows you to put your finger along underneath the barrel, and you can learn to pull the trigger with your middle finger, you can learn a thing called instinctive shooting. You don't have to aim, because as we grow up, I can point my kneecap, that kneecap, my toe, the door behind me, all that sort of stuff, the coffee cup there, all that sort of thing, without really looking, because I'm pointing. It's called hand-eye coordination. It's something, spatial orientation that the brain actually understands once you get to a certain age.
Yeah.
If you can learn to shoot like that, you can have your first round at 20 feet within 4 inches of your desired delivery point every time.
I like to get a Glock.
Glocks are okay, but you got to use factory ammo or light hand loads. You can't.
Yeah, see, that's what my husband was just telling me. I'm gonna have to look at my case because I have them separate.
Can I like? I know 9mm is very common over there and all that sort of thing. I prefer a 40 caliber for a one-stop shot.
Yeah.
I had Browning, FN Browning.
Browning, yeah. The Browning has always had nice guns.
Yeah, but the stopping power compared to a 40 caliber or a 45.
I own Rugers. Rugers are nice.
and that. So that's what I'm talking about.
Marlin is my favorite. Ruger are nice too. Cobalt or whatever. How do you pronounce that? Those are nice. I think that's my AK is a Colbert. It's hard to remember all the names. I'm gonna have to literally write them all down. Maybe one day I'll make a whole video with them all on my bed. But then people are gonna say I'm crazy. Some people, the gun haters, of course.
Yep.
Those knives that you were saying you sell through Cabela's, are those that Alaskan Guide series by Buck?
No. It's part of their personalised, man.
Browning.
Yeah.
No, I have a deal with them. I make them for them. Their name goes on them. I don't have DB. When I started making them, I was a different company. I've only been down here 4 years. So Dimbala Blade Works is me rebranded, all that sort of thing. So
I got a couple Winchesters too.
I was Southern Cross Blades for a lot of while. I sold that to one of my former apprentices. He's now running off with that.
Nice.
And he's a general blacksmith, bladesmith, and makes knives on the side. He does have a Facebook site and all that sort of stuff. Nice guy. He's over Ballarat way, a couple hundred miles from me. Doesn't do the agricultural stuff, so we're not competing really. And the more knife makers out there, the fucking better. Because the less everyone's important, and that the more money stays in your country and the economy picks up.
Ruger is a nice gun. Winchester, been around for a long time. Nice gun too. I like how they put that like that gold. It's not real gold, but they'll put the gold around some of that gun. I have a 22 like that. It's really sharp. Remington makes nice ones, but I've had issues with a Remington.
I forgot what I did then.
I think that's what they are as Ruger pistol, to be honest. I haven't used it in the last year. We haven't gone out, except for one time, but we were shooting the rifles that day. I think, who else? There's
You should spoon the Johnny.
Let me see if I have a picture of it.
Spoon's cleaner. Yes,
Yeah, the Ruger 1022 is probably the most popular rifle in America.
The what? The 22?
And there's the 1022.
I have
There are so many companies making aftermarket parts for it. You can actually build a complete rifle from aftermarket parts.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's been around that long. The copyright for the thing. Would you like to see my CAD drawings for the receiver?
Sure. I have a 308 Winchester.
Last year, Thompson Center released a ripoff of the 1022, basically on their design for the action and everything, and they just put a different, like a Magpul stock on it and a couple other things to make it, discernible from the Ruger.
What would you prefer? That one's easy. This is a copy of the original Ruger drawing from the factory, off the patent. So let me just bring this up here. Get out the way. Share screen, application window, 1022, receiver plans. As you can see, drawing number. This is your original Ruger drawings. I also have a weldable receiver plan that was worked up by a gent who nicknamed himself Five Bears. It was on gun forums for years. One of the best respected guys out there. Good friend of Hickok 45, but what his real name is, we don't know. Hickok 45 actually alluded to the possibility that the guy was actually an 80th officer who really knew his stuff. So I'm just going to go back into here, share screen, application window, share there. As you can see, this is a machine front and rear section. with the side plates and all the rest of it, with clearances,
Mm-hmm.
where you put your pins and all that sort of stuff. All complete blueprints and that to do that, and then you just run a TIG weld. And actually, I've seen folks who are very good at stick welding because they've used 1095 steel and they've just run a 2.5 mil stick, very thin stick, sub 1/8, which is 3 mil, and they just lay that whole stick down at like a 20-degree angle on that joint and just fill it. Beautifully done. Then do the two ends and then file it clean. There was a wonderful gun forum called weaponeer.net years ago. And the boss who ran it and that got fearful having an Aussie on board and that hearing all the bullshit about gun laws over here and actually barred me from it and that to cover his own ass just in case. But an anti-gun group over here, I learned, and this took me 2 years to find out. If he did say, "Hey Jack, I got an Aussie anti-gun group here, giving me some hard time because you're here and you're making videos and you're coming over here and making guns and all that sort of stuff." And they're telling me it's all illegal. I could have showed them in the statutes where it is and all the rest of it.
That's awesome, Crow.
So, but that's why I went.
I love burgers. Burgers are nice.
I've got to keep on going back into YouTube chat.
Winchester has been around probably before I was born. I know they said they're going to stop making the Merlins. That's what I heard, but I don't know if I can confirm that. That's what I've heard.
G3 is a good rifle, absolutely. I put that on par with FNFAL. G3, FNFAL. In the 7.62 NATO, shit, yeah.
Powerful but nice, yeah. I don't like guns. I don't like guns that leave me bruises. My husband said the only reason why it leaves me bruises is because I don't hold it correctly, but I don't care. Stuff with a really strong kick, I don't like that. But like my brother always said, well then if it kicks you, lay down and shoot. Or sit down and shoot. Which is true. It does make a difference.
Prescott. All right.
New Colt Python. Never heard of that.
It's been around for decades. I had one with a 6-inch barrel.
I probably did hear of it, just don't know one.
3 months. I put about 50 rounds through it at the end at a range one day, and 60 rounds, 10,
Henry,
and my hand hurt. And
Henry,
I shoot a 45 all day. It just the way it curved. I was thinking about redesigning the back of the curve of the metal and make it not
I
curve.
have a 45. I don't like it.
But the other thing about it was I burned my finger badly because the match up between the front of the wheel and the receiver, that much gas blew out, and because I did a snap shoot round, shoot instinctive, and that it blew out the side of the wheel there, scorched my finger like you wouldn't believe. That's the problem. That's why I'm saying to you, only do it with an automatic, just in case, because you can't guarantee the closure between the wheel and the rear end of the barrel. With
Henry's make nice rifles. They also do the gold-plated thing around the trigger. I like that.
Paul Harrow. That name rings a bell. Is that the name of his channel?
Troy makes good guns too.
Yeah, that's his name.
I have a Troy.
Troys are expensive.
They are expensive. I paid almost $2,000 for that one.
Yeah.
Not to mention what I paid for the whatchamacallit? Can't think. I can't even think. I added something to that gun and it cost me more. Yeah, Troy's are probably one of your most expensive AK companies.
They are.
But they last forever. I think that was a Troy that I just showed you. I have another one locked up. I lock all my guns up at night. They're all in digital safes. I have these ones that go just on the trigger itself. And I have the old-fashioned kind where it's a key, but I do have the one that is digital. So it's a lot faster, but, a criminal's not going to wait for you to get your gun out. So I suggest getting a digital safe. It's the fastest way to get into a safe.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
I know, because my husband says opposite, but we have kids, so I make sure my guns are locked up. Because you never know. What if one of their friends come over and decides to pick one up, and I'm responsible?
There are options, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm pulling seeds out of my pot at the moment. I'll find you a plan for a bed head that has a hidden drawer for a handgun.
Really?
Yeah.
We got one under the kitchen table for a handgun.
If it takes the standard things, to match your bolt holes and all that sort of thing for the slots, take the thing off the existing thing, put this onto there.
I got one under this desk here.
But it's just a press.
Not in here now.
Buy a commercial kitchen cabinet fitting, do it down on slimline, so all it does is comes out. As soon as it comes out, if you've got it right, you put a piece of foam that expands in. You push it in there, closes out.
That's a good idea.
Make it fall out into your hand, so you don't have to actually dig around in the recess.
Right. That's a great idea, Jack.
So, and you never tell your kids about it.
Oh yeah.
And
they
you
don't know. They know about the kitchen table one. Yeah.
And
yeah,
absolutely. Tell them you want to get tied to the bloody clothesline out in the backyard overnight. Go into our room uninvited.
the thumbprint ones are nice, but they're expensive.
Yeah, and they're not that fast either, and they can be broken into real easy.
Exactly. That's what I've heard.
There's a YouTube channel, and that I suggest you look out, called The Lockpicking Lawyer.
The Lockpicking Lawyer. Okay.
He's a consumer law officer. He used to work for Consumer Affairs or whatever it was in America, and Consumer Protection Agency and all that sort of thing. And then he got too good and pissed off too many big companies, so they pissed him off. But he specialised in locks because so many people get ripped off by these things and travel locks and all that sort of stuff. And it's just a pet peeve with him. And he likes picking locks.
Okay.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's the stock that I'm getting for my AR.
That's a nice stock. I like that.
That's a takeoff of the accuracy.
How long is that barrel?
It's similar, yeah. It's made by a German company called Hera.
Oh, yeah. They make the Olympic shooting stocks and shit like that for the biathletes and such.
Cool. That's a nice rifle.
It is. Bloody nice. To be honest with you, I know if I had to go to the shit again, one, I always want to use the ammo that my enemies use, because then I can just go shopping off them bastards. So if that's 7.6239, which is what it's looking like, and a mix of 308 NATO, and that thanks to India. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going bullpup both ways. And that, with knowing what I know now and all that sort of stuff, and with the advancements of recoil buffers, especially the advancement in recoil buffers.
Well, I kind of like that recoil system that they have in those Vector Chris's.
I'd like to have one of these cart around, just sling it, walk around town like the Israeli girls do over there, and
Did you put sugar on them?
And that with those little bloody submachine pistols they got. Oh, hang five. They're the reserve. They're the reserve border troops goes. That's the Italian tube gun, foregrip, front and back. Shitload of them over there in the reserves. Everybody else running around but yeah, the reserve folks have got those little Beretta tube guns, and they look so good with a very tight cut pair of denim shorts on a hot day in Israel. I know, I'm a dirty old man.
Tell you what, if I ever go to the grocery
I
store,
don't approach. I just appreciate the view.
I'm gonna yell at people, especially the people who are hoarding all the canned goods.
The whole situation with the toilet paper, it's such a national like meme right now that
I don't get
like
it.
toilet paper is actually like it triggers if something happens news wise about toilet paper, the mass media picks it up and throws it on the front page. I saw an article earlier tonight, somewhere in Arkansas, someone threw like 12 cases of toilet paper off the side of the road on a highway, and the police had to come and pick it all up and everything.
Thank you. I was going to say I know the 61, but what's the 60? I was going to have to check it up.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Scorpion's a lovely little gun. Super high rate of fire, which stabilizes it actually quite well. Just as a hand and forehand hold, you can actually cross a thing that a British guy showed me. He was one of the team, so genuine article. Put the sling around your back and all that sort of thing, punch forward, and it works with the MP5s and all the smaller submachine pistols. You get this shitload of stability. You're pushing forward, the strips there, and you can really you can get all 28 rounds. You don't overload them into a target and at 20 yards, no dramas. Figure 11, man size target. Charging towards you instead of spraying all over the place, and they're just holding it by your hand.
Have you seen that new CZ Bren 2 rifle?
No.
It comes 5.56 and 7.62. It's a sweet little assault
an
rifle.
article a while ago about it. It was supposed to be a SHOT Show. I haven't looked at it. The one I looked at was the little Ruger P9 carbine. Takes a Glock.
The PC9, yeah.
And that's the thing I've been most interested in, and all that sort of thing. So
they have a second generation out of the PC9. You can get like modular stock systems for it.
Yep. And plenty of people are making aftermarkets and all that sort of thing. And the thing I like the most about it: click, twist the barrel, pull out, folds in half.
Throw it in the backpack.
I wouldn't mind getting.
Doesn't it take both Glock and like Smith and Wesson mags?
It takes. I know it takes Glock mags. Don't ask me about the rest. Oh, I know they do have a Smith and Wesson adapter that goes up into the mag well, and so it takes.
Yeah, that was it.
Mags, yes.
Yeah.
That was the second release, because I only did 150 for the first release. The second release came up with that. So the first ones they've offered to bring back retrofit and put that little slot in there, so the Smith & Mag clips up in there and comes back out as well. So yeah,
there's the new CZ.
Ooh.
Wow.
Fucking rail all the way along the top. I like that.
Look at that mag on that clip. Holy cow. That's probably like 12 mag. Probably
up
more.
The front, above the barrel, that's your gas system adjustment there.
Yep. Right there.
CZ, instead of having the rotary system further back, they're going more like
that
the
would be illegal
the Nationals up right up the end of the tube.
Homo's changed all of it, man. I'm surprised he hasn't taken everybody's guns yet.
Well, you just need to lose them in an unfortunate canoeing accident.
Yeah. Well, Some people are sitting there. I saw this one YouTuber who lives in Georgia. He bought these containers and he buried them like where his shed is in the ground there. But it was a special kind of rain barrel too because you didn't want to get no what do you call it, condense or get it wet.
And
Yeah.
they floated.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want a good system on how to store guns underground, ask Jack. He knows. He's got a good setup for it.
And it's only because we are eventually going to be
For education purposes only.
And I'm sorry, they come to my door. What guns? I got rid of them.
Oh, good Lord.
Did you guys happen to see the articles that came out today?
I'm going to front up to St. Peter and get tripped up and say, you had to obey all of Caesar's laws. I'm screwed.
I know, but what do you do? What do you do? What do you do when they come for your gun? Seriously.
I do my best, but I got to live in the world. And I hope the good Lord honors my intentions. I haven't been out there committing mass murder or stuff or hurting people, but in case heck, I hope he's not a fucking litigious bastard. I don't think so. He's your best mate, so I don't think he would be. But I know about Peter, because he's the gay. So he might be a bit stiff. Oh, well, what the heck? If I get my chance, then I'll take a bottle of my hooch up with him, and then he should be right. Well, see, Peter was a fisherman. He'll like a drink.
What's that new Russian shotgun? Was it the Vepr, the EPR?
Yeah, PEPR.
Yeah, Iraq veteran 88 was reviewing that. That thing looks sweet.
Yeah, see, that's the folks who did that are in the same factory, but it's a different group. Oh shit! Sorry, we double clicked you, man. Sorry. What was the other one? The Seiko.
The Seiko.
And that these guys have got CNC machine tooling. They're still in the same building as Seiko and all that sort of thing, but they're paying them for the license to manufacture. They're just doing it there CNC out of a lot of 6061 T6 aluminium, which is a lot of titanium and tungsten in it. It's the same aluminium as they use on the 747, the main strut that comes down for the front wheels. That's aluminium. It's not steel. 6061 T6 aluminium. So same stuff as that. And then they've got these chrome moly barrel liners that are around about 4.5 mil thick, and they put that in there and they bond them. So they're coming out super lightweight, brilliant recoil system in them. Similar to the recoil buffer in the GPM GM60. It was sort of like out of an old truck part, and that was just this big hydraulic and spring ram, basically in the butt of the rifle, and they've got something similar, but space age.
Man, you made me have to jump on StreamYard.
Yeah,
because we're talking guns.
You're talking my stuff here now.
Well, see, I always studied who's ever going to supply my enemy's weapons, and that because that's what I'm going to go shopping with, and that if shit hits the fan.
Hell yeah!
Know your enemy. First rule of warfare.
Michelle is impressing me. Michelle is impressing me. She's got some shit over there.
Yeah, I do.
We all need firepower, man. And that, because come the day we ain't got it and we fucking need it, you're fucked.
And the goat man over there, he's got his shit too. He's squared away.
Almost. The AR that I'm building, I'm halfway through with it, so just need low receiver, fire control group, trigger, and all that down there. And for the upper, I just need the bolt carrier group and the charging handle.
what I'm needing right now, and I'm gonna wait until I get the money built up a little bit. But I need something kind of in the MP5 category, the HK MP5.
Do you want to make it yourself?
No, I'm just gonna buy it. If I make it myself, I'm gonna mess it up.
Well,
Because Jack's got plans for a nice little subgun.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've got half a dozen different types. I've
Really?
got some developed by the Soviets so they can build underground. You know what the KP-50 was in Vietnam?
Negative.
Suspension rods, big industrial washers, water pipe, steam pipe, fire extinguisher pipe, and sheet metal square section. Cool shitload of US soldiers, man. Fired to 7.62 total roll. Cycling rate of fire was around about 800 rounds a minute and a 45 round magazine.
I like to shoot cheap ammo.
That's cheap.
9mm. That's about as cheap as you can go and still be lethal enough.
I've got another one to share with you for all those who've got AR-15 rifles. Application window.
Yeah, I want something. Actually, I'd like something that'll run Glock magazines. Either Glock or Uzi mags.
What, in an AR?
Yeah, this is how to convert any AR-15 rifle into a full automatic.
Yeah.
Lightning, and how it works, building the lightning, all the rest
For
of it.
educational and informational purposes only.
Yeah. Bevel it, assembling the parts so it slides, test fire, load 5 rounds. And if all goes well, load her up and let her rip. So.
Well, I'm kind of the opinion, it's just an opinion, mind you, that that I want the lower receiver to be designated as a 9mm receiver. So I know I can convert it. I know I can convert an AR-10 if I have the right upper receiver and everything, but I think the reliability issues are if you get the lower receiver that's designated for 9mm. 9mm is cheap ammo and it'll do 400 yards.
Yeah. Let me bring up this one, the trial.
Well, they make multi-caliber lowers that'll take various different uppers, and the quality is pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think you're better off with a designated 9mm lower.
Well, if you're looking for something like that, I would suggest looking up a company called CMMG. They make some really nice pistol caliber carbines. They got a 10mm that came out last year called the Banshee. That thing's fucking sick.
I'll probably go with an AK 9mm from Palmetto because unless Palmetto comes out with a reliable 9mm MP5 type of a rendition.
Yeah,
which they're working on. They had it at SHOT Show in Vegas. They were talking about they were making a version of the MP5, the HK MP5. That's the most badass rifle out there. I mean, in 9mm. That's what's the most sought after right now.
There's a company called ATI that makes an MP5 clone that shoots 22, and you can get one for probably about $300.
I don't want it.
Nice little, just a little plinker.
Not interested. I'm already squared away on 23.
Yeah, same here. Cool.
That's the whole thing.
That's pretty cool.
That's almost kind of like that M2 grease gun.
Yeah.
This was put out by this was put out in American Rifle magazine. I'll have to shrink it down to you see all the dimensions because I've got it, the basic information very small, while I've got the blueprints and the dimensions and all the fine stuff blown up real big. So I've got to play games with it. But here's everything you need. That actually comes out. That's a grease gun screen. This is your trigger. None of this is rocket science. Everything can be bought from a hardware store. If you've got a spot welder, that'll do it, but all the rest of it is nuts and bolts. Except for the barrel. You need to buy a piece of barrel because this is assuming that you're not a competent gunsmith. You just need a gun. So buy the barrel.
I wish I had a spot welder.
Chamber. It's not hard to make a spot welder either. You got a microwave transformer?
Nah, I'm not smart
Two
enough.
arms out there, and that put a potentiometer on there, dial it up, and that close the things down, and that, and reef it apart because it'll stick.
Yeah.
You can spot weld.
The most I'm working with right now is grinders and hand drills. So as far as drill presses and stuff, I'd love to have a drill press right now, but I don't have one. And I would like a mill vise, drill press, a floor press.
Look, I've got a little 2 foot tall El Cheapo Chinese drill press, but it's straight, and that's all I need. I
That's
did
all you
have
need.
a 6 foot pedestal drill stand in there, which is 400 kilos. It's still up north because I can't afford to bring it down. I've got a container of stuff that's heavy that I can't afford to bring down. But when I downsized down here, I thought about it and I thought, I really don't need this for the amount I do. I'm drilling through handles of knives and it handles it quite well. It's got 5 cogs on each end, and that I can vary the speed by moving the belt around. Gives me about 8 proper speeds and that, and another 4 that are a dream that won't come true. I know it's made in China.
I'm looking at Harbor Freight's website right now. They got an 8-inch 5-speed bench drill press for $70.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
if you're in
then
Harbor Freight,
on top of
it's
that,
3-in-1. It's a lathe milling machine and drill. And that for $299, man. If I could buy one of those for $299 here, those things are $1,400 because we've got so many middlemen coming out.
I got other
I'm looking
priorities.
Yeah.
And one of my priorities.
It's always the same. I was
One of my
end up doing fencing contracts and
What
pub work.
Well, the amount of space I have to work with.
Well,
So
that's why a 3
one of my high priorities. My high priority right now is a bead blaster machine. I want a bead blaster machine, so I can bead blast stuff and prepare gun parts and Cerakote them. You're familiar with Duracoat and Cerakote?
Yeah, no, Cerakote. It's a baked on one, and that Duracoat's water application.
The AR that I'm building is Cerakoted. The upper is OD green, and I'm looking to get the lower OD green as well.
Sorry.
Cool.
Well, see, you could pay me to do it. The thing of it is this is my trade. This is what I do. Yeah, Jack does what he does. My thing is I do coatings. And you can send parts to me. I'll take them, bead blast them, and freaking Cerakote them or Duracoat them.
Sounds like a plan.
And you can put the patterns on them as well, like the camos and all that.
Yeah, I'll be doing patterns and everything eventually.
Cool. Well, if I send you over a couple of blades and that before I put handles on them and hilts and all that sort of thing, do it then. And do the whole blade because I'm going to do the cutting edge. So you'll get the pattern, and all it'll be is just that sharpened final cutting edge. Once
Thanks,
it's all
Canoe.
done.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to network with me, we can do that. We can work out some kind of thing where we network stuff like that. Absolutely.
Cool.
The only hassle is the postage there and back. So I got to send you about 10 at a time to make it viable. Otherwise, the postage is stupid. And it's knives coming back. So, but it's okay. I'm licensed, so I'll get them and all that sort of thing. But
now, if I was to send you a stripped lower receiver to Cerakote, would I have to go through an FFL to get it out to you?
Negative. You do not. Unless it's brand new and you haven't gone through the background check yet. You don't have to. No.
No, because you're not sending a complete weapon.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Well, that's pretty cool because that'll probably save me a lot of money because I was looking for lowers that are, factory Cerakoted in OD green, and there's only like 2 major manufacturers out there making them, and they want like $200 for them or more. I think the cheapest one I saw was their company out of Washington State. What are they called? I can't think of it offhand.
Are you familiar with hydro dipping?
Yeah.
We call it aqua dipping out here.
I'm going to be doing that also eventually.
Yeah, there's
doing
so different things that you can do with that. It's insane.
Yeah, but it's not as durable as the Cerakote. I tried it out here to do on knife blades. The stuff comes off like you wouldn't believe. And
it will come off, Jack.
I've never had a drama with, but it's a pain in the ass to do, to be honest with you. So what am I going to do? Be making knives and that, doing all the saddlery and stitching myself, all that sort of thing, and Cerakote and the blades and all that sort of thing. That's why I'm doing simple acid etchings, because that's cheap and easy. I can stick 10 at a time, leave it there for an hour, come back, and it's done. Wash them all off, and that little bit of bloody detergent, neutralize it all off, baking powder, soda, sorry. Throw that in there, hot water, pull them out half an hour later, wipe them off. They're as good to go, ready to put handles on. Cerakoting, it's a 2-day process. You've got to be spotlessly clean in your presentation. Otherwise, it won't take your flake. To do it right, it's a slow process. Takes time.
It's just like bluing.
Yeah. Well, bluing, I can do bluing a hell of a lot better. I can do a rifle in a day. Cerakote, no matter what you do, it's going to take you 2 days.
How about parkerizing?
Day.
I can do parkerizing. And in addition to that, after I do the hydro dipping, I'm going to do a clear coat hydro dip.
But again, your parkerizing is exactly the same thing. You got to get it spotless, and that absolutely no grease, and that to grow your zinc component in there in your phosphoric acid to get the ionic transfer. If you've got any grease on whatever you're trying to parkerize, it won't stick.
But I can also do a matte clear coat, either with Duracoat. I can either use Duracoat or Hydro Dip, either way, and heat treat it at the same time. So you would have a clear coat over your whatever your design is. If it's a camouflage design, for example, it would be clear coated over the top of that, so it would be extremely durable. I could do it with a Duracoat or Cerakote, and I could do. I'm going to look into it.
Called William Smith in New York in the late 1700s. He was making Damascus shotguns, but he's also making steel hunting rifles and muskets and all that sort of thing. He was making rifled muskets, basically flintlocks, and that with rifling and all that sort of thing. Very accurate. They were well known, but he only made a couple of hundred. Spencer rifle is a copy. That's where the Spencer rifle came from. Or the not a copy. There are significant differences, but there's a lot the same. Right? Yeah? So the Quigley rifle and all that sort of thing, as you see, and that's super accurate and all that sort of thing, came from this guy. One of the
Wasn't
things,
Quigley's rifle Spencer in '56?
I thought it was a 90, so it was a 90 grain charge. Oh, mate, hang on. No, that one's 110 grains of powder with a 75, 7, yeah, 75.
So
I forget. They came out in multiple calibers and that, and I forget the grain weights for the projectiles it was using, plus the patch and stuff. But I think it was that one there was 110 grain powder charge, the big cartridge.
So how about an eggshell or a matte Cerakote that's been heat treated with a clear finish?
I'm not super au fait on how Cerakote takes heat. I have burned a Cerakote knife before by regrinding a tip. I know that much, so it's a bit iffy to me. Don't know enough about it. I played with it. I bought a kit off eBay. A Cerakote kit, the starter kit that comes out on the white box and that with the two bottles. That's what I got started with. And I played with it a couple of times, all that sort of thing. And look, half of them came out real good, and a couple of them I'm having issues with, but I've worked it out. That's recently touching it, that sort of stuff, right? Yeah. Might screw up. It's a learning process. I like some of the stuff I could do with it. I am looking for a camo blade pattern to go on it, browns, greens, stripes, tiger stripes, whatever. Unique. They don't have to be identical. I don't want a fingerprint pattern. I want them everything different and that unique. Because the knives are all handmade. The finish on them and all that sort of thing. But people want a dull blade. They're scared that a shiny blade catches the eye of stuff on a bright sunny day. And if they're hunting with dogs and knives, like a lot of people do over here, they don't want a shiny blade anymore. So I'm doing a shitload of black blades. And I keep on getting asked for camouflage.
Wow, this guy bought over 17,000 bottles of sanitizer. Just pops up on Twitter. I'm sorry, I should have said this before.
Yeah.
Tennessee, and he purchased all of them, and then he went on Amazon and listed it price gouging. Amazon took his price down too.
But see, that was the problem. He was charging. He signed the agreement on Amazon to comply with their rules and regulations, and they control the delivery fees and charges. Right? You can have a certain amount excess in that, but it's weight driven. He's charging for like a 50-pound parcel and that, and he's selling a 2-ounce bottle. So they called him up on that, and he refused to change it. So they canned him. And now he's got the last listing that was there, so he had 7,000 bottles in stock, and now he doesn't have an outlet for them. But Amazon's not the only place. He'll be out there selling this shit. And I wouldn't be surprised if some idiot pays him. As long as they get what they pay for. The Latin, let the buyer beware. Shit.
Yeah, he's not the only one, because I went back on Amazon just a second ago, and there's still other people doing it. $60, $70, $80. The Lysol wipes, holy shit, 120. I'm seeing right now. That's ridiculous.
Maestro go.
And like I said, soap and water is more effective than sanitizer.
Oh, snakeskin effect. Very nice. Actually, that'd be all right.
Yeah.
Let me smoke this and show you a blade, and that I think snakeskin camo would be fucking really good on it.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Look at that.
That'd be even better. And
100
it's got a nice pattern to it.
$114.85 for a 19-ounce can of Lysol spray.
Caveat emptor. Thank you, Canoe.
$114 for one can. You can go to the dollar store and get it for $3 something, which they're out of. Yes,
I got one.
unbelievable.
Hey, do you guys know what Twinkies are? That Hostess snack?
Yeah.
When a couple years ago, Twinkie or Hostess decided they were going to get out of the snack business,
Yeah.
and people went batshit crazy,
Oh, I
stocking
saw.
up wherever they could find the Twinkies, and they were selling them for like $100 a piece on eBay, and they sold.
I can't believe that. Not that desperate.
We
You
got
could-
cleaned out the store that I was working at.
Yeah,
That's
that's crazy.
it.
Now,
You put a
imagine.
in finish on that.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
That's
We
nice.
do it with
Yeah.
silicone.
See,
Or Duracoat.
what I'd normally do, because it's got the thumb grip on top, the timber would come down from the front of this all the way down, just clip the back of the grind there, and then go down and form more width on the finger guard. So you can actually use this as a stabber and not have your thing go up, your fingers slide up the blade. That sort of colour match, and that I don't know if it'd go out here. People want the more like my camouflage jumper, that sort of thing. That snake skin effect, that would go out here because everybody knows what a snake is. So that's a brilliant effect, and if you put that on that blade, it'd rock out the door. I could pretty much, on top of what I normally sell those for, if I can get that, I'm pretty much sure I could double what you're charging me again, and that for having the finish on that knife. And if it's durable, if it's the Duracoat stuff.
I will cut you a deal on it, Jack, because I know you from here.
I'll do up 10 of these, and you got my email address? Yes, you do, because you sent me one, didn't you?
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
And that, so I'll send me your postal address. I'll do up 10 of these, and that post them over there, and that get you to do them, bring them back, put handles on them. Just come back a little bit. Don't have to come back too far, and that. But as long as that area there is covered, the rest doesn't matter because I'm going to grind that clean and get that rough. So when I put the heavy epoxy, it's an etch, so it's got more surface area because of the rough finish on the knife to bond into and for the acid to bite in. So it'll all get ground off anyway. That's not a bad name for it, with a snakeskin pattern on it.
Yeah.
This is an AR magazine.
So I've got to call it a skinner knife. I can't call it a killing knife or anything like that. The death out of skinner knife. Otherwise, everybody jumps all over you.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night on my end. I need to hit the hay.
No dramas. Hey, bro, I got to actually duck off here myself. Now it's time for me to give the girlie a call.
Right.
You and Bill okay on that for 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Corn
You'll
goat
be
on.
back though, right?
You take care, mate.
You're coming
You as
back
well,
though,
dude.
Jack, right?
Yeah,
Tonight?
I'm just going to be sitting in the background. You'll see me down below here.
All right, maybe I'll just share a video of Trump or something. Sounds good.
I tell you what, there's one up there you can bring up. Where was I looking at that one?
Okay, let me know.
Yeah, Bill, sometime in the next couple of days, I'll exchange contact information with you about Cerakote and a lower.
Someone, the video is someone taking the explaining Joe Biden's online video, all that sort of thing, and all his gaffes in there, and that Timcast.
Uh-huh.
That runs for about 15 minutes.
Timcast, it's called?
Timcast is the channel. He's a presenter. He's a good mate of. There's a black guy. He keeps on getting himself banned and that by YouTube, and that, but he's a pro-Trump guy. Tells it like it is. The Doctor of Common Sense.
I can't find the channel. Do you know what the channel name is?
Timcast.
All right, folks. Peace out.
All right, peace out.
All right. Good night.
Maybe you can find the link. It'd be easier.
I'll tell you what, though, nature is the best camouflage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always telling my kids to buy something. My son wants to go out hunting with me this year, and I told him, well, the thing about hunting is you can't talk.
Yeah.
And he likes to
Well,
talk.
the nice thing about that snake camouflage is there's nothing more camouflage than a snake.
I typed in what I thought you said was Timcast, but I can't find it yet.
Timcast channel. I've got the channel link here for you. Have a scroll through this guy. See if he's up your line. He's sort of like the R-rated conservative. There you go. There.
Oh, thanks. Cool. So we can watch that, guys.
There's a shitload in there. Right side's also got some stuff. Next News Network, Gary Francie. Take this out of the Dems. Plenty there for you to play with. That looks really nice, man.
Okay.
And you got that on a plastic magazine, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Cool. All right. Yeah, I like
it. Yep. I just think, I actually got the idea from a Russian idea for camouflage. The Russians were doing their AKs with that. And I just kind of perfected it and converted it into a kind of a snake style.
Well, the old curtain lace and that goes a long way, eh?
Yeah, these are different types of mesh.
Yeah.
I use 3 different sizes.
But there's the hassle. You got to draw it straight and even. You got to mask off what you're not using, and then you got to clean all the shit up. And because most of those patterns are made in cotton, they only last 5 or 6 times. Well, that's the problem I found.
These are clear coated, so they stand up pretty well. They don't scrape off easily.
Cool.
They're clear coated with a matte clear coat, with a flat type of a clear coat. Even though there's still a little bit of sheen to them, it's hard to get that sheen out. You kind of got to.
We're not talking about a mirror polish blade or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Reflections on that can be quite bright. I understand it. Big pig sticker. I did a pig sticker the other day. It's over here. Where did I put the bloody thing now?
There's my big pig sticker.
I want to watch a little bit of the meeting that he had today, or the press conference. I missed that. And then I'm trying to find the video that Jack referred us to watch. This guy looks like a pretty cool channel, Jack. Thanks for telling me.
He likes to tell it as it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of folks that trust him, and
one of the blokes, he made one on Joe Biden, correct?
Eh?
He made one on Joe Biden, correct?
Yeah, but YouTube tends to hide a lot of his stuff. He's very good on appeals, but like if it's too contentious, expect it to disappear. Sort of like Alex Jones in a way. That they're censoring people like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I know.
It's wrong. It's wrong. He gets hit so many times, but he's got all these big lawyers now coming to help him out because he tells it like it is. And as one of the lawyers says, look, this guy leaks some stuff. That gave us a big advantage in investments and all that sort of thing because not only are we lawyers, but we handle a lot of people's money.
Yeah.
And
they took 3 of my videos.
Stuff.
Yeah.
He was talking about coronavirus and that first week in December. That's all.
Wow.
That's there on the video. And he just got called a kook on it. There's website over here, Slack Bastard, who targeted him out and asked all the lefties to actually attack him online. That's all okay. But they are commos anyway. That's how they deal with things. Don't
I'll check them out. Thanks.
But anyway, I've got to duck off. Call it early. So I'll just sit in the background. I've got to bring the birds in too.
Cheers. Let me see if I can pull that one video up first. Let me see if I have the White House opened. Yep.
White House?
Yeah, there's a video he did today earlier. I missed it. And my husband told me about it, but I was just like, I don't care. I don't know if you guys can see it. Open the chat again. Yep.
We just completed a very good meeting of the coronavirus task force, and they're really doing a great job, our professionals. The results are very, very good. And when you compare this to what's happening around the world, we're very proud of our people. And there's been a tremendous amount of coordination with states, with cities, and they're a little smaller form of government, and they have things going well. They're coordinating with us, and certain in particular, I think California's been terrific, the relationship. New York has been really good. We've had some really good relationships in terms of especially the hotspots, and we're focused on those hotspots. Some areas we have no problem whatsoever, and we hope to keep it that way. Before I turn this over to our great Vice President to provide an update, I just want to express my appreciation for the hard work done by the people behind me and the people back in the various offices, including the fact that I just left the Oval Office, so we have some people there that are probably watching this, or they're just working. We're using the full power of the federal government to defeat the virus, and that's what we've been doing. Last week, we secured an initial $8.3 billion from Congress for the coronavirus, and that was quickly done and very efficiently done. I want to thank all members of Congress. Yesterday, I declared a national emergency, which was a very big deal because it opened up.
President Trump is getting on it. The media just wants to keep lying about it.
And it will make more than $50 billion available to us.
Can everybody hear okay, by the way?
And that's available for states, territories, and local governments. So that was really, really good. We also reached an agreement yesterday on a new legislative package that will provide strong support for American families and communities in dealing with the coronavirus. So it was done very, very bipartisan. It was very nice to see it. Probably the cooperation. I want to thank Secretary of Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, who did a fantastic job, and worked with Nancy Pelosi and their representatives, and it was really great. It worked out very well, and a lot of people are benefiting by it. A lot of provisions in the bill, which they're going to be discussing with you today, and they're tremendous provisions. So that's something that we should talk about. I was honored to see that the stock market, you were mostly there with us, set a record in a short period of time, over a 45-minute period, that we had the press conference yesterday, and the Rose Garden. That was a record, all-time record. I think we should do one of them every day, perhaps. How about 5 times a day? We'll do one 5 times a day. But that was something to watch, and I had no idea. We walked back. I said, "So how did that work out?" They said, "Sir, you just set a new record in the history of the stock market." So that was pretty good. And those great companies that were there, they couldn't have been too unhappy either when you think about it, because they're all very big publicly listed companies. So they did a good job. And more importantly, they're going to do a good job. When you look at CBS and Walmart and all of the tremendous people that were there yesterday, these are the biggest and the best. And they're opening up their facilities. They're right now, literally working right now on doing something that's never been done before to the extent that we're doing it. And so we're very proud of them. Also, the bill provides for free coronavirus testing for all Americans who should be tested. So people that are getting tested are getting this free. They don't have to pay. A lot of people say, "Gee, that's a lot of money," and it is. It's a pretty complex test, actually, and it costs money, and it's being provided free, so people don't have to worry about that. It also provides paid sick and family medical leave for those who need it, including for those who have the virus, for caregivers, and those looking after children affected by school closures. So that's all taken care of also. And we'll continue all of these different actions. We have other things planned. We're going to also be working with companies that are affected financially. Our country is in the best financial shape. We've so different than in the past over the years. If you look at some of the real big crises we had, it was financial problems and different things. We now are in very, very strong financial shape with all of the trade and all of the other things that we've been doing. It's been pretty amazing. We hope the Federal Reserve will finally get on board and do what they should do, because we're doing things that they should be doing, frankly, and we can all do them together, but they should be much more proactive. Other boards and other countries and people representing those countries are taking a much more aggressive action than our Fed, and for the most part. So we'd like to see look at central banks yesterday, what they did. We want to see our Federal Reserve be much more proactive. It's important.
Sounds like
things
stuffed up.
that have been really
What's
well
that?
received. I guess you saw that yesterday at the end of the day.
Stuffed up like he's got a stuffy nose.
We have a lot of things to
Yeah,
tell you
he
in
did.
terms
He
of
does have a sinus infection.
respirators, in terms
He
of all of
did
the
go
different
through.
things.
He
The
did get a
masks
corona
are
test, by the way.
being made
Those
by
results are
millions,
negative.
millions and
Only
millions.
thing that
We
he
have
had was just
plenty now,
a
but we're
small
ordering
sinus
for the
infection.
millions. We're ordering worst
Everybody
case
gets
scenario.
sinus infections. I get them
We
all the
always said
time.
worst case scenario. And
Looks
that's where
like
we're
he's
going.
tired
So I
too.
just want to thank everybody.
You
I
and
think
I
the
know
press
he
has
doesn't
been
sleep
really,
8 hours a
over the last
day.
24 hours, I think the representation's really been very fair for the most part. Been very fair.
He said he can
We're all in
survive on
this
4
together. It's
hours.
something
I
that
can't
nobody
do that.
expected.
Me neither.
And it's one of those things that happen. Nobody's fault. We all
Melania
solve
gets
this
on him all the
problem. We'll
time
solve
about
it
that.
well.
But most
I
nights
think
he
the
says he sleeps only 4
American
hours.
people have been incredible in the way they've acted.
He
It's
deserves
been
6
amazing.
hours,
If you look
at
at
least.
companies and sports leagues and all
7.
they've done,
Yeah,
it's
especially with his
just
age.
something very
All the
special
stress that he
without
goes
being
under,
told
he needs that
necessarily. In
rest.
some cases, perhaps they were told, actually. But for the most part, they want
I
to
like
get
to
it
see
over
when
with.
he
They
gets
want
a
to get it
chance to
over
go
with
play
quickly
golf
and
because
with
he
very
works
little
so
death.
hard.
As of this moment, we have 50 deaths, which is a lot of good decisions were made, or that number could be
3
many
people have been
times that.
diagnosed
That's
in
based
Erie
on a lot of
County.
good decisions. 1 or 2 in particular.
That's kind of
the
scary
board
because
was
I'm near Erie County.
declared the hot spot yesterday, a big hot spot, and number 1. And we made a decision quite a bit prior to that, but we saw what was happening. But if you have any questions, this group will be very happy to do it. But I just want to say they have been, led by Mike Pence, they have been incredible, the job they do. They're working 20 hours a day. This man is working 20 hours a day, or maybe more. Is it more? I think it's more. Tony has been working.
Hours a day. Wow.
We've created a number of new stars. including the gentleman right behind me. I watched him the other day. It was such a fantastic job he did. I really appreciate it. But they're going to be answering questions, and we have a lot of new information, so I think you'll find it very interesting. And I'll be going back.
I hope he shuts up
Thank you.
Acosta.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. There are so many people right now that are rushing to Costco.
Oh,
they're rushing,
Jimmy's
rushing
not
to
there.
grocery
Good.
stores all over the country. They're filling up their baskets. Is that the right
I don't
move?
see
Do you
Jimmy.
think that people should actually be saying, maybe conserve as opposed to buy? Also, overnight Apple, sir, they announced that they're going to be closing all of their stores for 2 weeks. Do you want to see other retail outlets, restaurants, stuff like that do the same thing?
I think it's fine if they do it. I think frankly, it's good if they do it. I think what Apple did is fine. And we're going to keep people away for a little while, just keep them away. And when it gets better, well, people are going and buying things, and I understand that. By the way, I had my temperature taken coming into the room. You did good.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Let's compare. Good. Well, that means we're all looking good. I also took the test last night. Yeah. And I decided I should, based on the press conference.
Twitter, he announced he had the sinus infection.
I don't know, whatever it takes, a day or 2 days, whatever.
Let's see if he says he does.
Send it to a lab.
So you've been sending mixed
Only
messages.
because the press is going to take it.
Mr. President, respectfully, you've been sending mixed messages. We watched as you shook hands with people yesterday. You have talked about 5 million tests being available.
Oh, shut up, lady.
Has your own sense of urgency evolved, and are you changing what you're doing?
No, I've been urgent. This is urgent for me right from the beginning. You know that because I closed up our country to China.
But why are you shaking hands, sir?
Because it almost becomes a habit, and you get out of that habit. And frankly, I was a non-handshaker for the most part. I never believed that.
Oh yeah, he's got severe germophobia. He's always been that way.
Political people walk up to me, they want to shake my hand. I said, well, just wait a minute. Just take it easy. People come up to me.
I love that, man.
Hands, they put their hand out. It's sort of a natural reflex. And we're all getting out of it. All of us.
By the way, that report is from CNN.
Somebody comes up to you, they put their hand out, you probably
tend to that or MSNBC.
Shake it. And we're all getting out of it.
I wouldn't touch anybody from CNN.
Yeah.
But people put their hand out. Sometimes I'll put.
You can get it just by someone coughing in the air and you're next to him.
We have to think about
so his handshake means nothing. The media just likes picking on him every time.
I was touching it because we have different people, and I'm trying to make it easy for them because they're going to have to touch because we wouldn't be able to reach the mic.
God will protect the president.
Be able to speak in the mic, so I'll move the mic down. And they said, "Oh, he touched the microphone." Well, if I don't touch it, they're going to have to touch it. Somebody's going to have to. So I might as well be the one to do it. But no, we all have to get away from. Getting away from shaking hands is a good thing. And possibly that's something that comes out of this. Maybe people shouldn't be shaking hands for the long term because it does transmit flu and other things. We have flu in our country that kills on average 36,000 people a year. 36,000 people.
More than that.
That's something that we're not talking about. But as of this moment, we've lost 50, possibly a little bit less than 50, but probably 50 people. And we're going to try and keep that.
Exactly, Crow. Wash your hands. Exactly.
The Pentagon is telling service members and their families not to travel domestically. Should all Americans follow that same advice?
Well, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. If you don't have to travel, we want this thing to end. We don't want a lot of people getting infected.
See, that's why my husband don't want me going to Albany for the pro-life rally. He don't want me to travel on the train.
I really think that the people behind me have not been given the credit that they deserve because they have done a fantastic job. When you see all the school closures, the school closures are very important, but it causes a lot of problems. The bill that we signed yesterday takes care of a lot of those problems with children staying at home and the parents are working. Now we take care of that issue with what we passed last night. Now it has to go through the Senate. I have to sign it, but that will happen.
Hate hiccups.
But I'm now going back to the White House. You have great professionals. And if there's anything that comes up, if there's anything.
I got to pull out here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Buffalo Bill. See you later. God bless you.
Travel restrictions, perhaps domestically.
Bye, Michelle.
Bye, hon. God bless you.
Specifically from certain areas, yes, we are. And we're working with the states. And we are.
Stay safe, keep sick, or not keep sick. Stay away from sick people, okay? I'm telling everyone who's older than me, stay away from sick people. All right.
Considering other restrictions, yes.
Reuters is reporting that you're going to extend the European travel ban to the UK and Ireland on Monday. Is that accurate?
We're looking at it very seriously yet because they've had a little bit of activity, unfortunately. So we're going to be.
Notice how the media, when they go ask a question, they all ask at the same time. It's like children in a daycare center. I swear. And that's why they kind of stopped all the press briefings, because it got so out of control. I remember when Tom Reed's staff member told me, I don't know, he was in the press room for something. It was one of the first couple months President Trump was even our president, and he was in there, and he said it got so bad that literally people were kicked out. These journalists have no respect for the next journalist. And some of these journalists should not even be called journalists because they're not. You saw that one girl sitting over there on the far left-hand side, right? It would be to his right. But anyway, that was totally uncalled for. For her to sit there and attack President Trump for something that he's been doing, which, again, he never used to handshake anybody. Donald Trump is so, like, OCD, it's not even funny. He's more OCD than my husband is, okay? He used to be kind of touchable person, you know? He used to, of course, hug his family and stuff and close friends, but other than that, that was it. Now when you see President Trump, when he goes to rallies or he goes to meet people at the border or wherever he goes, he's always shaking hands. But again, that's all he has to do, like Crow said. If you're shaking people's hands, don't put your hands near your mouth, and as soon as you can, wash your hands with hands and soap. You're good to go. But the media makes it want to look like President Trump is endangering people at his own White House. And that is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But again, here we go. Let's watch the rest of this and watch these children act like children. I believe there's probably 2 journalists in there that are good. And let me see if I can point them out if they show them again.
Looking at that, we are actually already have looked at it, and that is going to be announced.
You just criticized the Fed yet again. If I could just get a little clarity on your thinking on this. Yeah. It's been a hallmark of your presidency. You're always going after the Fed. If you feel so strongly about it, why don't you dismiss the chairman, or do you think you're powerless?
I don't see you.
I think I have the right to do that,
or
the right to remove him as chairman. He has so far made a lot of bad decisions, in my opinion. We had this great, and we will soon have again, because I think you're going to have a tremendous bounce when this is over. I think there's a pent-up bounce that's going to be tremendous. I think you saw that yesterday with the stock market. No, I'm not happy with the Fed.
I'm not going to play the whole hour of this because it is an hour long.
Because if you look at the central banks,
I tried to find that video Jack told me about. I can't find it.
Largely, they're lower than us, their rate. And their equivalent of the Fed rate is lower. In some cases, by 2 points. In some cases, it's a lot. In some cases, very substantial. And I thought that the Fed would be and should be much more proactive as opposed to following. Our Fed is following. We have the #1 currency in the world by a factor of many times. As you know, we have the currency, we have the power, we have by far the strong currency. Also, you look at the dollar, the strength of the dollar. Our Fed is not doing what they should be doing. We shouldn't have a Fed rate that's higher than our competitor nations. You look at Germany, they're essentially under zero. They're negative. There are many countries negative. Japan is negative, Germany is negative, others are negative. And we're paying higher interest rates. And what I'd like to do is refinance our debt. We could refinance our debt very easily at a much lower rate. We have some tremendous opportunities right now, but Jerome Powell is not making it easy. No, I have the right to remove. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. I have the right to also take him and put him in a regular position and put somebody else in charge. And I haven't made any decisions on that.
Trudeau refuses to be tested for the virus, even though his wife was. Oh my God. Was your temperature normal, Mr. President? Do you think President Trump would have been at that microphone if it wasn't normal? You stupid idiot. I cannot stand that one woman there. She just continuously talks stupid. Unfreaking believable. This is what I mean, people, with these journalists. They shouldn't even be called journalists in the first place. Unbelievable. You heard it with your own ears, though, guys. Let's listen to a couple more minutes of this. I want to show you a different video if you guys don't mind, but Jack might be back by then, so I'm not going to stay on all night. I've been dealing with a lot of issues, like medical issues. I've been really tired lately. Night sweats, you name it. I got a sinus infection again, so lucky me. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing well and safe. Hello to everybody in the chat. Tanya, welcome. It's good to see you. If you want to join the panel, let me know, and then I could stop this video and share the link. So let me know if you want to join. Let's listen to Mike Pence for a minute here.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As the President just said, we just completed the White House Coronavirus Task Force meeting in the Situation Room, and we continue to implement the President's vision, not just for a whole of government response to the coronavirus, but a whole of America approach. The focus of our task force today and going forward is on implementing the President's public and private partnership on testing, focusing on ensuring that state and local authorities have the guidance and the support to ensure mitigation, particularly in areas where we've seen community spread. And we're continuing to lean in at the President's direction on addressing capacity issues in our hospitals and with regard to equipment. But let me reiterate the President's gratitude, not just for the team behind me and the team behind them, all of our federal agencies that are literally working every day to bring a whole of government approach to this, but we also want to commend all of the governors across the country. I'll be speaking again to all the governors, all 50 states and the territories tomorrow. But as the President said yesterday in the Rose Garden, we couldn't be more grateful for all of the governors, particularly in areas where we've had community spread, for the seamless cooperation that's taking place. And we commend local health authorities and all of those who are literally on the front lines. Also grateful for all the businesses that you saw in high relief yesterday, businesses around the country, in sports and entertainment, in retail, that are making decisions based on CDC guidelines and good common sense to protect the American people. And lastly, as the President also said, we just want to thank the American people for listening to local authorities, listening to recommendations from the CDC. We'll hear more about that in just a moment from Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx. But as we're seeing, not surprisingly, as we've seen in the past, the American people are all responding to look after not only their own health, but their families and their communities. And one story after another is truly inspiring to the President and to all of us. As you know, it's been a brisk few days. The President declared a national emergency yesterday, freeing up significant federal resources for state and local authorities, as well as our national response. The President announced that unprecedented public and private partnership on testing. And let me say that at 5 o'clock tomorrow, we will be detailing the progress that our team is making. I can tell you they are literally working around the clock with private companies. We are very pleased that Thermo Fisher was just approved last night by the FDA in record time to also be providing what's called a high throughput test. That will actually increase the capacity of this public and private partnership. But again, details on that in terms of when the local sites will be available at CVS and Walgreens and Walmart and other locations, what communities those will initially be available in, when the website will go online, as well as how this will continue to roll out. 5 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, will detail that. Last night, the House of Representatives passed legislation which addressed the priorities that President Trump had laid out for the American people in the weeks before that. I want to join President Trump in thanking Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, the Republicans and Democrats in the House of Representatives, who, as the president said earlier today, pulled together to pass legislation and that's meeting this moment in the bipartisan health first spirit that the American people would expect. The Secretary of the Treasury will detail the legislation, but to be clear, the deal that passed the House last night will head to the Senate early next week, delivers on the president's plan for strong health and economic support, particularly focused on those most impacted, including hardworking blue-collar Americans who may not currently have paid family leave today. It provides free coronavirus testing for uninsured Americans, and it builds on the decisions that President Trump made, expanding coverage for Medicare, Medicaid, and also getting a commitment from private health insurance companies to join with us to waive all copays on coronavirus testing. So now testing will be free for every American, and those who have insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, other programs, and even the uninsured. Legislation also establishes tax credits that the Secretary of the Treasury will describe that will provide paid sick and family medical leave for coronavirus-related employment interruptions. I expect Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci will reiterate this. If you are sick, now you need not be concerned. If you're an hourly wage earner in America, you need not be concerned about staying home. If you're sick, stay home. You're not going to miss a paycheck because of this legislation that's moving through the Congress. We'll make sure that your employer, including small businesses, have the ability to provide paid leave to you. This also provides funding and flexibility to ensure that senior citizens, women, children, and low-income families have access to emergency nutritional assistance, and it incentivizes states to ease access to employment benefits. Again, the president and I are profoundly grateful for the bipartisan spirit that drove this legislation. And let me also say how grateful we are with the Secretary of the Treasury and the long hours that he put in negotiating this measure. Let me say also last night at midnight, the Department of Homeland Security implemented the president's decision to suspend all travel from Europe, passing through 13 airports. Acting Secretary Wolf will detail the implementation of that. To be clear, countries where we have suspended travel under Section 212F, Americans may still return to the United States. Legal residents may still return. They are being screened at some 13 airports as we speak. If they are identified as being symptomatic for any illness, there is an additional response on site, but those Americans are being encouraged to return home and self-quarantine for 14 days. That started at midnight last night, and the Secretary will detail it. In a few moments, I'll ask Dr. Fauci to update us on cases, as well as current CDC guidance for all Americans. And all of you are already aware that this week we issued specific guidance to about a half a dozen states where we've seen community spread. Dr. Birx will touch briefly on the public-private partnership testing plan and also speak about what the data is showing at this moment about the best guidance for every American. Acting Secretary Wolf and I both want to join the president in commending the cruise line industry. They made a decision yesterday. 85% of all the domestic cruise lines announced that they would be suspending cruise line operations for a period of 30 days. And Chad Wolf will explain to you the importance of that decision.
All right, guys.
Commend the cruise line industry.
I'm going to stop this so I can play another video. I think Jack will be back here in a couple minutes anyway. Since I am the only one here. Let me actually, instead of sharing a video, let me read something to you. I'm just looking it up now. Just give me a second. Whoever is in the chat room, thank you for still being here. I know it's late, but for those who are here, just give me 1 second. I've been having a lot of issues with livenews.com. I cannot pull it up using Firefox. Let me see if I can pull it up using Google. Exactly. That's what the news does, is cause panic. Absolutely right. I think Google's getting sick and tired of me being pro-life leader. They prevent me when I click on my email and I click on the article. That's how I bring you articles. Sometimes I have to go to the site directly just to talk about stuff, but 99% of the time I get it through my email, see it on Twitter, and then I'll share it with you. I'm literally trying to pull up this article about Senator Ben Sasse. He's a pro-life politician, and he's slamming Nancy Pelosi for her little stunt that she pulled. Nancy Pelosi tried to pull in the coronavirus bill. She tried to throw in money to be used towards Planned Parenthood. We're not talking about $500. We're talking millions of dollars. She literally tried to squeeze that in this bill. President Trump slammed her also for it, and she had to take it out, rewrite, or not rewrite, the Republican did, I don't forget his name, and then she finally agreed to it. Finally, the link opened. It took 5 minutes for it to even open from email to link. Let me share this link as I'm reading along. You guys can read along as well. Let me see, where's the chat room? Here we go. I've been dealing with buffering too. Senator Ben Sasse slams Nancy Pelosi for trying to sneak abortion funding in a bill to combat coronavirus. Oh, yes, she did, ladies and gentlemen. She literally tried to pull one on the Republicans, the pro-life politicians. She tried to pull it on President Trump, but President Trump moved very quickly and said, not going to happen. This lady who says she wants the coronavirus, a vaccine to cure coronavirus, right? And she's such a family person, she says in front of the cameras, that she just loves family. But yet she supports killing babies outside the womb who survived abortion 82 times. That's right, 82 times this woman voted against a bill when babies are born outside the womb caused by botched or failed abortions, where women actually have to go through delivery and they deliver their babies. And if they're not, let's say they're 20 weeks, 19 weeks, 21 weeks, doctors don't have to give them medical treatment at all. And they've recently just tried to get a bill passed. I talked about it on my channel, called the Born Alive Protection Act bill, the Pain Feel Capable Protection Act bill as well. And both of those bills got slammed down because the Republicans couldn't get the 60 votes. And the only way they could have got the 60 votes is by getting the Democrats to vote. Well, this is not just the first time that bill failed. 82 times total this bill has failed. So she says she's a family person, but yet she supports killing babies outside the womb. Okay, not just in the womb, but outside the womb as well. And then she tried to sneak in money for funding for Planned Parenthood. She's sick. I've said this many times. I truly believe that the devil himself comes inside some of these people. Like, there's no way a decent human with a human heart, which she might not even have, people, who knows? If she does, it's like black coal. She has no soul. Listen to this article. Senator Ben Sasse is not happy after learning that Speaker Pelosi tried to sneak abortion funding into a bill to combat the coronavirus. The pro-life Nebraska Republican criticized the House Speaker for exploiting the situation to advance her pro-abortion agenda. As Life News reported, Speaker Nancy Pelosi is so dedicated to promoting abortion and forcing Americans to fund killing babies in abortion that she has been caught trying to add taxpayer financing of abortion to the bill to combat the coronavirus and provide economic stimulus to the nation if it deals with the coronavirus 19 outbreak. Pelosi came under heavy criticism from pro-life advocates, including the President Trump's son, Don Jr., who tweeted, "This pretty much sums everything up. Real Donald Trump is moving quickly to protect Americans from the coronavirus and its economic impact. Democrats are spending their time to create an abortion slush fund." Now, Senator Stacey is criticizing her as well, according to the National Review report. While schools are closing and hospitals are gearing up, Speaker Pelosi is waging unnecessary culture wars. Speaker Pelosi should be fighting the coronavirus pandemic, not politicizing emergency funding by fighting against the bipartisan Hyde Amendment. Stacey told the National Review in a statement, "We need to be ramping up the diagnostic testing, not waging culture wars at the behest of the Planned Parenthood. Good grief." According to the report, it appears that Nancy Pelosi and the White House has resolved the issue, with Pelosi backing down from her abortion crusade. Pelosi went back and forth with the Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin Thursday, ultimately coming close to deal with the House to set the vote on the package Friday after Speaker Pelosi reportedly dropped the matter. We've resolved the most of our differences, and for those who we haven't, we'll continue the conversation because there will be obviously be other bills, Pelosi told reporters on Thursday. Pelosi has a long history of promoting abortion, on her first act after becoming a speaker in 2019 while pushing legislation to use tax money for abortions. So it is not surprised that she is trying to exploit the coronavirus pandemic to push abortion funding again. Americans should insist that to the members of Congress that we need to clean the bill that provides aggressive action to help patients and spur the economy. Killing babies with our tax dollars is not the answer to the coronavirus, and the situation should not be exploited for political gain. Well said. I've been saying this forever, that she is demonic, she's evil, and she does not care. I mean, think about this. This bill was to use to combat the coronavirus. And this evil woman, I think it was over $28 million to be exact, that she tried to request to be funded into Planned Parenthood. Well, you guys do know that we're seeing states like Missouri becoming one of the first states to do away with abortions. Other states have followed. Other states have made stronger pro-life bills. So it's coming to her attention that this is happening, and she's panicking because this is a way of her not being able to control the population control when it comes to the unborn babies. Okay, Democrats rather have the elderly, everybody in the nursing home, die from this coronavirus. Why? Because the Democrats support population control, not just with the babies, but now the elderly are being targeted. Why do you think 80,000 people died last 2018 and 17 from the flu? 67,000 people died just in this year alone. So, it's crazy. Or 2019, in 2020, people have died from the flu. So, and a lot of those people were elderly. I remember working inside the nursing home, and patients would be 3 or 4 times dying a day. Even on the rehab floor, patients were dying in these nursing homes. Crazy. I posted a link in the Sensor Wars for Wizard. God bless you all. God bless you. Happy birthday to your granddaughter, Benny. March 13th is my sister's birthday, too. Cool. Sarah turned 13 March 1st. So now I have all teenagers in my house. Lucky me. Maryland legislature straps a bill that could have created constitutional right to killing babies and abortions. I'm going to be sharing this one tomorrow, but I'll share the link with you now. I'll be talking about this tonight. I don't want to make this whole channel about, what I stand for. This channel is for multiple things, and I don't want to read all these articles on Wizard's channel here, but I will post a link. And I will go to Censor Wars. Post the link in case nobody watches my channel. We're seeing more and more states, become a little bit more pro-life. Not 100%, like I like it, because I like to see no more abortions. That's just where I stand. I know a lot of you feel differently, especially with rape or incest. You feel that should be the woman's choice at that point. I get that. I hear you. But even though I don't agree with you, doesn't mean I don't love you, brothers and sisters. Because we're all going to have that point where there's going to be something that we don't agree to. And it's okay to say we disagree, but we can be grown-ups, we can still get along. And that's the thing. And that's the key with life, because we're all going to come to a point when we don't always agree with one another. Today, I read a story about a woman, a 17-year-old, I think 16-year-old girl at the time, whatever. No, she was a senior in high school. She went to a party, ended up getting raped by somebody that she knew, and she ended up keeping the baby. With her keeping the baby, it brought her more closer to God. And I think that's the case. I think that's just where I stand, and I agree with that. I'm not worried about the virus or it. My husband is. He's really does not want me to go to Albany for some reason. I don't know. I think he just needs to calm down, really. This is the major pro-life rally for me because it's March for Life of New York. I know the president and the pastors of the church. I shared my story with these ladies last year, and they put their arms around me, and I cried with them, and they cried with me, and such a nice group of young people and elderly people too as well. And I had a nice time last year, and I really want to go. I told my husband, I already got the train tickets, and then he said, yeah, they're refundable. And I said, I paid for the 2 nights at the hotel too, and he goes, that should be refundable too. It's like he's insisting me not going. All I have to do is travel from Buffalo, New York to Albany. It's not like I'm going to Washington right now. That would be definitely not suitable right now to travel all the way to Washington, just because I would have to stay at the Penn Station in New York City. And no offense, New York City is literally under attack right now. Yes, we need to come against Nancy Pelosi in prayer, that she gets saved, filled with the Spirit and the evidence of speaking to other tongues. Amen, Brother Benny. We often, when we pray, I'll admit, I pray for the Republicans, I pray for President Trump, but we often forget to pray for those other people who are the unbelievers. We forget to pray for people like the politicians like Nancy Pelosi. And we forget that, and I know sometimes it's hard because we get so frustrated because not only do they do something stupid once, they just repeatedly keep doing something, And how God says to forgive. Yes, God says to forgive, but God says it's okay to walk away. If she was my family member, I would have already forgiven, but walked away from her. No way could I sit on the same couch or be in the same house with that woman. Just looking at her, you would see the devil literally standing right behind her. That's how demonic she is. Same thing with Andrew Cuomo. Same thing with Governor Northam. Same thing with the governor of California. Same thing. They all have this evil spirit about them. Yes, they can be saved, but, they would have to repent. They would have to get down on their hands and knees and say, God, I need you to forgive me for so-and-so, and come to that moment. I can't make them do it. Nobody can make them do it but themselves. We need to, Brother Battery Addiction, because the panic is really bad because all the bad news. It is causing major problems in grocery stores where people are... this one lady had 2 carts full of canned goods, guys, soup and vegetables at Walmart. My husband was there. This elderly couple, was behind my husband, but on the same aisle, different side, okay? And my husband started talking to the elderly couple, and there was no soup left, of their liking. All of the stuff was pretty much all sold out. This one lady was just filling her cart, 2 carts full, right? My husband doesn't say anything, but if I was there, I would have said something to the lady. She had 2 carts full of soup and vegetables and other canned goods. All this elderly couple wanted was just a couple cans of soup, couple cans of vegetables, do their basic shopping like they do. And this lady wouldn't give up of the cans of soup. So thank God when my husband went to the next aisle, he saw an abandoned cart, and he saw this cart prior to him going to that aisle. So he just grabbed whatever was in that cart and put it in their cart. But that's what's going on, folks. The news media, the local news media especially, they go to these grocery stores, waits till the shelves are empty, and then they start filming. And that's causing people to a pandemic.
People are watching people grabbing toilet paper, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And so they're driven by this primal, me too, me too, me too. Whether it's primal or whatever, we're above that, aren't we?
Yep.
All right. So you need two rolls of toilet paper and that in your house a week because you're a bloke, you've got a wife, and you've got 2 daughters. Say 3 rolls of toilet paper.
Uh-huh.
That's what I had, and it averaged about three a week. Okay. Pandemic, it's going to last 3 months. How many you need?
Exactly. How many?
Work it out.
This woman did not need all
48
that.
will do you.
Yep. And this woman did not need 2 shopping carts full of just canned goods. Like, ridiculous. There's other people at that store who probably needed a couple cans. And this elderly couple didn't want much. It's
Yeah.
just sad.
I have wiped out at Aldi's. I did wipe out the rice there one time. There was 3 bags left, and they're 10-pound bags.
Oh yeah,
but there was plenty of little 1 pound and 2 pound and 5 pound and all that sort of thing. But the big,
you didn't buy 500 bags.
No. But when I go to town, because Tracy's not here. When Tracy's here, we go to Horsham every 2 weeks, rightio?
Uh-huh.
Look, I passed through Horsham. I had to go in there to see the bank. That's it. I've got enough here out of the garden. I buy a lamb, bring him home, fatten him up for a couple of days, make him happy and that, and stick him in the freezer. Yes. So I'm a little bit more basic. I'm actually surprised I'm doing so well here. And you see me taters? 2 potato plants there, Michelle?
Yeah.
That's 2 potato plants. I weighed them. It's 11.5 pound of potatoes in. So I've never actually had prolific gardens before, and I'm actually getting quite good at it. So, and I hope I could. There's a few little tricks and all that sort of thing, but yeah, it's coming good.
Hey, baby, pretty bird.
Gay Crow, how you doing? I'm sorry, I'm still getting the chat back up. Joining back in. So,
yeah. Well, Nancy Pelosi, she got caught because she thought she was going to just pass that bill on, that no one were going to read that. But there's a difference between this president and the past presidents. His staff and him read the bills. There's no way to get past them.
Remember what Nancy Pelosi said about Obamacare? Well, you got to pass it so we can read it.
Yep.
That's the way she's operated in the past, as a criminal, as a sneak.
That's right. Thank you. I forgot about that. That should be on a T-shirt, what Jack just said. It's exactly right. And that's what happens when you get these lazy politicians. They might have someone else write it or someone else write it, but do they really read it? Do they read them all? Well, it didn't pass the president this time. She literally tried to push giving money to Planned Parenthood in a coronavirus bill. Had nothing to do with abortion in the coronavirus, but she tried.
Oh, there was everything. You see an AOCs and that dithering rant about what had to be included into this bill and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I saw.
First of all, she's such a junior person. She cannot offer an addendum. She has to get senior parties to back her, second it, all that sort of thing. Nominated.
I know. And I got to remember that. I kind of get over the gun a little bit when it comes to her because she talks.
Yeah, I know, but she's talking above her station. She cannot do stuff. She can implement like the Green New Deal, and then she got enough backers in there because he had all the crazies before he dropped off the perch. You know, the guy Guam was going to capsize and sink, and that with the U.S. military there. You know, that's a level beyond cocaine. Seriously, it really is. Hello, chicken. What you doing, darling? What you want? No pot for you. No pot for you. You go down there. No, I give you switches. How's that?
Yeah, she's an evil woman, though.
I see. I've got the problem is I've got at the moment is she likes the fresh pot, whether it's the resin, the seeds, or whatever. I haven't figured out. And she's all over me, and she's not getting away. So she's throwing a little bit of a nasty tantrum at the moment. You can't. And fella's carrying on because she's upset, he's upset. So we're making a. Oh, come here.
Doesn't matter how old you are, Benny. Anybody can be saved. God bless you, brother.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, I'm never saying there's no hope for Nancy Pelosi. Of course she could be saved, but she would have to do it. She literally would have to make a 180.
Hang tight. Look, to be saved, first of all, we've got to repent. Basically, the base root of the word repent, turn around and go the other way.
Yep.
Backtrack, all that sort of thing. It all comes back out to there, repent. It's nothing to do with sins. It's actually direction. Go back the other way. Stop doing what you're doing, whatever. She's got to stop doing what she's got to be stopped, and that means corrupt, lying, cheating, all that sort of thing, supporting evil, pre-birth killing, murder, and all that sort of shit.
Oh yeah, she supports it all.
And the power and the money and all the rest of it that comes with promotion of all that sort of stuff. How much do you reckon she's personally profited and that from all the murdering of all the preborn babies?
Yep.
Yeah. She gets funded from the DNC. A lot of it goes in campaigns, but a lot of it is what do they call it?
You did hear that she tried to put it into the combat coronavirus bill, right?
Oh yeah. Almost $1 billion, and that would have ended up in Planned Parenthood. And not only that, you know, this Missouri bill that's going to stop that. There was allocated enough money for K Street lawyers and lobbyists and all that sort of thing. Something like about $80 million just in lobbyists and lawyers, and that just overturned Missouri.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It's crazy, right?
What has that got to do with coronavirus? No, that's a political agenda of hate and murder. End of story. And taxpayer funded by her request.
Right? And population control. That's the big thing with Democrats. Population control. It's not just using abortion, but it's euthanizing adults. People are dying every day by euthanizing them because then health insurance rather euthanize you than keep you alive. They support that too. Oh, and then let's not forget that what goes on in nursing homes.
Well, we had one case over here, Sheila up in Queensland, and that did it for Allah. And they kept that one quiet, and that until her lawyer was caught on hot mic saying, "Don't say that again."
Right.
And she said, "I will kill you." And he turned around and walked out and says, "Your Honour, I resign from the case." And His Honour turned around and said, "I don't blame you." So that's all been adjourned until, and now the coronavirus, you can't have public juries and all that sort of shit over here. That's a congregation at government edict, and that, so they don't want to risk that, so they're suspending all of that sort of stuff. So crazy. What's the matter, for fella? Yes, what's the matter, fella?
Just having one of them days.
What's the matter, mate? No, not playing tappies. Yes, what's the matter, mate?
I love that bird. That bird knows it's loved.
You said the L word.
Oh, thank you. That's my picture of Lucy. The spoiled one, I call.
Whenever you say the L word around here, he starts singing.
Yeah.
Because Bella loves chicken. Just doesn't know what to do with it. He'll listen to that.
It's so beautiful.
I'm just sitting up there on the front door. And Big Poppin' as well. Yes, Miss Show Off. Come on. I'm getting close to bedtime, so she wants switches where she can't reach. Real easy.
That's so funny.
Well, it's the social order of parrots. They groom each other.
Right.
That's why they call budgerigars lovebirds, and that because they do that. They pair up and they groom each other. He's an idiot, so unfortunately it falls back to Daddy to do it. So.
Thank you, Betty.
Poor old fellow was got awful young, so
Yeah.
didn't learn the social niceties of bird society.
Lucy's like a toddler, needs attention all the time. And if she don't get it, she demands it.
Yeah, well, if you can't spoil a couple of critters and that, who can you spoil, man? These things are easy. Quarter of an apple a day. Yeah. A few weeds out the garden. Couple of switches.
Mm-hmm.
You ready for bed? Oh, yeah. Big yawn? Yes. We'll make a big yawn. Right.
I'd like to teach a pocket bird boat trump. Boat trump.
You want more switches? All right.
I gotta put my headphones on in case.
Yeah, it gets annoying. We get feedback.
I just don't want my husband.
Oh, annoyed. Hey, fella. Ace it.
There you go. Let's see if that's better.
Hey. Story. No fish. Yeah.
Sounds better to me. Check. Volume check. Volume check. Volume check. Sound check.
Perfect there, Michelle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using my microphone again. I was using my webcam and my speakers. I didn't realize I had both on. Because I shared that video. That's what messes it up. Every time you share a video, it messes up your audio. Wow, it's 3:41 already. That's a whole lot of. I'm exiting out at 4, guys. I have to get up early. I have a hospital bed to maneuver and put it in a different section in the basement, or just take it apart and give it away. So I got that to do tomorrow, because I got to help carry a gun safe with a friend of mine upstairs. I don't like the guns in the basement. It's too dry down here. Some of the guns were rusted, even though they were in the safe. I'll always have a gun though with me when I'm down here, of course, with a trigger lock on it.
Sorry about that, Michelle. Yeah, it gets a bit loud at times.
No, it's okay. I had a dog when I was younger, but now I have a kitty cat, Miss Blossom. She's 14 years old and a really good girl too. Aw. Yeah, I'm not gonna. My husband wants to get a puppy. I'm like, come on. Nate's gonna graduate high school next year. Sarah's moving up to another grade. Anna's gonna be moving on. She's gonna be. They're all gonna be out of the house, and I'm not gonna be stuck with dogs. Because I'm a travel person. I want to get out and go see. You know.
Yeah, I got stuck that way too. I got given chicken. Yeah, it's a long time ago now. 17 years.
Because it's hard to do stuff because the kids don't think going to Gettysburg is interesting. My son does, but my girls want to shop, 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 buy, buy, buy. As long as there's a mall, they'll go.
I'm slowly working my way forward through the entire U.S. Civil War, and that I've just actually finished Gettysburg.
I want to go back again.
Say again?
I want to go back to Gettysburg. Absolutely. I also want to see a Civil War reenactment because that's the kind of stuff I like doing. We went to Old Fort Niagara, and that was very interesting. I'm glad that we took a day to go there. I learned a lot that I did not know in the school books.
I'll tell you what, if you're reading these things, there's a 28-book series that I think was the inspiration of the mini-series, because that's where they got their facts from. All the written orders, the notes, letters home. They've got Lee's personal letters to other generals, orders, written orders, all that sort of stuff. All that sort of stuff that was preserved and continued on. It's all there.
Yeah.
Chickamauga, that was, man, the Confederates actually won the battle, but then pulled back on that because they didn't know what was going on. They didn't even know they won. It was that disorganized in some parts and all that sort of thing. But they stood there 20, 30, 40 yards apart and fired weapons at each other, stood there and took the shot. Folks lying on the ground, leg off, lying on the ground, reloading, and that the fire, maybe the shock and that the injuries still, and anger and all that sort of thing, making them do it. That's balls, man.
Yeah.
Heck, I hide and shoot from cover.
They say that was one of the bloodiest wars, was the Civil War.
Oh, wasn't something? You were losing sometimes 25,000, 35,000 a day.
Yeah, I never realized that until when I see it again in the school books. They don't teach you. You have to go to these places to learn the real truth. I was shocked.
I studied parts of it and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
One of the guys who started the KKK and the guy went up against him and all that sort of thing. But brilliant, long-range, tactical, deep drive, penetrating raids, tearing up supplies, communication routes, all that sort of stuff. You got to study that guy if you're a soldier. A lot of these guys were actually tactical geniuses. Lee was pretty good early on, and I think he lost it towards the end. I think the bloodshed and that, because he was a hardcore Christian. I think he got sick of the casualties being in the tens of thousands. And then, later reports he'd pray 2 or 3 hours a day, and that even though when he needed sleep and all that sort of thing, and they were sort of reported as self-loathing, always asking for forgiveness and all that sort of thing. So
I've seen where Abraham Lincoln grew up, and that is such a quiet town. I'd love to live there.
Would you need a background check and all that sort of thing to do so? Keep the riffraff out?
No, you can get land out there, 10 acres cheap out in Kentucky
Forest,
there.
Yeah. Nathan Bedford Forest. If I'm correct there. one of the best. Hey, I tell you who learned off him? Rommel. Somebody else who learned off him? The Soviet cadres, and they translated a lot of his stuff into their armored warfare theory.
Yeah. Mark Levin knows a lot too. Like he's actually a historian, correct? A scholar historian, I think, for American history. Mark Levin.
Mark Levin, yes.
Yeah.
He's also a highfalutin lawyer and a few other bits and pieces.
Yeah, he knows his history.
He's quite a scholar.
Yeah. I told my kids, I said, do something like that. That would just be amazing. No, that's boring. That's boring.
Well, that's why I wanted an education, so I joined the army, because do 10 years in the army, they'll pay for whatever you want. Oh, that's over here. I don't know what it is over there.
Thank you, Jack. I'm hoping Sarah picks the Navy. Nate decided not to go to the Air Force now. So I told him, you're not going to be sitting around home. You better do something.
Tell them to do a trade at the same time if they don't want to do any highfalutin stuff like this and that.
Exactly. Go to a trade school.
You know how much a diesel mechanic gets paid?
How much?
Oh, they're getting, like, I know folks over here, and they're getting $46 an hour.
See,
and that's working for a dealership.
Exactly.
The taxes are a bit high, but they're taking home $30 an hour.
Even Ford trains you, and at some of these dealerships, they'll pay for your training.
You do factory training over here, and that back in the old days, I had a mate who's the same age as me.
Yeah.
He went over there where they made Western Star, because we had a lot of Western Star trucks, and so he went to the factory and did the factory course, and that as part of the Australian military, all that sort of thing, as part of his diesel thing, recovery mechanic. And that, so he also learned to drive big cranes and all that sort of stuff. Actually, he didn't do one of them, and that didn't do diesel mechanic afterwards. He went into the big cranes, the big 20, 30, 40 ton things that are super high lifts and all that sort of. Cause he's making $100 an hour when he's doing that, and he's only working 2 or 3 days a week.
I'm gonna have to talk to my boy about that. He's gonna have to do something. He can't just stay home. We're not gonna allow that.
Nathaniel Green. Which regiment? There was a couple of. I'm not which one sure is Nathaniel, and they're on both sides.
I don't remember that name. I'm gonna have to
2
look
on the north, and I think 3 on the south.
Okay.
And one of the Greens was English. He was with the CSA.
I'm gonna have to learn their names.
I can't remember what any of their names was.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, their battery, and that you got a regiment name, then I can place him.
He's from Boston.
Boston. All right. Nathaniel Green, bosses. Hey, Flo, you're not talking about fucking the 54th Massachusetts and that majority black regiment. He was a white officer. We're talking Civil War, not the War of Independence. You had me fucked there. All right, I haven't got a clue. I'm getting around to that one. Green, yes. He went up against the British Hussars, if history is, if I'm correct on that. Kicked their asses and that, but it was the militias that really broke their backs, because those guys went in hard and they went in with tomahawks. So, the front rank fire and all that sort of thing, they came in from the side and started hoeing into people. And everybody's shooting forward and they go, Aah. So, that's the ones that I know, and that, if I'm correct. He was a businessman, wasn't he? Had a shop or store or...
I'm going to look up that name.
Forget. The meeting in that movie, The Patriot, and they're all standing around and talking about the Declaration of Independence and all that sort of thing. Green was one of the things in that. he was involved with the Boston Tea Party, dressing up as Indians and that, and raiding the places. One of their don't know his military background.
Netho Green was born, I think we have the right one, August 7th, 1742.
That's it. He was rejected by the British military. That's it. He's not military. He was rejected by the military, the British military, because he had a bum leg. Somebody told him to keep on doing it, and introduced him to a shitload of folks who actually took him under their wing and that, and advised him, and got a good military education just off friends and family and whoever.
Yeah. When in the news of the battles of Lexington and Concord, he reached Rhode Island. Green was one of the 4 men in his community who hurried to Boston to offer his services. There's a whole link about him right here. I'll share it with you.
Cool. Yeah. I've studied certain battles of that, the Civil War and all that sort of stuff. What I mainly studied was your infrastructure in that. The idea of only 3% of your population fought, but who actually supported them? Because, like in modern warfare, an infantry person, it takes 11 people behind the scenes to keep one grunt in the field. Artilleryman takes 28, 29, forget the exact numbers, to keep that supply chain going, manufacture the weapons, all that sort of stuff. Stuff like an F-16, you've got 1,000 folks behind you. And if one of them's not doing their job, the thing don't work sooner or later. Imagine a whole pile of infantry with no ammo. They're no longer infantry, they're POWs. Or they're flybait.
He was appointed, the Continental Congress appointed Washington Commander-in-Chief in 1995. You got to read this whole thing. It's a whole article on him.
Yeah. That, like I was saying, that meeting and that was represented in the that movie, The Patriot. Mel Gibson gets up there and has his little speech. And that was the Continental Congress, right? Yeah, and that's where they Green and that and all that sort of thing, and they made him an officer in the Continental Army.
That is a good movie.
Okay, so yeah.
The battle for New York was awesome.
We got the right bloke, and that apparently he ended up marrying a girl on that. It was a dead set stunner, and there's a picture of her in the Roosevelt Museum, and if so, she is a dead set stunner. She looks better than any bloody modern movie model and all that sort of thing. Absolutely gorgeous. Very stately at the same time, classy, the whole lot. But yeah, absolute drooling material.
I gotta look that up too.
Yep.
And look, that's also
with a bum leg. He had a pretty good life, eh?
Yeah. The Battle of New York also ties into the well, we just visited too.
Did you really lose? Yeah, you lost ground and all that sort of thing. What did you gain? They lost their supply. They lost their resolve. King George brought all the commanders into question. Half of them had to return to England as soon as they found out there was a couple of months of delay and all that sort of thing. And that really set the seed, and that because he couldn't find anybody else to trust, and that because everybody started to dump on the blokes over there. A lot of them were, ostracised. They actually never got really punished, but you weren't invited anywhere. You weren't invited to business opportunities. You weren't part of the group anymore and all that sort of thing. If you had enough money, you'd be a lonely old bastard and that with servants and all that. If you didn't, you were fucked. Yep, he did. And all that fucking died in the arse, didn't it? And then they ended up going home. So, look, a lot of folks think Vietnam was a defeat, but it really wasn't. look what it did to the Soviet Union and China. Put them into check. I thought, fuck this. We're spending squillions on this and we're getting nowhere. These guys will last and all that sort of stuff. We're not backing any of these things anymore. They went through to the fruition and that and all that sort of thing, but no, it sent them bust. And then Ronnie Reagan came out with this fucking Star Wars scam. Had a way, hey Maggie, look at this great scam going. Let's make up some bullshit and send these guys even further, bro. They fucking fell for it. Fuck them. You know what I mean? So goodbye Soviet Union. Problem is they just transferred everybody into the Western media and education system. I've been saying. But anyway. Hey, Benny. I'm jumping to the Civil War, sir. Well, see, I see more in the Civil War than I do in that. I think the type of people that you had at the time, the longing for freedom and independence and all that sort of thing, yeah, go hard, go home. And that, but if they lost, they lose their home. So they got their freedom and their independence. That's what they wanted. And that's a hard thing. Problem is, the Civil War could have broken all that up and ended up with 3 or 4 states, and there were a couple of Henry Hawks and that, which were very powerful and influential, watching on the sidelines, including your old bosses, the British Empire. They are actually in discussions. There's papers and documents and all that sort of thing with the Dutch royal family at the time. And then, look, if this all goes to hell and the CSA goes in, how about through France and all that sort of thing, we start funneling in and getting a little bit of favour? And they actually did. They actually did. Yeah, because they like the dollars. Vietnam is very different now because they like the dollars. They're learning the thing, bring the dollars in. But they are still, if you say the wrong thing on social media over there, they will drag you in and beat you. And despite all the lovely tour brochures and the lovely restaurants you got and all that sort of stuff, yeah, if you say the wrong thing on social media, they will take you in and beat you. And then hold you in a cell until all the bruises go away and then kick you out of the country and accuse you of something.
America Battlefield Trust is a good channel to follow. My son follows that channel.
American which?
American Battlefield Trust. It's one of my son's favorite channels.
Yeah. There's a list of veterans and historical military societies in the back of something I subscribe to, and that one's in there too. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, and the Krauts were involved too because they were trying offside, and there was a couple of factions in Mexico and that, and at the same time they were both planning on making war in the North Americana. But who was in charge at the time was the French dudes and that. But the German-backed guys were vying for power at the time, remember? And just said the Frogs had a lot more influence over that dude. Yeah, well, he sort of, the Mexican dude sort of imaged himself as Napoleon, didn't he? Maximilian, that's it. Like, I'm getting old and tired and slow.
Well, guys, I'm sorry to say this, but it is 4 a.m. my time.
And I better bail out too.
If I don't go to bed now, I will never get sleep, and then I won't do what my husband asked me to do.
Yes, he did. In a very polite letter too. Battery, do you have, before we shut up shop, do you have a link and that for the letter?
He can't share links because he's not a mod.
Well,
I told Wizard to make him a mod because he always has this awesome stuff to share.
I thought I was. Oh, whereabouts are you, Battery? You're over on the west coast, Portland, just north of Tracy, aren't you? How many folks we got over there? We got somebody in California. I know I got. Where's Don? I'll see he's in Michigan. Who we got over there on the left coast? All right, Crow, you take care. Yeah, and the leftist capital, Portland, home of the original Antifa in America. No, I won't run Portland down. I used to like the place. So bloody good airport out there, and a big shopping mall, and you can buy groceries and everything at decent prices in the airport. So yeah, I was most impressed. I flew up from Los Angeles and came into Portland to get over to Corvallis, if you know where that is, Oregon State University. I had a friend that I met a few years earlier, disabled veteran and that, but he got himself back into the thing and that, and he was the OTC commander over there, chief instructor for the district. And he was based out of Corvallis, so I stayed over there with him for a little while. So, yeah. Beautiful country, man. That Klamath Falls and all that sort of thing, and the little town just before there. Nice folks, very friendly, all that sort of thing. Get into, Portland and the university towns and all that sort of thing, and all of a sudden, everything goes hardcore left. Good night there, Benny. God bless you, keep you, you and yours. Oregon Territory. That one's got me. Capital of Oregon Territory.
I'm definitely contacting the kids' school on Monday because I think the best option is just to close down for a couple weeks. No offense, not every kid is going to listen to wash your hands and all that. I know kids.
Wash your hands, all that sort of stuff.
They're not going to listen at that age.
Pro-life.
What?
And just say you're contacting the school and say, look, we have the family's well known for a congenital chest illness. I suffer it myself, and but it's too early to diagnose in the kids, but they'll find out real quick if they get sick. I'm not taking a chance. If you wish me to do so, and that please show legal enforcement where I must endanger my kids. A medically known illness, and you're guaranteed that nothing will happen. They will not get this, that, and the other.
Okay. I'll tell my husband exactly what you just said because he's actually going to call the superintendent and just put it on speakerphone.
As soon as you use that word congenital, which means basically genetic come passed down through family, they have to bring in a thing called privacy.
Right.
Okay. Now, that was federal. That was one of the remember Maxine Waters? She's only got one actual bill that she co-signed with Feinstein.
Yeah.
And actually passed. That's all she's ever done. This was it. So there's keywords that trigger privacy. Right? Mm-hmm. Congenital illness is one of them in the school system over there. Read the documents.
I will. I'll tell them exactly what you said too.
And that, so it's trigger words, what do you want to call them? But yeah, it's all good.
Well, thank you, Jack. Good night, Benny. Good night, Battery. Good night, whoever else is left. I think that's all that's here actually. Crow. Good night.
Well, God bless you, Jack. Watching.
Okay, well.
I don't know how many's on the.
Whoever you are and not chatting. Good night. God bless you, Jack. We'll see you in a couple hours tonight, maybe. If I'm not around. That doesn't mean I'm dead or no one kidnapped me. It just means I'm just exhausted.
Now I've got to get going here too. Look, I've got paperwork to do tonight.
All right. I'll hit X and you can end the stream. All right, good night.
Okay. Take care there. Everybody else, good Lord love you, bless you, keep you, take care, and we'll catch you all again. Cheers.